that reconsideration then remember we're talking about the review, now I'm on the point of reconsideration. Did that reconsideration take place between the 1st of November and the 31st of December? The 1st of November being the date of that minute, the 31st of December being the date of your letter. Did such a reconsideration take place? And if so, what were the outcomes thereof?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, it didn't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, staying with that paragraph, perhaps before we go there, in your statement at page 56, if I may call that file up, the minister's statement. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 56 of your statement, page 56. Time to have. In page 56, Minister, apologies for the confusion. And at page 56, under the heading Reasons for the December 31st, 2024 Directive. So we've established that the reconsideration and review of capabilities of the political task team did not inform your decision of the 31st of December, and we know because it hadn't taken place. So we go to your statement at page 56 to locate the reasons as you put them forth. And on my reading of your statement, you advance 5 different reasons. They span page 56 to page 58. And I would like to invite us to perhaps consider each reason in turn to assist the Commission in having a better understanding of why the political killings task team was disestablished, or you, Minister, instructed that it be disestablished on that particular day. Your first is an invocation of a 2019 work study. And I'm going to read the second sentence of that paragraph. You state, the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. Full stop. You see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Before we deal with that work study...
Sorry, Mr. Law, where are you reading?
Paragraph 167, the second part of 167. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Before we deal with the work study itself, once again, I think I would benefit from your guidance. You say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure. What does that phrase mean? What do you mean by the phrase outside of SAP's organizational structure?
It means what is understood inside SAPS or internal in SAPS, what is attached as the meaning of a team. Task teams are always located outside the organogram per se, the adopted organogram. And that has been the case since 2019, if not even before. That if you establish a task team, you establish it not necessarily inside the organogram, because it is for a particular purpose at that time as it arises. And it ends as the need for that becomes obvious.
Okay. And you said that continuation has become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. We'll come back to the administratively. Could you explain what you mean by the conclusion that the continuation has become untenable constitutionally? How do you invite the commissioners to understand that phrase? Are you invoking any provision of the Constitution, or I'm trying to understand?
No, it was just in broad reference to our constitutional mandate that SAPS must, as a mandate, their mandate is to prevent, it is to investigate, it is to combat. So it was just in broad reference. That if you have, in other words, if you continue with structures that are not part of your organogram, you are less likely to fulfill your mandate.
So, in trying to test my understanding, or maybe before I do, I might benefit from a further explanation by you. So we have addressed the notion of the continuation being constitutionally untenable. I hear your answer. But then you say both administratively and constitutionally. What in this context would administratively refer to? What would be administratively untenable?
It was making reference to capacity of SAPS at any level, in this instance, national level, in the first place, to manage a proliferation of task teams, because the more you have them, the more it becomes untenable or difficult to manage and control on the side of the National Commissioner.
So at this juncture, did you envisage a situation, or I'll put it differently, were you arguing for the complete disestablishment or abolishment of the notion of task teams within SAPS? Can I interpret it that way, or have I gone too far?
You are correct that by end of the year, I had gone deeper in terms of assessing the effectiveness, but from the perspective of sustainability. When you have internal units and you sharpen them, you strengthen them, as opposed to task teams, but not necessarily that you would completely abolish the need, because they are dictated to by the situation on the ground.
Yes.
Task teams.
I was going to move to another aspect of that paragraph, but
before you do that, so that I understand the minister's position, Minister, are you saying in that sentence, are you saying the existence of a temporary task team is not constitutionally permissible? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. As I say, I'm saying I was referring to Constitution. I was referring to the Constitution in broad terms in relation to what I understand to be the mandate of SAPS, that they are less likely with the dependence on task teams than when they depend on units that they cultivate, that they develop and hone over a period. That's what it was referring to, but not to say there is anything unconstitutional about task teams, because that you can't do away with, because it just is dictated to by the need on the ground all the time. But just establish, assess, and then time frame all the time.
Yes. So you did not make the decision that to disband the PKTT on the basis that it is constitutionally untenable to have that task team, the PKTT. That's not one of your reasons for disbanding it.
Definitely, it is not one of the reasons.
Okay, so if we read this paragraph, if I read this sentence to be one of your reasons for disbanding the PKTT, then I am wrong. I misunderstood what this sentence means. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding of that sentence is that it generally sends a message to subs to discourage teams, task teams, keeping of task teams, because it makes it less possible for subs to reach out or to get their mandates fulfilled. Not to say it's unconstitutional, teams are unconstitutional and so on, but if subs more and more depends on task teams which are temporal, firstly you have a problem of administering them, carrying them on your shoulders, and then it makes you less likely to fulfill your mandate.
Yes. The problem with your explanation, Minister, in that paragraph is you're specific. You're speaking about the NPKTT. You speak about the NPKTT, and then you say the continuation of a temporary structure. So in the first sentence, you say, first, SAPS has made clear throughout 24 that NPKTT was an interim structure whose mandate fell squarely within the permanent remit of the murder and robbery unit created by the 2019 work study. So we know from this first part that the second part of that paragraph, where you say the continuation of a temporary task team, you are referring to the NPKTT.
Yes.
So my question remains, am I incorrectly understanding what you say in this last part of the paragraph? Do I misunderstand when I read it, which I did, to mean this is one of your reasons that the NPKTT that you give for disbanding the PKTT, it is that it is constitutionally untenable to have the PKTT, which you describe as outside of the structure, the organizational structure, that to have it continue to exist, this temporary team, the PKTT, is constitutionally untenable.
In the context of its impact to SAPS to reach out their mandates.
Okay. With that answer, then it must mean even the taxi violence task team is constitutionally untenable to continue to have it, given your reasoning about the PKTT.
That is why the taxi task team was put under specialized units inside SAPS organogram.
Okay, but you didn't dissolve it. You didn't disband it.
No, what happened with it? It was put under murder and robbery, which is under serious and violent crimes, to permanently reside within the structure, which makes it better for SAPS to fulfill their mandates.
Yes.
So, which is different from a standalone structure like PKTT.
Well, can I maybe make my point this way? The PKTT, as at the 31st of December, was not the only task team of the SAPS. You express in paragraph 167 that it's constitutionally untenable to have a task team exist outside of the organizational structure. That's what you say. The principle is it's constitutionally untenable to have task teams outside of the structure. Maybe you're correct, maybe you're not. But the question is, you dissolve only one task team when you have that concern about the constitutionality of task team. It is only one task team that you dissolve. You're happy to live with the unconstitutional existence, if ever there's such a concept. You are happy to countenance the continued constitutionality problem you have about the existence of other task teams, but just not the PKTT. Please explain in a way that makes that your decision to make sense.
Now, Historically, the National Political Killings Task Team is the only team that had been associated with being inside or outside the structure all the time from 2019. And as indicated before, it was always expressly indicated by SAPS that it would need to be integrated, it would need to be absorbed. And therefore, that's why it sort of features higher than any other team in the conversation. Hence, even here in these paragraphs, it seems to be the only, but the principle is not necessarily confined to it alone. It applies across, but the specific reference is this one because in the conversation that had developed over time, that was the one that was in reference almost all the time from 2019.
Sorry.
More than any other.
This is my last engagement, I think, for now on this. Have you just said that the PKTT is the only task team that the SAPS have considered to be outside of the structure, of the organizational structure?
No, I'm saying the PKTT is the only task team that had consistently featured in the conversation parallel to structures, simply because of one reason. Its tasks were identified by SAPS as requiring absorption to a specialized unit inside. And it's almost because the other teams that were originally identified, they were identified as a problem, as a burden, as being untenable. That's why they were then dissolved, if I could talk that language, and integrated into like murder and robbery, and under murder and robbery and under serious and violent crimes. They were doing integration so that these task team could be managed better in a sustainable way, so that you could be certain about the instruments you are using to fight crime.
Okay. Can I just try one last time so that I understand what your answer is to my question?
Yes.
Are you saying to us the PKTT, and it's a yes or no answer, I either misunderstand or understood you correctly. I'm going to reframe my question. Are you saying the PKTT is the only task team that the SAPS that you are referring to considered to be outside of the organizational structure? It's either yes, that's what you're saying, or no, that's not what you're saying.
For my clarity, I hear you very well, but if you could be kind to me to repeat your question.
Okay, that's all right. You spoke in a way that made me understand you to be saying, according to the SAPS discussions,
Yes.
the PKTT was the only task team that was considered to be outside of the organizational structure. You spoke in a way that I understood you to be saying that. So what I'm asking is that what you are saying, that understanding of mine that I've just projected back to you?
Yes.
And that's why I say
understand.
It's a yes or no answer. Either I understood you correctly to be saying only the PKTT was considered to be outside of the structure, or no, I misheard or misunderstood you.
You misunderstood me.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that National Political Killings Task Team is the only structure, or the only not structure team that was targeted, if I could use that language.
I see.
For, over a long time for integration. It's as if even the specialized units were established such that you would absorb, because
Okay.
that
Can
Yes.
I stop you there, Minister?
Okay, thank you.
What I wanted to establish with you a few questions back
Okay.
was you have other task teams in the
Yes.
SAPS.
Yes.
Can we agree, if you are correct in this sentence where you say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of the organizational structure is untenable both administratively and constitutionally? If you are correct with that statement, it holds for all task teams.
Yes,
It must be.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to establish. So it's not just unique to the PKTT.
Yes,
it
that's
also
correct.
applies to the mining task team, to any other task team that the SAPS has.
That is correct, with a proviso that you wouldn't, when there's a need to establish a task team, you would flinch from doing so. You would establish and then disestablish.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I may just follow up on that based on your response. Because at some point I thought I understood, but now I'm not so sure of myself. If the statement is the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAPS organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally, that would mean reference to the existing task teams. Their continuation existence has become untenable administratively and constitutionally. Am I correct thus far?
Broadly speaking, yes.
So you say, of course, you do attach a caveat there that it does not preclude the establishment in the future of task teams as and when needed to, in response to specific challenges.
Yes.
So those that would be established in the future would not have the difficulty of being administratively and constitutionally untenable because they're outside the substructure. I'm trying to understand. Granted, we are talking about existing ones. If their existence and operation outside SAPS organizational structure is what renders them constitutionally and administratively untenable, that surely must be a challenge that would afflict any other future task team because they would forever remain outside SAPS organizational structures. Why would it be fine for the future task teams and not for the existing?
I did indicate at the beginning that, or at some point, that generally when you look at mandates of SAPS and so on, you realize that it's important that whatever gets done in a sustainable way, cost-effective way, and so on, and with necessary intended impact. Therefore, generally discouraging, that statement is meant to generally discourage, in other words, to caution all of us that we're not going to make SAPS an organization of temporal task teams in general. But it doesn't mean that even when it is necessary to establish a task team, you would not establish one, but consider that it is cumbersome.
Yes.
Consider that it diminishes your chances to obtain or to reach out for your mandates.
Thank you for that, Minister. And another thing, once again in response to Commissioner Baloyi, with reference in particular to the PKTT, I understood you to say, and my understanding might be incorrect, and please correct me, that the PKTT, the first time around you said was always identified for absorption. The second time you referenced this issue, you said was targeted for integration. Did I hear you? Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Does your letter of the 31st of December achieve any of those objectives, whether it's absorption or integration?
It was meant to.
In retrospect, do you think it does?
It does.
How?
in the sense that even if you used disbandment, but in practice you wanted integration, if the directive was not to say dismiss all those individual members, it was to say start processes, or let's engage in processes in line with what has always been intended with regard to the National Political Killing Trust team.
As I understand things, you did indicate that task teams are created for a specific challenge,
Yes.
to address specific issues.
Yes.
And normally it's for, I won't say specific time because it's very difficult to
Yes.
determine time, but it's for a limited period, it's for a period.
Yes.
So, if my understanding is correct, then the disestablishment of a task team that has delivered on its mandate can never have the effect of dismissing police officers, can it? Because it's established from within the ranks of the police members. So its disestablishment will not result in any police officer losing their job.
Definitely. Correct.
So similarly here, the disestablishment contemplated would not result in the PKTT members losing their jobs.
Correct.
So I'm struggling with the notion of disestablish. So, put it differently. So we first break it apart, it being the team, to absorb the team into the substructures. Am I understanding it correctly?
You're understanding it correctly.
Okay.
So are you moving from this paragraph?
I'm still on the paragraph.
Okay.
Now that I have a better understanding of what perhaps informed your decision, I read that paragraph. I'm still at 167. I read that paragraph. Okay, let me do it differently. You invoke, as I understand that paragraph, the 2019 work study to draw the conclusion that you do in the second part of that paragraph. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Let's find that work study on my reading of your statement that you should be your annexure SM3, and SM3 should start at page 115, same file. And in annexure SM3, this document is titled Establishment of Specialized Capacities, Anti-Gang Units, Murder and Robbery Units, as well as Taxi Violence and Cold Case Investigation Functions within the South African Police Service. Rather a mouthful, but I had to say it all for purposes of the record. That is the document, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Same page 117 under item 2, the heading is purpose. I read the following. The purpose of this investigation is to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities, as well as to give clarity on the structural placement and functional, as well as enabling post-structure requirements within the detective service. Would the establishment be feasible? Okay, there might be challenges there in the construction of the sentence, but the purpose is clearly stated there, and we can fill in the gaps where we think some words are missing to try and understand and have a full appreciation of the purpose. So, the purpose of this investigation, of which this report is a result, was to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within detective service, in summary.
Yes.
Is that yours?
Yes.
Do you know what was the outcome of this study? That on that particular aspect, the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within the detective service?
Yes, If I'm not mistaken, it's just that I don't see the date, but it sounds like the 2018 establishment. It talks about, it should be 2018 work study.
Apologies, Minister, I lost you.
I'm saying I don't see the date.
Oh, the date of this, if you go to page 155 of that SM3,
Yes.
it bears the signature of it's Sectional Commander Operational Organizational Design Detection, Colonel A.K. Murray. It's got a date of 2019-06-19.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I take that person to be the author.
Correct.
Yes. 2019, yes.
Yes. So what was the question is, as I...
No, the question is
what was the outcome?
the outcome of the, yes.
The outcome of this work study at that time was that it was indeed undertaken, that study. And it's 2018. And it was then signed or accepted and adopted in 2019 by the then Commissioner, Commissioner Sithole. And he signed it off into implementation. That's why in September that year, 2019, a letter of implementation was then accepted after the work study had been taken and discussed and adopted. So this study was undertaken.
Okay. You referenced the implementation letter, and throughout your statement, you suggest that they be read together. That implementation letter is what you attach as SM4 at page 179. Is that correct?
To SM4, yes. Yes.
Is that the implementation letter you just referenced?
That would be the one.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll keep our finger there, we'll come back. But getting back to SM3, the report.
Yes.
I would like to refer you to page 159. Oh, sorry, 154. My apologies.
Okay.
159 is actually the other annexure. I do apologize for the confusion. 154.
I have it.
Oh, thank you. At 154 is under heading recommendations, is a list of recommendations by Colonel Murray arising from the investigation he conducted. Is that how I understand the document as well?
Yes.
We don't have to read in detail all the recommendations. There are 8 of them listed. Having considered the recommendations by Colonel Murray and the content of the report, I struggle to understand how it can lend anyone to the conclusion that the continuation of temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure is both administratively and constitutionally untenable. I struggle, so I request you to perhaps point me to something, be it in the recommendations or the body of the report itself, regard being held to the purpose that we said previously, how we arrived at the conclusion you seem to have drawn as set out in paragraph 167.
Now, these recommendations seem to be talking to establishment of these structures at a provincial level, which is a lesser point. The main point about this and the concept of specialized units was to the effect that pull all the proliferated at that time, prior to the study, teams, and then put them together, and they came up with the concept of specialized units, which would sort of integrate all the smaller ones that had been identified. And you will see that it goes on to 2024 when they do another assessment and they find out that there are still a number of proliferate, or there are still many task teams that are still hanging around. They have not been integrated into specialized units. So the whole concept of specialized units was meant to sharpen subs, make subs sharpened around certain identified crimes, as it were, as they were identified at that time, so that there is more capacity to deal with them.
Yes. I see at page 158, a few pages forward, just above the signature of the National Commissioner, General K.J. Sithole, who approved this report.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the handwriting, and I don't mean to cast aspersions, becomes difficult to read, but I'm going to try to. But I think that the part I'm interested in, at least I can read. General Sithole at the time says a national pilot project process must be established with different, and then I struggle, and resources.
Sub-projects.
Sub-projects and resources. And resources must be allocated from the national budget with clear account numbers. Do you see? That's General Sithole.
I see that.
So General Sithole said he approves this with the comment that a national pilot project process must be established. What do you understand by those words?
Well, I understood him to have approved what had been submitted to him in terms of a proposal for specialized units. And then it talks about a pilot project process, meaning that they were not in a position to unleash these specialized units all over. They wanted to projectize it, pilot projectize it. And he was wanting to approve that so that they could maybe for a couple of months see how it would work.
So the implementation of this entire report, on my reading
Yes.
of General Sithole's comments or basis for approval, is that a pilot project process must be initiated.
Yes, they said so in 2019 when they adopted the work study, to say it will be implemented in a phased approach.
Okay. Perhaps before I move further, because I wanted to then bring in the other document, Commissioner Balo, you had wanted to find out if I was moving from, I think, the work study.
Sorry, I have to try and remember. If you go back to that paragraph in your statement, Minister, that paragraph 167, and I think you did explain, Ms. Silo asked you the question you explained, I'm just not sure that I understood, so I'm going to ask you to repeat it, please. The way you speak about this task team being administratively untenable, can you just explain again, what did you mean when you say it's administratively untenable?
It meant that subs with a proliferation of smaller, if I could just insert that, task teams, it would stretch them or it would overstretch them. That was the concept when they decided, in fact, even in terms of effectiveness, that is what landed them in a concept of specialized units, so that they would absorb all these into bigger, into more specialized, for control and management, which is the duty of the National Commissioner. And I think they were quite in line with the qualitative meaning of manage and control, because they had in mind, if I looked at it, effectiveness and efficiency. And therefore, here, it had become untenable. They wanted to make it possible and much more easier for them to administer.
Okay. To the extent that in this paragraph you mention the PKTT in particular.
Yes.
In what way had the PKTT become administratively untenable to have the PKTT? And the question is direct to the PKTT, because our discussion is about your reasons for disbanding the PKTT. So
yes.
While you speak of broadly
yes.
task teams, let's come to the PKTT, because that's one of the factors you took into account. In what way had it become administratively untenable to have the PKTT exist for another day beyond the 31st of December?
When I wrote the letter, I was already in possession of what I refer to as allegations from a number of categories of people, including civil society, and so on, but also including people from inside SAPS. Now, when I wrote the memo, that is the directive, I had that in mind, that possibly certain things are setting in SAPS via PKTT in terms of control and administration. Now, that category of complainants, if I could refer them, I could refer to them as such, that I was advised by the Commission to seek advice from my lawyers on, indicated to me clearly that there are certain things that we are losing in terms of control and management. If you look at the complaints that I had received by the time I wrote this letter. So it refers to that, but it also refers to alleged abuses of human rights by those who had written to us in various categories as I referred them to. So this is what this refers to that.
Yes. Now, all right, it's a separate discussion, those complaints, so I'm not asking that we get into them.
Yes.
We'll have a discussion separately.
Yes.
These complaints, to the extent that that's what you're referring to here, when you talk about administrative untenability of the continued existence of the PKTT, you did not discuss them with the National Commissioner, those complaints.
We discussed some of them.
No, the ones that you've listed. You've given us a list, and you're referencing them now, including those names that you gave yesterday. You did not say to the National Commissioner, I've got these complaints. I want your response to them.
The ones that are here, I did. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't.
Okay, all right. Where I'm going with it is you get to a point where you make a decision that those complaints are evidence of administrative untenability, to whatever we mean with that concept. You say these complaints, they show that there's a problem administratively, but you don't verify those complaints with your management. And yet, on the basis of those complaints, you conclude the continued existence of the PKTT is administratively untenable. You get them, and I'm happy to confine myself to the list in that envelope as one of the examples, that you get that list. You don't verify with your management, certainly not with the National Commissioner. You don't verify that list, so you don't know whether it's true or not. People are making allegations. You don't know whether what they've told you, whatever it is that they tell you, you don't know how the SAPS reacts to that, how your national commissioner reacts to that, but you conclude that those make it untenable, administratively untenable, for the PKTT to continue to exist. How is that a proper thought process that leads you to this far-reaching conclusion? It's administratively untenable to continue to exist?
Again, the ones that are here, I discussed with the National Commissioner. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't. And the reason why I didn't, it was solely because of the agreement between me and these people when they met me in person, indicating confidentiality, but more than that, indicating safety concerns.
Yes, we'll get to that.
Yes.
I ask you not to enter into the merits because it's a topic on its own.
Yes.
I'm simply putting to you the difficulty that you get complaints, you don't ask your national commissioner, is this true, is it not true? Tell me what you've done about it. But you don't do that, but you get to the conclusion to use that as a reason, as one of your reasons to dissolve the PKTT, because you say it has become administratively untenable.
I did discuss with the National Commissioner the concerns raised by Mary de Haas. I did discuss with the National Commissioner concerns that were raised by Patricia Mashale.
The ones that Patricia Mashale raises in her Facebook.
We did discuss with the National Commissioner.
Those Facebook extracts.
We did discuss that there are a number of things that, not necessarily one by one, but we did discuss that she is putting things to me, and is she putting things to you?
Yes.
He said, yes, I am receiving this. And then we had a small discussion.
And from that discussion, where the National Commissioner says, yes, I'm aware of this, because she has raised them, you decide that those complaints render the PKTT's continued existence administratively untenable.
Partially. And then the other part is the ones that I didn't discuss with them, but I got to know about them, but I didn't discuss with them. But combining them, I'm trying to say, it's not like I didn't discuss any of the concerns or anything with the National Commissioner. I did, partially, but the others I didn't discuss.
Okay, all right. Perhaps to summarize, is your position from this discussion, are you saying where you refer as a reason for dissolving the PKTT, where you say it had become administratively untenable, you're saying that because of the Mashale complaints, because of Ms. de Haas's complaints, because of those 8 people in that envelope? You say all of that taken together is what led you to the conclusion that the continued existence of the PKTT for another day is administratively untenable.
Correct.
Okay.
But you remember that there are other reasons.
Yes,
these are not here.
Yes, you will
context.
Discuss your other reasons. I'm just wanting to make sure that administratively, where you refer to administratively, those 3 are the factors you took into account to that conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Earlier then, you indicated that either the outcomes of this investigation that Colonel Murray undertook, that investigation as we have the report at SM3, if I understood you correctly, you say, no, you referenced an implementation letter.
Yes,
Please
correct.
explain to me the relevance of that implementation letter vis-a-vis this investigation report. What's the link between the two?
The link is that the implementation letter was saying that initiative of the work study has now been completed. It must now be implemented.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that, Minister. And not the pilot project that General Sithole had approved, as we saw at page.
Yes.
Sorry, if I may say, so the implementation letter, in your understanding, directs the implementation of the outcomes and recommendations of that report in their entirety, and no longer the pilot project process that National Commissioner Sithole at the time approved, as per his comments at page 158. I'm trying to understand which aspect is being approved which is being implemented. Is it the pilot project process in terms of General Sithole 158, or is it the report in its entirety?
What was to be implemented was the
Yes.
report in its entirety.
Okay.
But when the National Commissioner signs, he then decides that it would take the form of a pilot at that particular time.
Okay. Now, the implementation letter starts at page 179 of that same file, that's SM4. Have you located it, Minister?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, correct.
Is that the implementation letter you reference?
Yes, correct.
Just for the record, it's a 2-page document. It's dated at page 180, 14 November 2019. And it seemed to have been authored by Major General, Head Organizational Development, N.L. Mzima. I'm reading you, I'm correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, my reading of this document is that it addresses the human resource issues within SAPS. Admittedly, in the context of the establishment of specialized capacities. So it confines itself purely to that. And secondly, I wouldn't expect it to enforce the report if it is issued by Major General Head Organizational Development. I would expect the one to implement the report or direct that it be implemented in its entirety would be the head of SAPS, and at the time would be General Sithole.
Yes, correct.
So, if we then accept that Major General Head Organizational Development Zima is not the head of SAPS, if we try and interpret what her function is, the title might assist Head Organizational Development. In my thinking, I think she's responsible for human resources within SAPS. I may be wrong. I'm trying to interpret what I see here with a little bit of guesswork. It's somebody responsible for human resources in SAPS. And even if I'm wrong, one thing I am certain about, he or she is not the National Commissioner. At least on that we are settled.
Yes, correct.
So, the HR leader within SAPS then issues this letter, and if we go back to 179, references the work study investigation that we've just had regard to SM3, fully dated, and the like, and says was approved by Lieutenant Colonel K.J. Sithole on 26 June 2019. And just we don't have to go back there, going back to the report, I see that General Sithole appended his signature on the same date. It does not speak now our implementation letter to the directive by General Sithole that a national pilot project process be established, a pilot project. But perhaps that's how the General Nzima at the time understood it. But to go further, at paragraph 4 of the same implementation letter, it reads, for your information and implementation with specific reference to the recommendations of the report as well as comment by Lieutenant General Dimpani. That comment is to be found in the report again at page 158, and unfortunately is in manuscript, so I'll try and see if I can read it and understand. At 158, above the signature of Lieutenant General Dimpani, the following is noted. Members already in the unit must be accommodated in the PE, thank you. For the WC gang unit, other critical basic resources were provided during the establishment of the unit. Funding to be provided to accommodate operatives. The costs, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. And as a fourth point, for other AGU as offered in the report, a phased-in approach be followed with regard to the other units. And that's what I understand General Nzima to be referring to when he or she refers us back to Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments. And once again, I understand Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments to be confined to matters affecting members. Once again, it's HR issues. How accommodation of those members, what is it, in the PE, the Western Cape gang. So the comments are confined to the members themselves, not the functions of the units, no, not the mandates of the units, no. So basically how members are to be treated. At 5, now I'm at SM4. At 5, General Nzima notes the provincial head's organizational development and strategic management is kindly requested to complete SAPS 495 documents for the placement and registration of the separate entities mentioned in the attached work study report. The completed SAPS 49 documents can be sent to marai@saps.gov.za for further handling regarding the PESAL registration. The report was presented at the Board of Commissioners and presented to the SSSBC. Two things come out for me here. The reference to PESAL registration once more confirms that is about HR issues. This is the system, as I understand, that records employees of government. Is my understanding correct? PESAL, the PESAL.
Yes.
It's confined to. That's the purpose of a PESAL system in the government, in the public sector.
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that there are requirements to complete SAPS 495 documents to be handed in regarding PESAL registration, it's human resources.
Yes.
Okay. Then it says the report was presented to the Board of Commissioners and presented to SSSBC. I had to do a bit of guesswork here, but I think the BC is Bargaining Council. I just did not remember the first three S's, what they stand for. but it sounds like it was referred to the bargaining council. Would you know what that triple SBC stands for?
It stands for, you're correct, for the bargaining council.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And we know what a bargaining council, the purpose of a bargaining council, we all know. We don't need to detain ourselves. Safety and Security Sectoral Bargaining Council. Thank you. Then over leaflet 180, item 6. Job evaluations in support of the levels of the command structure should be completed as soon as possible. And lastly, at 8, it is important to note that units that are established will be evaluated for the correct determination of the post structures, as the current structural approval is for an enabling establishment, and it continues. And that is the last point on that letter. My difficulty with your suggestion that report, that letter, constitutes an implementation letter that brought into full force all the findings in the 2019 work study. To the extent that's what you are implying, I have a difficulty. Because this letter I interpret to be speaking to practical human resource realignment that would be required and processes that would have to be followed. What is your comment to that?
My comment, just in a package, in a way, to make things easier. Firstly,
Yes.
the work study was a comprehensive kind of a document,
Yes.
even indicating, because you are establishing specialized units, then it included the ranking, it included qualifications of people who would be required in each specialized unit, and so on. Now, that's the human resource part. So they were quite detailed in doing it. So they completed the work study. They then write and discuss and adopt the implementation letter, which Commissioner Stolle agrees on and he signs, and then he says pilot it. Now, this letter by Mzima, which commissioners are referring to, is now written in essence to provinces to say we're now implementing. And that's why it's short and so on. And it comes in November. The work study had been adopted in September 2019. So this one is further implementation at a provincial level. Now, Timbane comes in from the finance side to say money is being made available, but these are the conditions and so on. And then so all these components come in as a phase is entered into after September to actually implement on the ground. That's why they make reference to PE, to Western Cape, and so on. But they are stating what would obtain in the final implementation on the ground.
Yes. I think I'm clarified with about your position. I just want them to summarize, to test that I'm not misrepresenting your views. Once again, we are back at 167, because all this, this entire exercise was to try and help me understand the import of paragraph 167 and the reason that you advance. So I'm going to test it thus. So there was an investigation, and your understanding is that there was a directive that it be implemented in terms of SM4, which is what you call the implementation letter. And the effect of that was that automatically task teams would be operating outside the SAPS organizational structure and therefore would be impermissible. Is that a fair, is that a correct understanding on my part, or have I lost it completely?
Not completely, with a proviso that should a need arise in a province or elsewhere, a task team can be or will be, it will be permissible to establish one for that particular purpose, but this is an overall effort to integrating things in line with the concept of specialized units.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioners, I want to leave this paragraph, this specific reason. Commissioner Baloy?
You're still going to be discussing this work study?
I want to leave this work study. I want to move to the next. So if there are questions on this particular one.
Yeah, maybe let me then ask that question. Minister, Ms. Silo referred you to the recommendations at 154, Mr. Murray's recommendations. And then you have the approval of the National Commissioner, who says there must be a national pilot project. And then you have General Dimpane's comment there, which suggests what should be done. And the implementation letter speaks about the pilot being Western Cape, the anti-gang unit, and then it says in that paragraph 8 of that implementation letter, it says in the second sentence, third line, the first units to be evaluated to determine the criteria as well as ideal post-establishment will be anti-gang units in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, as the units have been functioning already in the approval date, on the approval date of the report. We've established in your discussion with Ms. Silo that this seems to have related largely to personnel staffing issues. Yesterday in your testimony, you said this work study dissolved the PKTT with effect. I asked you the question and you answered quite firmly that yes, the 2019 work study dissolved the PKTT. And I want, apart from the fact that this work study, nowhere does it refer to dissolving on the date of this work study. It doesn't say anywhere that the PKTT is dissolved. But I want to put a difficulty to you that to the extent that it is a pilot project that is being approved by the commissioner says there must be a national pilot project. And then General Nzima speaks about the Western Cape as being the first one to be evaluated. Surely you must accept that they were not dissolving the PKTT, because there is specific reference to we will start in the Western Cape. And posts will become available. We will do evaluations as posts become available. On a reading of these documents, there is no way that justifies a narrative or a conclusion or an understanding that this work study, on its terms as it is in 2019, dissolved the PKTT.
You would recall that I went further to say they then realized that whereas it would have meant dissolution of the PKTT in practice, because of the phased approach of building specialized units, they realized that they were not ready to dissolve the PKTT in practice. But in theory, that is what they meant. That's why the extension was for another 6 months.
Okay. So this work study, and that's what I want to establish with you. You spoke very firmly. In 2019, this work study dissolved the PKTT. What I'm putting to you is in this work study and the following approvals from the National Commissioner and the implementation letter, there is no way that they speak of disbanding the PKTT as at the date of the work study. The PKTT, yes, I'm simply putting that.
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Minister, since your appointment in July 2024 until 31st of December 2024, did you get the opportunity to have Mr. Murray, Colonel Murray, presenting his work studies to you, both the 2019 and the 2024?
No.
No. So it is you who's interpreting the two documents. You're doing that on your own. He did not give you a briefing on those two documents.
Yes.
I'm going to put to you, Minister, that you are misinterpreting what Colonel Murray said in both his work studies, and you are incorrectly using those work studies to justify your decision to disband the PKTT. Because nowhere in any of those work studies did Colonel Murray say the PKTT must be disbanded. What is your answer?
My answer is that in the conceptualization of specialized units, it was expressly said that the proliferation or the existence of a number of task teams is not ideal. In other words, is not an ideal situation within SAPS. Let's establish specialized units. And when they established specialized units right from 2019, right in 2024, even in their assessments, they then established one of those units at a level called serious and violent crimes. It is in the structure from 2019, especially in 2020. I showed you the structure. And in that, or under that, serious and violent crimes, you have what they call the section. The section is called murder and robbery. And under that murder and robbery, as mandates thereof, they put sub-units. One of the sub-units that they put there is political killings. And of course, police killings, which we identified clearly yesterday. So it is expressed, not interpreted. It is expressed in black and white throughout 2019 and 2024. It's written down. And I did indicate that I had a chat with former Commissioner Stoll on the matters who indicated similar views when we had a chat on these matters.
So if PKTT is a unit within the murder and robbery unit, it's a structure within, how does that square up with his disbandment? Because surely then all that means is that it will exist, but it will form part of the murder and robbery unit. So it will be a team within the murder and robbery unit. How does that square up with its disbandment?
It square ups in the sense that it will cease to exist in the form that it is existing now. You would take the model, you would take some of the personnel, you would take some of the experience into the new specialized unit. But it tells you that they can coexist. You can't have murder and robbery, and then you have on your right hand side, you have PKTT. Mind you, in the new setup, when we come in, we discover, if I could use that word, that there are 4 provinces that are a problem in the whole country. It's not one where PKTT is based in, which is KZN. Your problem in terms of the views of the new administration is that you are preventing investment in the country. They say South Africa is ugly because of a high rate of murders, specific. And people don't feel, they are not made to feel safe. Now, you can't then take that to mean in KZN. You mean in the main, you mean in the whole country, but in the main, in the 4 provinces. Then what it means is that PKTT needs to be part now of the newly established, which is futuristic, which is not temporal, which is sustainable and budgeted for. You need to put it in the structure that is now has been processed all the time. That's where these two things fit in. They can't coexist. That's number one. And you are looking at sustainability. You are removing the temporal nature, but you are not firing people. You are not. At some point, I said to myself, maybe I shouldn't have used the word disband. I should have used integration or absorption. But that was with retrospect, because maybe it would have been understood better than what is happening. But that's exactly what it meant.
Minister, I'm going to suggest to you that that does not square up with the thrust of your evidence, which is that the PKTT is set up by the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, and therefore it can only be disbanded by a minister or by that committee. Now, if you have studies that only go to a national commissioner and his subordinates, and they adopt the recommendations in those studies, the suggestion, if that's your suggestion, that the adoption of those recommendations can override an IMC decision that there must exist a PKTT, that does not make sense to me. Because if IMC says there must be a PKTT because the president has said so, and it must continue to exist, what is the relevance of a study that is approved by a national commissioner and his subordinates? Because on your version, the minister establishes the PKTT and only the minister can disband it.
I did yesterday indicate, and I'm still indicating, that the work study, the National Political Killings Task Team was meant to exist for 6 months. It is clearly indicated and written down. Hence, the assessment in December to say, do we do away with it or it continues to exist? They decide. That is the IMC. It must continue to exist based on the submissions and all of that, I suppose, of the steering committee. Then in January, they then say, okay, it must exist, but for the next 6 months. Not permanent. Not permanent. They say another 6 months. Then it's extended and funded. And then after 6 months, this is now, they now say the extension must now take a year. Because if we assess the establishment of specialized units, especially murder and robbery, which would absorb PKTT, it's not yet that time. Then they extend it. That is why another assessment comes 2021, 2022. It's because these things were parallel. You assess, you
understood you to do so to demonstrate that political killings are the same as all other killings, and as of the date of the report, they now resort under murder and robbery unit. Did I understand you correctly? Okay, I'll try again. I understood, if you have regard to page 11 from your paragraph 35, no, 34, you speak of General Sitole approving the work study, and then you speak to the murder and robbery unit's mandate, including serial murders, police killings, political murders, murders of elderly persons and attacks on farms and smallholding. I'm reading from your paragraph 34.
That's correct.
And I think in your oral testimony in support of what you have at paragraph 35 now, which is a quotation from the work study itself, your explanation was seeing as political killings result in killings, and that the murder and robbery unit has now assumed the mandate to deal with those crimes. That put paid to any justification for the existence of the political killings task team. You said a killing is a killing, if I understood. Murder is murder. Did I understand you correctly?
You understood me correctly.
Okay. And the quotation you provided from 5.4.2 of the report is set out there. And it appears at page 126 of SM3. In fact, what you didn't reflect in your paragraph was the correct number, which is 5.4.2.1. The main heading at 5.4.2 at page 126, SM3, thank you. The main heading reads at 5.4.2, mandate, murder and robbery. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
And then below what you have quoted at 112, at page 12, comes out of 5.4.2.1, and you did, I think it was in response to Commissioner Khumalo's question, specifically point out that political murders and attempted murders are part of murder and robbery.
Yes.
It was in that context I say that you were saying a killing is a killing. Now, based on the responses that you've provided this morning to the various questions, would it be logical of all to accept that in the country, for as long as there is a killing, that automatically results under murder and robbery unit? Should we so conclude?
Correct.
Correct. And it doesn't need a task team to be established. It's a killing. We know where the mandate resides.
That's correct, except when, according to all of us, or National Commissioner realizes that there is something exceptional or remarkable in a particular area for a particular reason. There would then be creation or establishment of a task team for that particular period or something that is happening there, flare up and so on. But generally,
yes,
all matters would fall under this.
Unless the National Commissioner, you said, and all of us, that including us in the room, who falls under the rubric of all of us.
In SAPS.
In SAPS?
Yes.
In SAPS, okay. So, if it's in SAPS, and you have made reference to National Commissioner, then it's unless the National Commissioner thinks otherwise and finds a need to establish a task team. So SAPS, that police service structure. Okay. Sorry, Minister, you nod. I forgot that the microphone doesn't record a nod or a shake of the head. So,
Yes,
if you agree
yes,
with me, thank
yes,
you.
agreed.
Also,
Correct.
also, Minister, please just leave your microphones on, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the work study, the implementation plan prohibits establishment, and I use it in inverts, of task teams unless the National Commissioner has good reason to establish a task team where killings occur. It's a very inelegant kind of summary, but I'm trying to understand that. Are you saying anything? Are you saying that or anything close to that?
Yes, I'm saying something close to that. There would be a discussion to say that there is a bubble or there is something unusual happening in a particular area, and it requires this kind of remedy.
A discussion between who? Who's discussing in respect of that bubble? Where is that discussion held?
What we have, we have regular meetings, or there are regular meetings at least once a week between the Minister and the National Commissioner, but there are also other meetings that get organized, not necessarily falling within what would be an adopted schedule, but there are also meetings which I had said would be quarterly of MINESCO, that is ministry and top management. Those are the meetings that I'm referring to where things would be discussed on a regular basis.
But you said the National Commissioner will decide, so perhaps just to test, the establishment or the decision to establish or not to establish a task team, that's the sole preserve of the National Commissioner. It's for the National Commissioner to decide that.
The National Commissioner has power to establish within his constitutionally allocated mandate to do so, much as the provincial one has also that kind of mandate.
Okay. So, as you call it, a constitutional power, a constitutional mandate, and it's not surprising, it's that constitutional mandate that will override the effect of the Murray report that says no more task teams. But because the National Commissioner retains this constitutional power, he can still establish.
Yes, because that report or outcomes of the report of the work study do not, those outcomes do not necessarily override the constitutional mandate and do not even exclude possibility that there would be this kind of reaction by management of police and even ministry or combined when a situation so demands.
Yes. And therefore the establishment of a task team by the National Commissioner in those circumstances will not draw us back to the crisis you had on the 31st of December with the political killings task team in that it was operating outside the SAPS organizational structure, and that had become both administratively and constitutionally untenable. At least we will not have that situation.
No.
Okay. So there's a bundle next to you. It's marked exhibit bundle.
There's one of two and two of two.
Indeed.
Which one?
And then, apologies for the confusion, two of two. Sorry, before you leave the Minister. Minister, I hope you haven't closed our Murray report SM3 at page 126. That remains
Still
open. Thank you. So we know from the Murray report that the mandate of murder and robbery, as it reads, and I'm reading from the document, including taxi violence. So all killings, political, I don't know what other murders are there. I don't want to say normal murders. There is no such notion. Attempted murder, killings arising from taxi violence, all that now sits within murder and robbery unit. And that was the line of march from the day of approval of this report.
Yes.
I've called for the exhibit file. If you could go to exhibit CJC 55.13, it's quite a mouthful, and page 371. She'll help find the right flag for you. .371 is an information note. If we go further to page 373 and 374, those are the signature pages, with National Commissioner appending his signature at 374 and approving this, this document from 9 December 2024 to the 28th of February 2025, correct? You see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, if I invite you to go back to 371, the heading of this document is called an information note, and I think we have seen a few of those. It's a request for funding, Eastern Cape report on taxi violence and extortion-related matters. I'm reading the top of the document. It is numbered and with headings, and under item 1, purpose, it reads, the purpose of this document is to present information to the reader regarding the tasking by the Minister of Police on murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London, Butterworth. End of quote. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
So I understand from a reading of that clause, that paragraph, that the Minister of Police, and I accept that, that's yourself, Minister.
Correct.
You called for and tasked, and I'll use that term guardedly, I'll put it in inverts. I'm not suggesting that you may, you have, I accept that you have the power to task the National Commissioner to establish a task team, but I'm taking it from the document. But you tasked the National Commissioner to establish a task team to deal with murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London and Butterworth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you so tasked him.
That's correct.
Why didn't you trust the murder and robbery unit, which in terms of page 126, stipulates that that includes taxi violence? Why didn't you instruct that it be dealt by that unit? Because we know that was the line of march from 2019.
It falls within what I explained yesterday. It's correctly written there. Asked the National Commissioner, who in turn tasked Major General Zulu. Major General Zulu is in charge of a number of combat units within SAPS. It's not task teams. It's not the units in the form of taxi violence or serious, and she is in charge of combat units like task force, like National Intervention Unit, TRT, and so on. So the kind of situation that arose there, we discussed it with National Commissioner. They were going to go there to reinforce via combat capacity, reinforce the murder and robbery with their taxi subunit in the Eastern Cape because it had elements that required an extra kind of capacity that would come in the form of combat units. So she was not going to establish a task team. She was merely going to reinforce what is on the ground, but via something different, which is a combat unit. That's what I was talking to you yesterday, saying we decided in the new structure that there should be a separate division of a number of combat units so that they could assist specialized units and uniformed police on the ground.
Okay, I would like to then draw attention to page 372 of the same document overleaf. And at 2.5 it reads, in order for the subs to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed, and then they are listed there. How different is the is what's set out at 2.5, except presumably for size? How different is that from a task team in the form of the PKTT?
Now, the principles are the same in a way. A problem has been identified in the Eastern Cape. Extra or reinforcement is required. It comes in that form. They go there, they do the work. It's specific and time-bound, and at the end of that period, they then pull out. Now, in the same as PKTT was established, it was established for 6 months, deal with political killings, and then you are time-bound after 6 months, and after time, once murder and robbery has been fully established in KZN, it would be integrated. In a way, the principles are the same.
But this particular task team then is not impacted by the prohibition imposed by the Murray report. It is the same as the political killings task team. The same month that the political killings task team is dissolved, on the 31st of December, 2024, is the same month that you task the National Commissioner to establish, and as in your words you just said, an exactly identical task team for the purposes of this taxi violence and extortion matters in the Eastern Cape. And I'm not suggesting it should not have been established. I'm just trying to contrast and understand your reasoning. If your reasoning to task teams, and particularly the PKTT in December 2024, stands, I don't see how it can coexist with a thinking in the same month to do the direct opposite, which is establish another task team that is no longer afflicted by the challenges the challenges of the PKTT. I'm trying to reconcile myself with your approach, and I'm trying to fit in the Murray report and the fact that it was binding, all of which would have been issues relevant to both the dissolution of the PKTT and the establishment of this task team that you called for. I don't know if you are able to assist.
No, I'm able to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. The National Political Killings Task Team gets established because there's there's a problem that has just cropped up in KZN and is identified and it gets established. Let's leave out for now by who and so on. Go there, you are established 6 months. And then after 6 months, and so on. In the Eastern Cape, there's a particular problem that gets identified last year. You go and deal with this particular problem. You must have heard me saying, in a way. In both provinces, you have murder and robbery. But the murder and robbery, under whom there's a taxi unit in the Eastern Cape, is seen to be sort of overcome by the nature of the problem, practical, requiring reinforcement. And then these ones go there to do so. Otherwise, they are reinforcing. In the case of PKTT, they are not reinforcing KZN, murder and robbery. They are deemed to be, because they are not established in the same way as this one. They are now parallel to murder and robbery because they are there. This is now 7 years. And they are, in a way, I would say, the ones that the Marais report refer to, not this. I hope we're together. The Marais report finds a proliferation of sort of permanent task teams. And they say, don't have permanent task teams, don't have many of them. Reduce, integrate, make specialized units. Now, as an example, that specialized unit does exist in KZN. So they must do the work that the National Political Killings Task Team does in KZN. But in case there is something that requires reinforcement, you will then send. In this case, if there's something that overcomes murder and robbery in KZN, but overcomes also for PKTT, you will then have to form or establish this to go and reinforce the two. That's why there's talk of double packing. PKTT on one hand, 7 years now, murder and robbery, which is now there. There is that difference.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Minister, this information note, if you look at paragraph 2.4, it records the problem. Paragraph 2, in the information note, still at page 371, that you were looking at with Advocate Silva now. Yes.
Thanks, I have it.
2.4, it reads, the Division Visible Policing and Operations currently does not have funds to run the operation. And then a decision was that an application should be submitted to move funds from another environment. But then turn to page 2.5 and see what in fact gets to be done. And then it says, in order for the SAPS to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed. So there's a team formed. And then in 4.1.1, it says the team led by Major General Zulu be deployed to East London and Butterworth for the combating of taxi violence. And so there is a team which is being given the function to go and combat taxi violence, right? That includes murders. That's what I understand this to mean. That's the job of this team, is to go and combat taxi violence. I have a difficulty that from your evidence yesterday, you spoke about a false hierarchy. You said murder is murder. To create a task team that focuses on murder in a particular sector is a false hierarchy. Why is this not falling squarely into that which you define as a false hierarchy? These are matters that murder and robbery, not visible policing, murder and robbery should be investigating according to your approach to this, right? Murder and robbery should be dealing with these matters. You don't say to the National Commissioner, get murder and robbery to deal with these issues. You instead constitute a team to deal with them. What happened to your concern about a false hierarchy of some matters are more important than others that they require particular attention? Can you just reconcile that concern of yours with you constituting a team in December 2024?
Now, firstly, if I could be allowed just to extend your reading to 4.1, which says the deployment is from December the 9th, 2024 to February.
Yes, I accept that it's time bound. Yes.
That's number one. Number two, how do I reconcile this is a team to go and work with or reinforce murder and robbery in Eastern Cape. But they are going there to reinforce. Why then, how do I reconcile that they are the hierarchy and so on? They are not there to deal with particular societal categorization in the form of what I would call like in the form of KZN, in which I'm saying in 2018 there was nothing wrong because they were targeted, if I could use that, councillors at local government level. And therefore it was a specific category. Here you are just going there to deal with violence in the same way that happened in KZN in 2018, but slightly different in nature. It's just violence, killing drivers, taxi owners, whoever in the Eastern Cape at that time. So go and reinforce murder and robbery, combat this problem between those months, and then you'll come back.
Why do you say this information note says go reinforce murder and robbery? I mean, I see in 2.4, it refers to visible policing and operations struggling. Is visible operations in murder and robbery?
Yes.
Is it in murder and robbery?
No. What's happening at the moment, or before the adoption of the new structure, is that visible policing is a branch, if I could call it that, and then Major General Zulu is under visible policing, and therefore they were saying visible policing doesn't have funds to do this.
Yes.
And therefore, if there is a team for that period, get it from outside. This is what it meant.
Yes. What I'm asking, Minister, sir, you say to us that this team was constituted to go and reinforce murder and robbery. So they were not going to do their own work as a standalone team in the way that the PKTT was doing. You distinguish them in that way.
Yes.
What I'm asking is what in this information note says they were going there to reinforce, not to be a standalone team, but to basically work with and within murder and robbery. What is it in this information note says that, tells us that?
Well, it may not necessarily be here, but it actually was there. Okay.
So on a reading of this information note, on a reading of these 2 pages of the information note, there is nothing that says this new task team that you have tasked the National Commissioner in December 24 to form, there's nothing in this document that tells us they are not a standalone team. They are going there to reinforce and be part of the murder and robbery team in that area. There's nothing in this document that tells us that.
I would agree with you that in terms of drafting, it lacks precision.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Minister, perhaps I should take this moment to clarify that and I don't think anyone in this room, is against the establishment of the task team, this particular task team in the Eastern Cape.
Ms. Hillo, may we take the adjournment now and resume at 11:15?
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Minister, we were still on the information note in exhibit at page 371, file 2 of the exhibit file. Do you still have that in front of you?
Correct.
Thanks.
That's 371. Thank you.
371, Chair, thank you. That's where it starts. I want us to go further on. You recall that we noted that this task team was established, as page 372 tells us, 4.1.2. The deployment is from 9th of December 2024 to the 28th of February 2025, at the bottom of 372.
Correct.
Item 4.1.2.
Correct.
If we go forward to page 379. At page 379, that's another information note that starts at 378. This particular information note, if you go to page 380, is dated February 26, 2025. And that, you recall that in the previous document we read, the lifespan of this task team was until the 28th of February 2025. So the information note starting at 378 tells us at 380 that the lifespan tells us that this document was created 2 days before that task team was due to be dissolved. Do you note that?
Yes, sir.
And I want specifically to refer you then to page 379 of that same document, item 3.3. It says the current team consists of 2 detectives, 3 information collectors, 4 combat members, and 1 support. At item 4, there are recommendations as at February 2025. And it reads, this office recommends the following. 4.1.1, the current team to be beefed up, in parentheses, total of 19 members, to cover Butterworth, Ngobo, Kofimvaba, Mtata, and Zolo. The team will be placed in Butterworth. 4.1.2, additional members required are as follows: 2 information collectors, 2 detectives, 4 NIU operators. So, its original lifespan was for 3 months, effectively, and at the end of that 3 months, clearly from this second information note, its lifespan was extended once again. And not only extended, the team was beefed up. And by adding members from other different units into this team, the specific team. You see that, you accept that?
Yes, correct.
And it is safe to assume that decision was taken because this team was, due to the efficacy of this team. Would that be a fair conclusion?
Yes.
Before we broke for tea, I was anxious to make one thing clear with you, that and I don't think anyone within the Commission or reading these documents would question the wisdom of establishing that task team. And that wisdom is demonstrated by the documents themselves. In a period of 3 months since the establishment of this task team, as page 371 tells us, that when the team under the leadership of Major General Zulu, I would say, got onto the ground to work and deliver on their mandate, At item 2.2, General Zulu, it states the following. Major General Zulu interviewed the families and survivors and was able to draw 20 dockets related to murders and extortion. She discovered that little to nothing was done on the dockets. The first docket she worked on, she was able to arrest the suspect linked with more than 10 murders and extortion. The suspects were arrested at the Mall of Africa in Midrand. At 2.3, it notes, there is currently a breakthrough on other dockets, but need further investigation and linkages. Major General Zulu believes that she can end taxi violence and extortion in the two affected areas through arresting with convictions of the taxi bosses linked to the mentioned crimes. See where I'm reading, Minister?
Yes.
The task team was extended, page 378, and broadened to beyond Butterworth to include Komani, Mtata, Kofimvaba, and others listed at 2.3. The following is noted, and I read at 2.4. Survivors and victims started to come out and provided information on the case, and trust was built. 99% of dockets were never investigated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we must accept that that happens in an environment where there's a murder and robbery unit.
Yes.
And that demonstrates, I would say, the efficacy of this particular, the notion of a task team, and this one in particular.
Yes.
And it is for that reason I put to you that it cannot be in any SAPS operation that the establishment of a task team, the notion of establishing a task team, can be rejected in favor of an organogram. It cannot be. Do you have a comment to that?
Not at all. You would recall, Commissioners, that the two are not mutually exclusive. The idea of specialized units in the organogram and continued monitoring of developments on the ground, the result of which may demand that you do something over and above what organogram specialized units are doing. It's not mutually exclusive. It can happen. You now have specialized units, but you need reinforcement because of the extent of the upheaval or the problem in a particular area. Then you reinforce. And I did say what General Zulu was, Major General Zulu was leading. It would be a combination of people from the NIU, from TRT, and they go there, or any other combat unit, and then they go and work there, and so on. So it's not mutually exclusive. What the difference between that and what we're talking about in PKTT is that they are not in KZN to reinforce murder and robbery units. They are there as a silo, a kind of semi-permanent, if I could use that. In principle, there's nothing wrong with them having been established, dealing with what they were dealing with, but what is at stake now is that does NPK-TT unit gets extended beyond 7 years while you now have murder and robbery, whose capacity you may not necessarily be using in its entirety, and then leading to coexistence. They are not there to reinforce and then go back, reinforce. They are kind of there sitting parallel with murder and robbery. There's a difference.
May I go back to the question Commissioner Baloyi asked you? And it's because you persist in the notion that they were there to reinforce murder and robbery.
Yes.
from the two information notes, the first being at page 371 that we referred to, and the next that we have just gone through of February 25, starting at 378. When I read both documents, I don't come away with the conclusion that this task team was intended to reinforce anything. So I would like your guidance with reference to these documents.
Yes.
From where I can derive such an understanding.
Maybe before you answer, Minister,
Okay.
also have regard at page 378, that information note, have regard to paragraph 2.2, which says dockets were collected from Provincial Serious and Violent Crime Unit, and the team conducted further investigations. So have regard to that when you want to tell why this is different from the way the PKTT operates.
First, the precise question was, we don't read reinforcement here.
Yes.
And I did concede to Commissioner Baloyi that it's a question of precision in terms of writing from where I sit more than any other thing. They could have added precision. No, they could have added that element of being precise that it's reinforcement.
Okay.
But it comes in this particular form. But the understanding should be that they were going there to reinforce. They were not going there to be a silo or they were going there reinforce. That's why they look at the dockers, they find what they find, because they are meant to reinforce, to say, so where are you? Where are you? What are you struggling with? We are here for a few months. So let's work together and see how far. And that's one. And then on the other hand, PKTT was established exactly to do more or less. This is an example of what we are envisaging. And on the side of PKTT, it was established for 6 months and then leave once murder and robbery exists there. And then it took time, and they are there now, and we are not implementing. And by the way, I should say, PKTT are not guilty for that. It's us at management level who have created the situation that is there. They are doing what police are telling them to do. So an impression shouldn't be that they are wrong in what they're doing, because they are being allowed by management to do what they're doing. So, but I'm just explaining what should be, as opposed to what the obtaining case is.
Minister, that paragraph 2.2 in 378 tells us that Major General Zulu's team conducted investigations. There's a list there. So they became a self-contained team. So she says, we collected dockets, and then the team conducted further investigations. They applied for Section 205. They got post-mortem reports, photo albums for crime scenes. They did that. They took witness statements. They traced suspects. They applied for J50s. They did firearm inspections. So they were not there to let murder and robbery or serious and violent crime to do their work while they are back up. They took the dockets and they conducted the investigations. We have understood, that's exactly, or at least let me say I have understood, that's exactly what the PKTT does. They got the dockets and they did exactly the stuff. So the distinction that you seem to be drawing, so that's the one thing. The second thing is, The PKTT, you're right, was originally established for a period, kept getting extended, but exactly the same here. It was first established in December 2024, and this which Advocate Sello is discussing with you requests and grants an extension for a further period. So that task team's set up for a fixed period gets extension doesn't seem to be the anomaly here. It's not an anomaly. That is unique to the PKTT. Your own task team of 2024 December, in fact, conducts investigations in exactly the same way the PKTT was doing, and then it requests an extension, and it gets it. The difference you're seeking to draw is not apparent to me. In fact, there is no difference.
Commissioners, I would say from where I sit, there is a difference. We're talking about 7 years. Consistent extensions. Well, with what I spoke about post-2022, but
okay, let me
these are
try ahead.
extensions.
So the difference you're drawing is the one has been in existence for 7 years, not how they operate.
That's not, and how they, I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
7 years. And that side, it's 3 months, it's extension. The principle is the same, but practically it's different. They get there, they found out that there is serious and violent crimes within which there is murder and robbery, within which there is taxi. But their level of performance is as stated there. They take over their dockets, they find that there's this, they then pick up things and they start working in accordance with what is expected of police ordinary. In other words, if they were working the way, up to the level they were, they would have found all these things having been done. But there was precisely a complaint there because they were not performing well. I know the practical problems that were there.
But that's exactly how the PKTT came to be formed. There had been a task team, which is KZN based. Correct. Of the province, which was responsible for investigating these matters.
Correct.
And when the president intervened, it's because the work that was being done by whoever was dealing with matters there was not effective, and it was thought, let's form a task team. The PKTT was formed, but you responded exactly the same way in December to a problem in a different area. There's no difference in how they came about. There was policing happening in both jurisdictions, KZN and your Eastern Cape here. Policing was happening. Then there's a realization that it's not effective. The solution in KZN was the president formed an IMC, and that IMC resulted in a task team being formed. In this case of the Eastern Cape, you became aware of the failures of policing, and then you formed a task team. And that task team does investigations, takes the dockets, did investigations in the same way as the PKTT. So the foundation is exactly the same.
Correct.
Yes.
The principles are the same, but I'm saying there's a difference here, 7 years. The difference, again, is that there hasn't been action or existence of PKTT in line with the stats that I was shown, which show that political killings have gone down, but we're maintaining and so on. There doesn't seem to be strong assessments that are in consonant with this to allow the development of murder and robbery, whether for the worse or for the good. But we hold a view, a strong view, that say that if you want to deal with violence in South Africa, especially in the 4 provinces, have something that is stable, that is sustainable. Don't have a team, a task team on a temporal basis, because they are from where they come from a station and from elsewhere. Whereas these ones are from units that exist, combat units. It's simple taking them from where they are. You take them different from people that you take from a station. So there are those kind of differences. But the principles, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. So then your challenge with PKTT was the period for which it had been in existence. 7 years you deemed too long.
In part.
Yes, in part.
Yes.
I'll accept that. Commissioner, are you aware of a task team called Operation Lock?
Ms. Sildo, you just called the Minister Commissioner.
Minister, I apologize. I've dealt with too many commissioners from EMPD, and please accept my apologies. Thank you. I wanted to establish, Minister, whether you are aware of a task team called Operation Lockdown / Thunder in Cape Town. Are you aware of that task team?
I am aware.
Are you aware of a task team called Emanguzi Cross Border in KZN?
I am aware.
Are you aware that both, as with the task team, have been in existence for 7 years and they continue to be in existence?
Yes, I am aware, but not exactly in that way. I'm aware of, for instance, existence of Manguzi, and from time to time they get withdrawn, as I heard a few months ago. But I'm aware of their existence.
Why does their long-term existence not be cause for concern for you, such that you issue a disbandment letter for those task teams similar to the PKTT one of the 31st of December 2024? I trust that there is a reason.
They are of concern. They are of concern. In the first place, well, there's a slight difference.
Yes.
Lockdown is a kind of an operation, again working in the same kind of principle. Let's say, for convenience, it's a task team, and so on. It is of concern. Let me indicate what the concern is about, and we were about to land on them to show that there's a concern, not because I'm now facing a commission, but because of the concerns that we were continuously, or grave concerns, not just concerns, getting in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, about violent situation there, indicating gaps in the huge gaps. If you look at their existence on one hand and levels of violence in that, it could be concluded that they haven't performed up to the level that is required. And I discussed this with National Commissioner on a number of occasions. At one point, we had a discussion on the phone for 1 hour. And I said I requested National Commissioner to deploy intelligence in Cape Town to check why there is consistent, seemingly growing violence in that, despite what efforts have been made there, and so on. So I am aware the concern is there. On the question of Mangus, there is a same concern that at one point when there is a flare-up, minister would go there and then they would seemingly work for a while. And I know that recently, maybe 3 or so months ago, I received reports from the ground that they had been withdrawn and criminal activities went up in that particular area. So there is a concern. We haven't really been as effective as we would need to be in terms of the demands of the people or expectations of the people of Mongoose. So both of them are of concern. But you couldn't do everything at the same time.
Why not? It impacts different places around the country. It's not like if you disestablished the operation lockdown in the Western Cape, that would further prejudice KZN. I don't understand why they could not be disestablished at the same time, because they are in two different regions, in two different provinces.
Well, what got us to attend to PKTT
Yes.
is different from what we are talking about. PKTT gets in the form of us looking at organizational structures through orientation as we came, and we've become aware of that and how it should have been dealt with in terms of the work study and all of that. While in the Western Cape one, it's in accordance with what I would regard as reinforcement of specialized units that are there, getting beefed up and so on. It's not to say there is no concern and so on. So in the PKTT issues are different from this in the sense that this one flows from the organizational structure studies to say we have this kind of a team. The intention was this and this and this, and that would have been determined by existence of newly established specialized units, which is not what applies in the Western Cape. And the concerns in the Western Cape are not structural, historically structural. It's just the way, it's just performance-based purely. So there are those differences.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I hope you have your statement close by.
Correct.
Yes, and I would like to refer you to page 60 of your statement. You touched on this, I think yesterday morning.
Yes.
And I would like to refer you to paragraph 180, and that's where you quote the report of General Masemola of the 22nd January 2025.
180.
180, paragraph 180 at page 60.
Oh, yes, I have it.
And I think you read part of that into
Yes.
the record.
Correct.
That quotation starts with General Masemola. I think it was in response to a parliamentary question.
No, it is taken from in the preliminary report.
Yes. Thank you for the correction. And the first sentence reads, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. I'll stop there. Do you agree or you disagree with that statement?
I agree with the statement. And I'm cautious in doing so because of what the chair of the commission said yesterday in another context.
Okay.
Who said, you go and disestablish via your directive, but you didn't know at that time that on the 22nd you would receive a report that was like this. I accepted that, but I knew that internally I did have this thing that when I wrote the directive, yes, I didn't have this report, I conceded that. But I did say that I am from KZN. I am in the environment that PKTT is in and SAPS are in relation to KZN. I'm aware of certain things. One of that is that political killings have since gone down, particularly from 2023 in KZN. And it was in that part. So it is in that context that I'm saying I agree with that statement that by and large they have achieved violence in relation to political killings has gone down, PKTT or NPKTT has been a factor among other factors, as I would have indicated. But I agree with the statement.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to my next point, and it's because you've done this a few times, I think all the witnesses that have appeared before the Commission as an abbreviation called the task team PKTT. I note in your statement, and you just corrected yourself once again, you add an N before the PKTT. And I think yesterday in engagement with the Chair, you explained that it's a national political killings task team. Where does the N come from? Regardless of where it was established or by whose instruction, is there a document perhaps I can turn to where I will see it referred to as the NPKTT, or it's only in your lexicon?
There are documents, not a document.
Okay.
If you read page 61.
Yes.
Of the same report that we are in, that conclusion of the National Commission.
Yes.
Paragraph 182. It says, what is evident from the disbandment report, or it's me who is writing NPKTT. No.
Yes.
Roman figure 5 up there in the conclusion on the same page 61. National Commissioner says the current capacity of the National Task Team.
Yes.
This is the document that you are talking about. There are other various documents. There is a memorandum which was written a month after I took leave, I suppose, in August, written by Provincial Commissioner Mchunu. And before that, there's another document which had been written by Lieutenant General Khumalo. Both of them referred to this team as National Task Team.
Yes.
So it's actually in essence a national political killings task team, but people get shortcuts and PKTT, but it's interchangeably used. But it's not me who introduced the N.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the evidence of General Mkhwanazi and I think General Masemola, I speak under correction, whether he specifically dealt with this point. And beyond that, I think it was General Dimpane, but that was in a different context. It was at the ad hoc. But General Mkhwanazi made the point that the PKTT was one of 11 task teams that are funded from the national budget. And he indicated there are other task teams, but these 11 are national. And that's how I at least understood them to draw the distinction between the 11 and all other task teams in the country. So it is not the only national task team. It's one of 11. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
So the addition of the N to that acronym is just simply to indicate that it's one of the 11, not that it doesn't speak to who established it, and therefore who can disestablish it. The reference to it being national, it's not in that context.
Not necessarily, but in a way it is so, because the budget, it indicates that the budget comes, it confirms, in other words, that the budget comes from there, and leadership of the National Political Killings Task Team, like in other national task teams, come from national.
The leadership comes from national office. I don't understand. Please assist.
Well, of the NPKTT. The head of NPKTT is based at National Headquarters of Police.
But that's a recent appointment, I think 2 years ago, and he had been the head of PKTT all along, actually since its inception in 2018.
Yes, it confirms that what I'm saying, that the head of NPKTT has always come from, has always been a national figure or person.
Is that factually correct, Minister?
Factually,
factually.
Factually correct.
And
when it was established, it was the Deputy National Commissioner who was the head of NPKTT. And after that, it was Deputy National Commissioner Detectives. And after that, when Kumalo got appointed, he was appointed from national, and he's national.
We'll flag that. We'll come back to that point. From the documents I have considered, my understanding is that is not a correct factual position that you are advancing. We shall come back to it, and I'll seek to have you persuade me that that is the case, and I shall attempt to do the same in return.
I will do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the moment, I would like you to turn your attention to in file 2 of the exhibits. And I'm drawing your attention to CJC 5.6, exhibit CJC 5.6.
5.6. Yes.
Page 50, starts at page 50.
Thank you, I have it.
At page 50, it's a briefing to the President of South Africa, investigation and prosecution of political related cases. It's dated the 16th of March, 2024.
I've got that.
And you, Minister, assumed office on
July
2024. So this was about 3 months before you took office.
Correct.
Now, if you look at page 51, it sets out a summary of what the PKTT has done over the years, what it has achieved. I think that has been sufficiently ventilated. We don't have to deal in the detail. You are
Correct.
familiar with the
Correct.
content of page 51, all
Correct.
those statistics.
Correct.
You are familiar with them.
Correct.
And most importantly, at page 52, is a map of KZN depicting the hotspots regions on politically related cases. And as you would know, what we have at page 52 was the situation as at 2018 when the PKTT started its work. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
And overleaf then at 53 is the situation in KZN regarding politically motivated cases, and one sees a marked improvement, whereas there were, I don't know, maybe more than about 15 hotspots by 2024, when a briefing is given to the President on the 16th of March, this is the state of KZN, where the majority of them are identified as stabilized regions.
Correct.
And one is highlighted as becoming stable.
Correct. Correct.
And if you go through that document, it deals with, it provides the graphs to demonstrate the progress that was being achieved year on year until the 2024, when they now were down to 2 against, let's say, 2018, where they had reached 58 in that year. Do you interpret the graph the same way I do?
58 cases.
Against 2018, if you look at just below the graph, there is a legend there. Blue indicates politically related cases. Red denotes murder other than politically related murder. So if we look against 2018, you see that, at least on this page, 2018, I think the crisis had reached its boiling point because 58 politically motivated murders were recorded. And the last entry there of 4 and 2, respectively, green and blue, denotes that by 2024, 4 had been registered. And I say this speaks to the previous slide that demonstrates progress achieved over the 7-year period. You don't take issue with that graph, do you?
No issue, except to say you seem to be reading those figures as murders, whereas there are cases in the top squares. Murders are only below.
I've understood this to be politically related cases. So cases of murders which are defined as politically related. Am I misreading the graph?
Well, I know that when they write cases, sometimes they distinguish, maybe here they don't distinguish between murder, is cases murder or attempted murder.
Oh, in that context?
In that context. So,
Minister, please make that point with reference to the graph for me to follow.
I thought that when in the squares below, when they say total cases 2011 to 2015, it's 11 cases. All of those cases were murder cases. And when you go to 2016, there were 49 cases, 32 of which were actually murders. And then it goes on like that. This is what I was checking whether we're one there. That's my interpretation.
Advocate Silo, I think where the minister was, your reference to 2018 figures, you had said 58 murders. And the minister's point was that his reading of that graph is that there were 58 politically related cases, but 14 murders.
Of which the 14 were murders?
Yes.
That's the interpretation it attaches.
So in other words, it was not 58 murders.
Okay. I will flag that because there are quite a number of documents here, and I'll come back to the issue to demonstrate, or at least to seek to demonstrate that my interpretation of it is correct. And I will, and if it is wrong, I will ready to concede. Thank you, Minister. The Minister pointed it out to me. I was suggesting that during the adjournment, I will re-look at the documents that I have here to test that understanding. And if I am wrongly reading the graph, I will readily concede. But for the moment then, I ask us to turn to page 55. And page 55 is important because it puts in bullet point issues concerning motives for political killings. And bullet point 1 states, prior and after any local government elections, prior and after any local elections, murder reported were mainly as a result of fighting over councillorship positions where candidate councillors are eliminated. The second bullet point speaks to infighting within branches and municipalities over positions between newly appointed councillors and old councillors. The third bullet point highlights the problem with elimination of ward and PR councillor of a municipality with the aim of decreasing numbers to be able to win over the municipality. And it goes. And let's look at the fourth bullet point, conflict between local municipality officials and traditional leadership over land disputes and corruption. And as I said, the list goes. Now, going back to General Masemola's conclusion, as you quoted in your statement, that the task team has exceeded the purpose for which it was established, I interpret that to mean that the issues listed in this page 55 that give rise to high incidence of politically motivated murders are successfully managed and under control. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
And not that they have been eliminated.
Correct.
So, if the task team has been this successful, why disband it in circumstances where, if one of the main contributors are the elections, why disband it where almost every 3 years we are either having national elections or local elections? So elections play a significant role in what spikes up politically related killings in KZN. Would it be wise to disband completely or to retain a force to ensure no further flare-ups?
That question, Commissioners, take me directly to what the intention was, as opposed to a strong word, disband. It's integration, it's reconfiguration of PKTT, drafting the National Commissioner, just to make an example with an unrelated topic, when he was making submissions after, even from the 22nd, speaks about the National Political Killings Task Team being absorbed into serious and violent crimes. So if you look at it practically, the actual intention, all the time, it has been you transform, you absorb, because you have established a specialized task, or you have established a specialized unit. Take what you have been doing in the PKTT, absorb it here. You are not throwing it away. You are not firing people. So that question is answered by practically what would happen. Practically what would happen is less of disbandment than actual absorption. That's the actual real issue that we were dealing with.
But would you accept, though, that even on that scenario, the focus on political killings would then be lost? The same focus that the Butterworth taxi killings has implemented to produce the magnificent results that we speak of. Once the focus is removed from that particular problem, then there is a risk of flare-up. Or you would not accept that as necessarily?
Let's separate the issues. The flare-up may or may not be there, but looking at the trends, flare-up may be there. But if you have structured yourselves such that you are able to contain those flare-ups, because it's not given automatically that all murder and robbery units throughout the country where they've been established, except with Northern Cape, they are as weak as we found these units in the Eastern Cape. And there was a reason for that when we did more studies. But coming back to the topic, in KZN, you have serious and violent crimes, and under that, you have murder and robbery. And I haven't received a report that they are in the same weak state as just like those in the Eastern Cape. I have an example myself of, no, it's a wrong example. It's in the Eastern Cape once more. I don't have a report that suggests that murder and robbery and the killings team under murder and robbery is as weak as the taxi sub-unit in the Eastern Cape is. Because I don't have a report that says so, I assume that we have a fully fledged, maybe still to be developed to higher levels of strength in KZN, especially if you were to say, okay, we agree, we integrate what we have in PKTT and what we have in murder and robbery and its subunits. I don't think that we could be speaking about a loss, any loss. I don't think we should be speaking about anything that would cause alarm, even in the community out there. And therefore, that would be, that's my understanding, and that would be my response to you.
Minister,
yes, Commissioner.
Minister, on the back of that, when you made the decision to disband the PKTT, which you say you decided on the 29th finally, that you are going to disband the unit, what did you know at that point about the strength of the murder and robbery units, not just in KZN, because remember this is a national task team, as you tell us. So it may be based in KZN, but it's a national team. What did you know about the strength of the murder and robbery units across the country at that time?
I knew that, with the exception of Northern Cape, they had been established and that they were functional. We had not yet focused on what exactly in detail in Limpopo or in KZN or in Gauteng, but they were at different levels. What I know is that that was the only concern that was the only, I would say, issue that we need to beef up, we need to strengthen via a number of things, training, equipping. Myself, I was even talking about what we ended up doing in the structure itself, a new division, separate division from what's combined in Vispol, so that even those specialized units, you back them up, especially in the 4 provinces, because even by that time, December, I thought I had come to quite a satisfactory level of understanding the trends of violent crimes, especially in the 4 provinces. So I may not have known in detail, but I knew they exist. Yes. In terms of reports that were presented.
Yes, you knew they existed. You disbanded on the basis that the work that the PKTT was doing can be done by murder and robbery units. That's the basis on which you disband.
Yes.
But you don't know anything about the strengths of those units in the country. So your decision to disband could possibly have the consequence that, in fact, the units that have been established can't do this work, because at that point, they don't have the capability yet. They haven't recruited the people. They don't have the right trained people. How is that a considered decision that ensures that investigations, prosecutions of political killings or political murders continue across the country after your decision on the 31st, from the 1st of January, actually?
Based on the reports, especially when we reviewed the structure with officials confirming that they exist, and it was actually written down, notwithstanding the fact that they were not necessarily individually examined, but based on those presentations and based on the absence which would have been made to say we do have, but it is weak or something, which was done in the case of Northern Cape to say it doesn't exist. And based on my visits as well to provinces, including, all provinces except for Free State and Northwest and Northern Cape, I would say I was fairly aware that they were there, and this was to be reinforced after by information that I got.
I don't have a difficulty with a part of your evidence where you say you were told they do exist. I'm talking about their effectiveness and capability. And maybe let me do it by way of example. By the time you disbanded, you made the decision on the 29th of December to disband the PKTT. Had you had a discussion or a report from, and I use KZN randomly, I could be using Free State, so you can substitute. Had you had a report from KZN about the capabilities of their murder and robbery unit, their strength, their capability, and a general ability to deal with political killings? And when I say KZN, I'm asking the same question about Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga. Had you received any of those reports about their ability from the provinces themselves?
Now, I would say initially, when we were doing the review of the structure, we did receive a report of their existence. Now, we're talking beyond that. Now, we went to provinces, including KZN, including Limpopo, including Gauteng. We did find out and saw people that they are in murder and robbery. We did receive those additional reports. But I do want to say it was not necessarily to say we're in KZN today to examine just one unit, that is support services, for instance, or Vice Paul, it was not in that particular fashion, but we were satisfied with I was satisfied with the report of existence and what I had received, or we had received when we visited those particular provinces. But I do want to add, not necessarily with a view to wanting to exonerate myself from that scrutiny by saying that even despite the fact that we had not gone into detail about what was happening, you remember that we were arguing yesterday that the letter of disbandment still called for preliminary report. And indeed, when that report came, it did say, even though it had not come when we reported, it came later on the 22nd, it says, the National Political Killings Task Team in KZN would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes in KZN, which was evidence that it is known to exist. It may be at that strength or at another strength.
Maybe let me conclude it because I'm trying to understand what your answer is to my question. I'm going to ask it differently.
Yes.
Is there a record in the SAPS or in the ministry which shows whether it's a minute or of a meeting or a report, which shows that before you made the decision on the 29th of December, you were provided with information by the provinces about their readiness, which led to your decision that they are ready and able to take over, that murder and robbery in those provinces is ready and able to deal with the work that the Political Killings Task Team was doing. I'm asking that kind of simple question, that do we have verifiable evidence that you were provided with that information and you had that information when you made your decision that it is not necessary to have the PKTT because our murder and robbery units across the country are sufficiently capacitated at that stage to take over this important function?
There is the Marai report of March 2024. And over and above that, when we were reviewing the structure, we did get presentations. I may not be precise in terms of the level of detail on units, especially murder and robbery, in all provinces. But I know that there was confirmation, as I've said, of their existence, and no concern was raised at the time that they presented. There was a feeling that, or there were presentations that said, we do have...
Minister, I don't quarrel with their existence, and it's not my question. My question is not whether you satisfied yourself that they existed. It's not that. It's a completely different question. It is, you satisfied yourself because of information given to you that those units across the provinces are in a position to carry on the work that was being done by the PKTT. That's what I'm asking. But you've referred to the Marai report, so I'll leave it to Ms. Sillo to talk us through the Marai report and point us to where it says that. Thank you.
And also to when we're reviewing the structure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, as you were engaging with Commissioner Baloyi, I went back to check on the graph. Remember the graph we had put up? and the correction you made. That is CJC 55.6 at page 54. I just wanted to confirm to you that I have checked the further documents, and your interpretation is correct. I consider I misinterpreted.
Thank you.
So that explanation you gave, I think, is more fully articulated at page 51 of that annexure, just to place it on record. And in particular, then, for precision, at bullet point 5, that effectively is a narrative on that.
Yes.
On that graph, and it supports your interpretation.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the point you, Commissioner Baloyi just engaged you on, I don't know if you are aware that General Mutsipe appeared before the Commission and she has submitted a statement.
I am aware.
General Mutsipe, as I understand, is the component head of serious and violent crimes, of which murder and robbery is a part. Is my understanding correct?
It's correct.
At the paragraph 20 of her statement, she noted that although the murder and robbery structure was in place, the units were not properly capacitated. That's her testimony. In fact, the very engagement you just heard with Commissioner Baloyi had with General Mutsipe. And during her testimony on the 17th of November 2025, Commissioner Baloyi asks of General Mutsipe, General, when General Sibia tells you about the organizational structure that is there and that the PKTT must now cease to operate and fall under murder and robbery, you conclude in that paragraph, that's reference to paragraph 20, by saying all that was required for the murder and robbery units to be properly capacitated, but the structure was already...
Ms. Sillo, does the minister have this?
No, I'm just reading.
Oh, all right,
just a little excerpt from the transcript.
All right.
The first reference I made was to paragraph 20 of General Mutsipe's statement, where she says the structure was there, but there was no capacity. And she confirms that here in the hearing through her engagement with Commissioner Baloyi. So, according to the component head responsible for murder and robbery, as at the time of disbandment, that, can I call it a unit? Murder and robbery, yes, unit, did not have the capacity. The structure was in place, but there was no capacity. Hearing what you do now, do you think that disbanding the PKTT in circumstances where political killings could flare up ahead of the 2026 local elections was a wise decision?
Commissioners, in the context that I'll come exactly to your question, but I just want to say first a preamble. In the context of what would practically happen when you disband or when you reconfigure PKTT, it would mean in practice integrating what is there currently. You would take what is there in PKTT, what is there or not there in murder and robbery, because going together with the establishment of specialized units was to ensure that SAPS has greater capacity that is sustainable. So there is nothing preventing me from saying, yes, General Motsipe, component head, may have said that, but if in the process of integrating, you were not going to throw people and they become unemployed and all of that, you were going to integrate them. I have no doubt that this would result into the required capacity once integrated.
Minister, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Because you did not know how the integration would take place. So how can you say, if the unit is disbanded or if the team is disbanded, then I know that it would result in the murder and robbery unit being properly capacitated? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
I arrived at that conclusion because in the reports and in the assessments, including implementation assessments, latest 2024, that's exactly what they were saying. That when we fully establish serious and violent crimes, that's why they even wrote qualification levels of people who must be recruited or whatever in the murder and robbery. Everything was there. Payment, equipment, and all of those things. So reading that report, I know police knew what it would take to establish, and they had it written down and assessed twice. And I did say earlier, there was a letter, implementation letter in 2024, but which unfortunately National Commissioner did not sign for a year up until this year. He only signed in 2025 saying it must be expedited. It means that the implementation letter that was signed by all other officials, all other officers, except for the National Commissioner in 2024, they were satisfied that the specialized units have reached a point where they could, in their criteria, be functional. That's why they signed them for implementation, not establishment. And then they forwarded that to the Office of the National Commissioner, who then for a year didn't sign. So that's how you would have established that, or I established that.
Go ahead.
So the implementation contemplates that there would be recruitments, for example, of people who meet certain criteria, right? To be in the murder and robbery unit, you have to meet certain criteria. There's no information before you when you make the decision on the 29th that everyone that's in the PKTT meets that criteria. You didn't have that information, right?
In the PKTT?
Yes. What I'm trying to clear is you say there would be integration, reintegration.
Oh, yes.
No one is going to lose their job. And the impression it creates, Minister, and I don't know if that's the impression you're seeking to create, the impression it creates is that after you made your decision and instructed, from the 1st of January, everyone who was in the PKTT will neatly be slotted into the murder and robbery unit so that skill and experience would not be lost. That's the impression that your evidence is giving. Is that what you intend when you say they would be integrated and nobody will lose their jobs? Is that the impression you're seeking to create?
That's correct.
But that cannot be correct for two reasons. You don't know the qualifications of the people who are in the PKTT, whether they meet the requirements, the implementation requirements, as at the 1st of January. You have absolutely no idea about that. So you can't say to us, you knew that the people in the PKTT would all be integrated into the murder and robbery. You couldn't say that because you know nothing about their qualifications.
But I know that there is a report signed by all officials up to Deputy National Commissioner in 2024, signed for implementation.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay.
And there's nothing that makes me doubt that all of these officials would have signed something that they were not satisfied is at the level that is required in terms of the prescripts of the work study before. But two, when National Commissioner signs in June 2025 now, so it's after my letter, he simply says it must be expedited. It doesn't say there must be any other thing. He says implementation must be expedited, which when I read that, I assumed that he knew what he was doing, meaning that what had been signed in 2024 would be something that exists. It would be based on something that exists to their satisfaction, up to Deputy National Commissioner.
So what we know is what the National Commissioner approves includes that expedite the recruitments, capacitating these units. That's part of it, right? We know that's what he's signing for. My point is, when you disband with immediate effect on the 1st of January, and please don't focus on immediate for now.
Okay.
It's a separate conversation altogether. When you say disband, you say people would be integrated into the murder and robbery unit. The simple point I'm making is, or that I'm seeking to establish with you, is that as at the date of your instruction, you don't know, Minister, sitting there at that time as you sign this letter and you send it off, you don't know whether your PKTT people will be integratable into the murder and robbery units in their different provinces. You don't know that.
No, I know it, Commissioner,
Okay.
because it was made abundantly clear during orientation.
Okay.
What would need to happen.
Okay, can I we can leave it at that. That's your answer. Can I put to you that, well, General Sibiya seemed to have understood things differently because he gave an instruction that everybody must just go back to their old stations. Every one of PK, that's what he said. His instruction is so you seem to have had a different idea that people will be seamlessly integrated into the murder and robbery unit, but your divisional, your deputy National Commissioner for Detectives, I think that's what he is. His instruction is everyone who was in the PKTT go home, go back to your stations. That's not to integrate them into the murder and robbery units in their provinces. So it seems you and General Sibiya had different ideas about this. And for me, that's part of the problem that naturally follows from a failure to speak to your managers about your intention and how you see it playing out. That here's my thinking about it. You just gave an instruction, you let them execute. Well, Sibiya does what he thinks is best. He calls for dockets, and then he says to people, go back to your stations. So their murder and robbery units in the provinces do not benefit from your decision on the basis of Sibiya's instruction.
Now, the understanding that is written down black and white, including after the effect, was that they would be re-recruited, if I could use that, into serious and violent crimes, including in documents on the 5th and 6th. So this is now from the National Commission, not from Sibiya. What Sibiya subsequently says could loosely be interpreted as to say, if you were from Limpopo and you are in PKTT, in KZN, you would go back to your province, but to murder and robbery.
Minister, no. We can't do that. Please don't do that. Sibia's letter doesn't do that. It doesn't. It says, go back to your station. That's it. Please accept that's what it says. Let's not try and reconstruct it. He may come back. He will come and testify. Maybe he'll tell us what his intention was, but you cannot. You can't interpret it to suit your evidence now. It's just wrong to do that.
I understand, but my primary reliance is on the reports that we received, as I say, which indicate that members of PKTT would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Ms. Silo, I think I took you very far from the question you had.
No.
asked. I
It's still within theme. It's quite okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps then, that just to close on this topic, you are aware we have been talking about the IMC. On our records, and we don't have to go there, we have 8 minutes of the IMC meetings, which is the totality of number of meetings the IMC had, with the first being on the 21st of May 2018 and the last on the 5th of September 2023. I assume that you know that fact.
Yes, correct.
And I assume you know what the IMC discussed at each of those 8 meetings. Is it a fair assumption to make?
Correct.
And therefore, you will remember that at the meeting of the 21st of May 2018, which is the first meeting after the President has established the IMC, that the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal led the discussion about the problem in KZN, and that a presentation was made to the newly formed IMC. He was duly assisted in that regard by Major General Chilitsa. Now, I don't intend to go too deep into this meeting, just to refresh your memory, because you said you are aware of the minutes and their content.
Yes.
No, they are not on record. They are not part of the bundle yet. But no, the only issue here, and the minister has assured me, if the minister hadn't seen them, then I would have stopped this question. But the minister has assured me that he's seen the minutes and he knows. And that presentation, it is stated to the IMC that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of political killings. You are aware?
Yes, I'm aware.
And I highlight that because I think earlier in your testimony you had said this IMC established the political task team. So that contention has got to be wrong. Because on its constitution, this IMC was told of an existing political killings task team that had been established since 2011.
What I know is that there was a task team that was established in 2011. There was another that was established in 2014. There was another that was established in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, which then, on the basis of which then the PKTT took over. I know that.
I'll accept that, except I'm going by the minutes that you are very familiar with of the IMC, and I just wanted to highlight that at its first sitting, after the President had constituted the IMC, during a presentation by the Premier and the General Chilitsa, is it? Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. The IMC is informed of an existing political killings task team established in 2011. That's what they say in 2018. So the minute doesn't reflect any other.
I accept that.
Thank you. So then do you accept that any belief that the IMC, the 2018 IMC established the current PKTT is incorrect?
No, it is correct.
How?
It is correct because it is the IMC in 2018 that took the decision to establish a mechanism in line with the instruction of the President, a mechanism to contain the situation. And yes, that's my statement. It is correct.
And that's why I refer you to that minute, because if you read that minute together with the minute, and now you're forcing me to go and compile a pack of these minutes perhaps, with the minute of the 3rd of August 2018 of the same IMC, you understand that the political killings task team established in 2011 was what was operative at the time. And that is what the IMC was engaging with. It's only in August, when new engagements were had, that a debate about the effectiveness of this team, as was constituted, how effective that team was. And it was accepted it is not, it requires reconstitution, and that was from the SAPS perspective. And SAPS went and reconstituted its already existing 2011 team, together with a strategy, and presented to the IMC in September. And the IMC approved the strategy. In none of those minutes, I suggest to you, is there a claim that the IMC established any task team? You are not willing to accept that for the moment?
Not willing, because they were specifically asked or requested or instructed to establish a mechanism. But I can't deny that in the process of doing that, implementing that, they discovered that there had been various teams established before, as I indicate the years, but they were not as effective as the situation required them to do in 2018. And on the basis of the discussion, they then established, but it was no longer the same. And that one that had been established in 2016 had been established, I think, by the Commissioner of Police at that particular time. So they assessed. I'm not denying that there was something that was there. All I'm saying is that by 2018, in whatever form it existed, it was no longer, or it was not seen to be containing or equal to the challenge that was there.
Yes. Hence,
then the establishment of a new outfit.
Okay, I'm staying with the same minute, the very first minute of IMC of the 21st of May 2018. And in that minute, decisions are reflected under the heading decisions. The meeting resolved that, 1, the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation of each other, because that was one of the problems that was identified with the 2011 task team. And the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with investigation and prosecution. So the task team is being instructed here and being given responsibilities, and in particular to go develop that strategy. And that minute reflects the task team receiving that instruction to be the existing 2011 task team, unless, well, that's a minute that informs me, so, Minister, I can only go by what the minute tells me. Will you? And you still maintain your position. I won't persist if you do.
Yes, I would maintain the position that there was a task team that was established in 2016, not just 2011.
Okay.
And if the minutes don't reflect that, like you, I would be willing to correct myself. But so far, I'm maintaining that there was a task team established in 2011. There was another, I think 2014 and then 2016. But 2016 there was.
And what happened in 2018 when IMC was formed? Did they establish a 4th task team?
What they did was to merely inform those who were in that task team to say there is now a new instruction, a new initiative. We are now doing 1, 2, 3. And that's what happened. They were not like told you are now formally go home and so on.
Yes.
But they were told, look, there's now an instruction to establish a new setup. And it's going to be done like this and this. Those who were invited were invited. Those who were not invited were not invited.
At some point in your response, I thought we actually were closer than we started, because I understood you to mean that the 2016 task team is the one that was in place, that then the IMC instructed to develop a new strategy. Did I understand you correctly? Or are you suggesting that the IMC established its own task team? That's where I think we're missing each other.
It established what I would say its own, but building from what they found there in 2016, maybe in more detail, in whatever form that they saw fit, and they did it. But there was recognition that there is something that was there, but it doesn't meet the expectations, and doesn't have the capacity, or is not positioned to deal with the new challenge.
I will then provide the full minutes, and then I'll leave it to the commissioners to test as to which is the correct interpretation of the minutes. Is it yours, as you have articulated, or mine, as I've placed on record? The commissioners will decide in the fullness of time. I want now to turn your attention to Exhibit File 2.2. So good.
What page?
In particular, I want us to start at CJC 55.8, starting at page 74. Page 74. Now, from page 74, Minister, presentations to the Interministerial Committee. Sorry, the first being on the 3rd of August 2018, as appears at page 74. They are quite extensive, and unfortunately, they are not individually marked. But if you go to page 120, once again, it's a briefing for 2018. 13 September 2018, my apologies.
Page 120.
120.
Yes.
And if you go to page 142, it's for the 28th of March 2019.
Yes.
And once again, at 161, it's for the 30th of July 2019.
Yes.
At 176, it's for 2nd of June 2021.
Yes.
And 196 is 2nd of February 2022.
Yes.
And the last one is page 211, 6 September 2023.
Yes.
They are very detailed briefing presentations with statistics and everything that I would suggest the IMC needs to be kept abreast of to enable the IMC to take appropriate decisions. Would you agree with me in that regard? We don't have to consider the content, because if you haven't, I apologize, but I think you assured the commissioners that you are familiar with the content of all these briefing documents.
Yes.
I want instead then to refer you to If you could just give me a second to find my place. The last minute, which was of the 6th of September, 2023. It's right here. Yes, and that is Exhibit CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24 of the same file. Have you located it, Mr. Minister?
I'm trying to locate it.
CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24.
Oh, that page 24. I have that.
And this is should be headed in your file as minutes of the JCPS Interministerial Committee, Political Killings in KZN. It's dated the 5th of September 2023. And I don't have to go through the detail as well. It was the meeting discussed in detail the issues around the political killings in KZN. I want specifically, because of time, to ask you to turn to page 49 of that document. No, let's start at 48, please. And at this meeting of September 2023, which happened to be the last meeting before the 2024 elections, at 48 is a summary of various remarks by members of the IMC. And as at September 2023, insofar as the PKTT is concerned, I want to draw your attention specifically to bullet point 3. At that time, the committee, as Minister Cele expressed, appreciated the importance of dedicated courts for political related cases. So as at September 2023, the thinking was to take it a notch further, actually dedicate courts for these kind of problems. The next bullet point 4, records Deputy Minister Matale indicated that he agrees with recommendations of task team and the team should be enhanced. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
I understand Deputy Minister Matale is also your current Deputy Minister.
Correct.
The next bullet point notes that Minister Cele indicated that the task team is involved in the investigation of Fort University, I take it's Fort Hare University, and 8 arrests were made. And if I then jump to the second bullet point from the bottom, Minister Lamola commended the task team about their good work, and he indicated that the progress is indeed visible. Then it deals with other issues regarding Kwagogo. I think it was it's a prison, if I'm not sure, but we can skip that. But now I want to draw your attention to page 49, under specifically resolutions. The last bullet point reflects as follows, or it notes the following. The task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue. That is the decision of the IMC in September 2023. You take office in July 2024. And in December 2024, you take the decision that it must be disestablished, technically dissolved. Please explain to the commissioners what objective or scientific information you had to support that decision in circumstances where a year earlier your own colleagues, after 7 years of engagement with this process, had come to the point where they specifically take as a resolution that the task team cannot be dissolved and it must continue. What changed between September 23 and December 24?
Commissioners, I have indicated a number of those changes. One, in 2023, 2024, and then later on up to where we are, there was a marked decrease in political matters in KZN, starting from 2023, where you registered an estimate, I think we have the same figure here, of about 11 by 2023, and then going down to 7. And then I think in March this year, it was 1. There could have been another additional. So that's the first reason, starting from 2023, 2024. But the second one, I did indicate you are now in a position to implement that work study and processes that followed, and now reinforced by the review of the organogram, which is the exercise that we went into in 2024 and endorsed and even added new features to fight crime, murders. But we are now doing it with another perspective to say the problem in South Africa is murders. It's not, yes, you could categorize murders into political, but the general call and the general outcry in South Africa is murders. It doesn't categorize whether of old people or young people, whether kuna loko or something that is distinct in the national call is murders of women and children. But generally, the call in the 7th administration when we come in, it says reduce murders in South Africa. It doesn't say reduce political killings. It says murders. So we have to listen to that. It says the murders are the face of crime in South Africa. In other words, you have crime, all categories of crime, but the face that attracts everybody in the world and makes everybody fear for their lives and is murders, the rate of murder in South Africa, which is reflected by figures year on year. And at some point, I think 2023, 24, reaching 27,000, if not 27,800, something like that. And in KZN alone, reaching at some point 6,000 per annum, but getting down to 5,000, the last figure that we have. So that is, the focus shifted, not to say exclusively, but inclusively, inclusive of the figure that PKTT doesn't deal with, and that is the murder of people, which happens to be a way higher than those that the PKTT is dealing with. Now, we couldn't not respond to that. We had to respond to that to say, so the call for SAPS ministry is to deal with murders in South Africa. Hence, the meeting that we called, I think on the 21st in Kivisikrol in Pretoria, just to deal with murders, just to deal with firearms, especially illegal ones, and just to deal with drugs. And I may as well add that meeting was followed up in June, but in relation to drugs and firearms. So there is that shift of emphasis in the new administration, which doesn't necessarily look down upon for the resolution. But it says integrate. It says recognize that there are these people that fall outside political killings, so that the national clamor, the national focus should now be on matters, all of them, especially in the 4 provinces, because figures were instructing, were demanding that kind of attention. So I did indicate that, and even added that you could walk among people as Minister of Police, but when you are alone, you reach home, you know that what you should be dealing with is the outcry in the country of matters in the country, including matters in KZN, other than just those that are political. So I can go on and on, for which you needed a budget, and then where to want to scrap here and there, just to fulfill this mandate, to meet this demand. It is a huge demand.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, if I may just encroach on the Commissioner's lunch hour for 2 minutes, so I can just close this topic. Thank you. You raised a number of points, Minister, and amongst them, and I think it's a point that you've consistently raised at various points, and you always make reference to the 7th administration. Why do you seek to draw that distinction?
It's because each and every...
In brief,
okay.
Yes.
Each and every administration would have what they would refer to as their top priorities or priorities.
Okay. So it follows the 6th administration, which was under the leadership of President Ramaphosa,
Yes.
as well as the 7th.
Correct.
Am I to then understand from your response that when President Ramaphosa called for a targeted response to political killings in KZN, he was either not aware of the high murder rate in South Africa in general, or he was wrong in his approach? Where do I land?
He was correct in his approach because there was a consistent flare-up of this category of murders. And in his view, and by and large, in the view of people in KZN, something needed to be done at that time about this category of murders or assassinations. So he was correct.
So,
But he was aware of murders generally in South Africa, and in KZN, matters outside this. He was aware.
Now, he established this IMC for that purpose.
Yes.
Which is chaired by the Minister of Police.
Yes.
You come into office, you automatically become its chair. Did you call for the IMC to engage the IMC on what you consider the changed circumstances, and therefore to go back to the President and say, the steps we have taken, we are going to suggest be wound down? Did you take that approach?
No.
Why not?
We have said in the year, let me just call it the year, 2024, 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect. And therefore, we were, for instance, appointed as co-chair. I was appointed as co-chair of the JCPS instead. So there was no IMC to go to talk about that matter that you're referring to.
And lastly, what had disestablished, if I can use that term, the IMC?
Well, it simply was not...
Sorry, can I just conclude?
Okay.
Because in my understanding, when it was constituted, it identified not the incumbents of the various offices, but it was the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice, and it listed the ministers.
Yes.
And I interpreted that to mean it shall be those ministers, meaning whoever occupies that office at that time becomes part. Now, you are suggesting that at some point that structure of ministers was disestablished. When was that and by what? What
I'm saying, no, first, my understanding is that if you look at the list of IMCs over years, others would simply not be there, would not reflect in the Gazette, not because there was a meeting that was called to say you are being disestablished. They will simply not be there, either by cabinet or by the president. Now, in 2024, as of February this year, there wasn't any political killings, IMC on political killings where all other IMCs for the same period are reflecting. And therefore, we would discuss issues of security in JCPS as we did on volume code and other matters.
Thank you, Minister. We'll use the lunch hour to try and understand and locate.
No, let's carry on. We had decided that we would take a 45-minute lunch. Okay. And we meant to adjourn at 1 until 1:45. Now let's go on to 1:15.
Till 1:15?
Yes.
Let's see how much time I have. 7 minutes? Okay.
You want to carry on this topic?
No, I was just saying I need to perhaps consider the minister references a gazette regarding IMCs. So just to try and locate that gazette, and as soon as we are wiser, we'll pick up that topic again.
And can I understand the last part, Minister, of what you said about the Gazette and other IMCs being there and others not being? Are you, what does it mean? Are you saying there's a Gazette that was published which has all the IMC, and in there we will not find this IMC? Is that what
precisely what I'm saying is that whether gazetted or not gazetted, the list that I have, that I've brought to the Commission, reflects a number of IMCs in line with what has happened in the other years. But in that list of February this year, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect.
Okay. What according to you should have happened for this IMC to have continued existence beyond 24? Are you saying the president was required to do a new act and reconstitute? Is that what you're saying? And let me tell you why I'm asking. It's because so far, my understanding has been that you, as the new minister, would have continued from where these left off and convened a meeting, because the IMC is not individuals, it is the office. So at any one time, it doesn't matter who's the minister in office. So now you're the new minister, you are the one that was supposed to convene it. Then it would come into life, have its own meeting, continue actually from where they left off in 23. That's how I've always understood the evidence before us. Are you saying that, in fact, it's the president's fault that you haven't done anything as an IMC because he's not reconstituted you?
I am not saying so. I am simply saying, if you take the list of IMCs as of February 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect where other IMCs reflect. That's my statement. I'm not blaming anyone.
Okay, the list that you are referring to that you say you have, is it of this year? Did you say it's a February this year?
Yes.
Okay. There surely must be a list of last year of the IMCs as it last. There could not have been a vacuum.
23, 24.
Yes. And what does that say?
There are 2 years when it appears. I think it appears 22, 23, 23, 24. If not, yes, I think there are those two that appear. But 24, 25, it doesn't appear as of February this year.
So and there must be a 23, 24.
There must be.
that would have a list of the
There must be. I think in my bundle I did have a list of IMCs and years against them.
Okay, maybe then to come back, let me rather leave that and come back to the question that I wanted to ask. I understood your evidence yesterday about your philosophy. There shouldn't be any hierarchy, false hierarchy. You said there's a false hierarchy. Some matters seem to be treated more importantly than others. And murder is murder. That's what your language, and they should all come under murder and robbery units.
Correct.
That's correct, my understanding.
Correct.
That's your evidence. And when you were discussing the statistics over time yesterday rather, as you were talking through the statistics, I did ask you what is the purpose of that exercise, because I wanted to understand what importance are you attaching to the stats that show murder over time, over a number of years. Now, if your philosophy, and I'm prepared to accept, Minister, that as a new executive member, Minister of Police, you are entitled to bring to bear in the cabinet a completely different philosophy. So I do accept that if you differ with what your colleagues have done over time, in itself, there's nothing wrong with that. But I have two issues about it. The one is you hold a different view. Murder is murder. It must mean that you do not agree with the original idea that distinguished political murders from other murders. It must be. When the president decided, and you may not be the only one, maybe he was wrong, let me say that, to make that distinction, but it must mean that you don't agree with the original idea, because according to you, murder is murder. It's a fair proposition to make to you.
Not exactly. I'll state why.
Yes.
In 2018, there was a recognizable flare-up or pattern, let me call it pattern, of murders or assassinations of local government-based politicians in KZN, and it became a pattern, discernible, clearly. It led to an outcry that something needed to be done, and the president went down and he did that something. I agree with that. Now, fast forward, SAPS recognize that there is need to deal with certain categories of crime on a specialized basis, on a focused, sustainable basis. But it, at the same time, needs to be integrated instead of loose teams, each on their own, uncoordinated. Then they establish what they call serious and violent crimes, under which they establish murder and robbery, under which they then establish a number of these, but coordinated under one component and under one section. One of them is political killings. So it's not a matter to say, while it is true what the commissioner is saying, that I strongly believe that murder should be treated as murder, and murder is murder. There shouldn't be murders of elite treated this way, murders of what you could call normal or ordinary people. Let's treat murder as murder in terms of investigations and other matters. But that doesn't mean that police should not establish and develop expertise on something that they know. That's why you have various sub-teams, but organized in larger or bigger, I would say, units, in the form of sections, in the form of components, and so on. It's done that way. So cater for them, but in a different setup that you can sustain even in your organogram.
Okay.
That's
So,
the difference.
two things from that, from
Yes.
what you're saying now. You have no difficulty or philosophical problem with having a unit that looks at political killings, as long as, according to you, that unit is not a standalone, it falls under murder and robbery. So it's where it is housed that you have an issue with. Not that there's a team whose only focus is political killings.
Not at all, because if you integrate them in that particular way, you budget for them properly each and every year, because
Don't go
Yes.
there. No,
Okay.
don't go to the.
Yes, I don't
administra- You don't have a difficulty. Your
Yes.
difficulty in this case is the PKTT doesn't fall within the murder and robbery unit. Rather, the team that is focusing on political killings
Correct.
doesn't fall within murder and robbery.
it's a silo.
Yes, that's your difficulty.
Correct.
With it.
Correct.
That being the case, I'm told it's got a past. Can I ask my question? You don't have to answer it, and then we can take it back we can take it up when you come back. My question is, that being the case, why could you not discuss that with the National Commissioner instead of making the decision the way you did? Why didn't you have a conversation with the National Commissioner that I want political killings to now be conducted under murder and robbery, make the necessary changes? Why couldn't that be done? You can answer when we come back. The chair is shutting me down. It's shutting both of us down.
Okay.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Sello.
Minister, before we broke for lunch, you had highlighted the issue about whether an IMC is listed in the, I think originally you said Gazette, but you then gave the proper name. And I intend to quickly cover that. I understand the document is called Official Guide to South Africa, and then it's produced on an annual basis. And in that document, then, amongst others, IMCs would be listed. And you raise this to point out that in the 24-25, it was not listed. And I don't know if you took it so far as to then suggest that it had ceased to exist. Was that the intention?
Yes.
Are you aware, as we know, the PKTT IMC, the president constituted in 2018. That's beyond debate.
Yes.
Correct? And you are aware that in the 1819 official guide, this document I reference, that this particular IMC was not listed.
Correct.
And it continued to do its job and report to the president in the normal course.
Correct.
And in 2019-2020, it was not listed yet again.
Correct.
And it continued to function and report to the president.
Correct.
And similarly in 2021, 2020, 2021, and in 2021, 2022. It was not part of that listing that you drew our attention to.
Correct.
Nonetheless, it continued to exist. It engaged in KZN on political killings, and it duly reported to the president.
Correct.
And based on those reports that the president received, he in turn reported to the nation as to what is happening regarding political killings in KwaZulu-Natal.
Correct.
The only years it appeared in that document were 2022, 2023,
Correct.
and 2023, 2024.
Correct.
I don't know if we have one for 24, 25. The point I seek to make to you is whether or not an IMC exists, that's on the one part, or continues to exist, cannot be determined by whether or not it's listed in that document. Would you accept that proposition?
I would qualify that whether it exists, it is listed or not listed. You would, as I said, I got a letter appointing me to as co-chair of the JCPS. So you do get that kind of conversation, which I didn't get on this. It was on those bases. I mean, additional thing to qualify what you're saying.
Also, it's no longer whether or not it appears on that list. That's not the determining factor now.
No, I'm saying over and above what you are saying, there is something that indicates that where you are and so on, where you're not.
Okay, in the interest of time, perhaps I'll just note that your response is noted, and I'll move on. Lastly, you relied on the second work study, and this is the 2024 work study, and that's your SM5. File 2 of 2 exhibits, SM5. Where's my 5? What have they done?
I've just been told that. Oh, sorry.
Whose file is that? Who took my files? SM5, it should start at page 181. Commissioners, I'm at file 2 of 2 of the exhibits, and I just referred the Minister to SM5, which is an annexure to his statement. And SM5, Minister, you'll see, is titled Evaluation of the Implementation of Approved Work Study Investigations for the Establishment and Review of Resources for Specialized Investigation Capacities Detective Services. Do you see?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to page 201. And I think yesterday morning, or was it at your previous appearance on Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. Commissioner Khumalo drew your attention to this document and specifically to the recommendations that started from page 200. You see that? They started
Correct.
200.
Correct.
And in particular to clause or paragraph 8.10 at page 201, and it reads, current task teams must be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. My question is, when was that exercise undertaken in respect of the PKTT?
Well, I wouldn't know before I arrived.
Okay.
It could be. It could have been done. I didn't check.
Can I pose my question differently?
Yes.
Did you satisfy yourself that that exercise had been undertaken in respect of the PKTT before you directed that it be disestablished?
No, I didn't. But I did say I relied on reports that were presented to us, among which was the document that was signed by all officers and brought or submitted to the Office of the National Commissioner, which he didn't sign up until this year. He only signed this year.
Which document is that? Apologies, Minister. Is it on record as far as you're aware? Have you tendered it as part of your annexures? I think Commissioner Khumalo is about to come to our assistance. Thank you.
Okay. But it's a document on specialized. It's Marai report.
This is the same document we are dealing with.
Yes.
So the signatures you are looking for are on pages 211, 210, 212, 207.
Oh, yes.
And 205, but it's the same document, and 204.
204.
So the signature page of the report is on page 202. What then follows are the comments and recommendations.
Yes. Yes, this one is the latest 2025.
Yes, and
The 2024 that I'm talking about that I looked at was the one that was signed in 2024.
yes.
Yes.
And that is your SM5, is that not so? And that is what Commissioner Khumalo referred to, and is the same document I was reading from. Your SM5, just to orientate ourselves, starts at page 181 and runs up to the document itself up to 212, and then it's got another document attached to it headed Supplementary Input Financial Implications, starting at 213. The signatures, I think, that you were referring to, or I understood you to be, unless I misunderstood, start from page 202 with the signature of Colonel Murray on the 6th of March 2024 at page 202.
Yes, if
And
it's that
it
one.
goes to page 211. No, 212, with the
Yes.
last one being General Masemola, who appends his signature on the 5th of June 2020.
Yes, that's the document.
Oh, I think I see your issue. You recall I directed you to page 202.
Yes,
The first signature is that of Colonel Murray, and that is a 2024 signature.
correct.
And everybody else thereafter also appends their signature in 2024 up
Correct.
until page 210.
Correct.
And with General Sibia signing on the 16th of September 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at 211, General Dimpani signs, but on the 3rd of March 2025.
Correct.
And overleaf at 212, General Masemola signs
Correct.
on the 5th of June 2025.
Correct.
Okay. So you are, with reference to what I read out, I had asked whether the recommendation that the current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis to ensure feasibility, as contained here.
Yes.
What is your response, that it was not a requirement at the time, or?
No, I understood myself to be responding to your question by saying this is the document that I relied on, if I could use that word.
Yes.
And to say that all these signatures would be indicating approval of the assessment by Marai.
Yes.
Yes.
And would they indicate approval of the recommendations set out therein?
I take it that everything that is said in the report.
Okay, I think where Commissioner Khumalo was trying to assist us was where you referenced a document in 2025, but in effect there isn't one. It's just that General Masemola signed in 25. It's the same document.
There isn't one.
There isn't another document.
Oh, yes,
signed.
it is this that
It is
I was
this
saying.
one.
It was in the National Commissioner's Office for a year.
And in fact, at your paragraph 168, you do invoke this report when you advance your second reason for disbandment.
Yes.
You base it on this report.
Yes.
Hence, I go to the recommendations and say they stipulate that there's an exercise that must be undertaken to ensure the feasibility or to determine the feasibility. And what I was checking with you was, did it take place? And I think your response, if I'm not misquoting you, was you're not aware it could very well have happened already by the time you assumed office. My second question was then, did you satisfy yourself that it indeed had been undertaken because this becomes a central document to support your reason number 2. Did you satisfy yourself?
No, not to that extent, because this is work that gets done under the National Commissioner, processing that and doing so. You wouldn't find Minister going to Western Cape to check whether the component on such and such is at the level. You get it at high level. And this is what I got at high level, that there has been an assessment and it was signed off, and meaning that they accepted, all those who signed, accepted whatever was recommended, including things that needed to be done shortly thereafter or at whatever other point. So with this, you say these people, when they signed, they were indicating readiness, and you have no reason to doubt because you don't have any other evidence that makes you doubt the officials.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. I note your response. I would like us to move to the other aspect, which is central to your letter of disbandment. And I think you had very briefly touched on it in your engagement this morning with Commissioner Baloyi. And this, I think you termed them human rights abusers,
yes.
The reports that you had received
yes.
of human rights. And you deal with that from page 26.
Yes, correct.
At paragraph 73, you list a number of complaints and the persons that complained, and you summarize basically the essence of the complaint. And these are some of the complaints that informed you that the best course to take was to disband.
Correct.
Now, I look at, and I think yesterday you did indicate that they are more HR in nature. Did I understand you correctly?
I said HR and
Yes.
and other practices that are not. There's something that I qualified.
Okay.
Further qualification.
I accept that. Thank you. But I see all of these persons listed here in 73 are police officers.
Yes, on the list.
Now, insofar as HR matters are concerned, I would expect SAPS to have a grievance procedure or process
Yes.
with all its appeal stages.
Yes.
And at no stage would the minister be involved. It's internal within the SAPS organization. Would I be correct in my assessment?
I do indicate, and I did indicate yesterday, in case by case, for instance, with regard to number 1, that it went beyond National Commissioner directly to me in terms of the grievance, and I referred it back. In fact, we had a discussion with National Commissioner on that, and we ended up allocating it to Deputy Minister Matale, who dealt with it, and until it was finalized, as is indicated there. So there are those instances where things like grievances or complaints would involve us. I must say that. Well, not by way of escalating a complaint or a grievance, I would say so. So this is one of them, and the others that follow.
My concern is this, Minister. I think it's only appropriate I share it with you. SAPS is a very large organization.
Yes.
I think the workforce is well over 20,000. It's a significant organization, and one would expect in an organization like that there'll be systems and processes to deal with issues, some of which may in fact be reflected in regulations.
Yes.
And they dictate how members should engage with grievances or issues they require address.
Yes.
And the only way the system will operate and function and serve the organization is if everybody adheres to a determined process.
Yes.
And looking at the ranks, Lieutenant General, Major General, Lieutenant General, above these people, there is still the National Commissioner who is the General. The part I struggle with is where the minister gets involved in a matter involving a Major General within SAPS on HR matters, where that problem hasn't run its course through the organizational systems. How do you justify the minister's involvement?
Those matters would have run, as I know, they did run their course. At the end of the course, as prescribed, as you describe it, then the person wants to make an appeal or is not satisfied with that course having run its course. And then it comes to us. We don't invite it. You don't say, anyone with a grievance, come to me. They come to you. You then go to the National Commissioner. You say, there is this thing that I'm coming across, as we did. What is this? And he explains and he says, we dealt with this matter, but this person was not satisfied. You call the person, you say, your matter was dealt with. You are still not satisfied. What's the problem? That's when I then asked Deputy Minister Matale to work with the National Commissioner and other officials to resolve the matter, and it was resolved. They just changed some of the issues, whatever they were. I can't remember in detail, but it had to do with somebody who was transferring from SAPS to the National Assembly with some conditions that they were not agreeing to. So it happened, and it does happen. And then each of those, we dealt with them in that way. And as you see, others, like I did indicate, that others say, no, I make an appointment. Okay, what is it? No, I've got such and such a grievance, but my matter is in court. I don't want your assistance. I was just making you aware. So people come, you don't know what they want to come for. They tell you, you then channel whatever grievance. Not because you invite yourself or you just get into matters. It's because you want to satisfy the other person. And you want to do a collective effort to the best of your ability, all of you, because at the end of the day, if you don't do those things, but properly, of course, you are going to be confronted by a question in Parliament, and you are going to be confronted by a question, what did you do? Thank you.
Minister, the complaints in paragraph 73.1 to 73.8, are they against the PKTT?
No. I did indicate that from SAPS, others, human rights, and I did say others from PKTT in the paragraphs that are relevant. And I then categorized them into two. Possibly these ones are SAPS intelligence, but there are others that are from PKTT. Maybe not in this list, but in the other list where the Commission advised me to take counsel from counsel. Though in there are those who come from PKTT.
Thank you. Commissioner Balwe.
Minister, under this heading, Human Rights Concerns, you start in paragraph 71, and that's how I would like us to look at the context in which we must look at your paragraph 73, what it is you're seeking to convey or to do. In paragraph 71, you say your office received a series of complaints and reports from civil society actors. You haven't named them in your statement. You say with whistleblowers, maybe in their nature, they are not to be disclosed. You said SAPS members, Parliament, and members of the public. You say you received complaints. And then you say these reports, and this is the important part for me, you say these reports raised concerns about the human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures affecting the various temporary and ad hoc task teams, including but not limited to the NPKTT. So let's limit it to the PKTT because you've mentioned them specifically. So you say these complaints that you've received from those different categories of people, they implicated the PKTT. And remember that we are in this inquiry because of the decision to disband the PKTT, and we are looking at why that would have been done. Having given that summary of the people that came to you with reports and complaints about the PKTT, you then say in paragraph 72, the complaints from various complainants varied in content and emphasis, but they shared common themes: unmonitored task team operations, resulting in grave human rights abuses. Now, we know later on that you rely on Ms. De Haas's complaints because you have referred to her about human rights abuses. And in fact, I think yesterday when you testified, you said one of the things that have been reported to you is members of the PKTT wearing balaclavas when they go and do operations. That's part of your concerns about them. And then you say again, unclear reporting lines, allegations of overreach, duplication of functions, and significant strain on SAPS resources. And you have said what your concerns are about the financial implications of having PKTT. Now, from 73, you then set out, from 73, 74, and 77, you then discuss the complaints that you have. The first 73, it is, you say, for the benefit of the Commission, the complaints are listed, and you give us a list of employees and what the issues in some cases were. They look typically, all of 73, they look typically like employee relations issues, HR issues.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I have a question. I made a note for myself to ask you, are these PKTT issues?
No.
They are not. Okay. Then, so we can discount all of 73 that you've got. It has nothing to do with PKTT, and it could not have been part of your reasons for dissolving the PKTT.
Correct.
They were not. All right. But what you haven't explained to us is what are the issues relating to PKTT about unclear reporting lines? What are the allegations of overreach against the PKTT? You've spoken to us about duplication of functions, and I think there you refer to what the murder and robbery unit can do, which is being done by the PKTT, so maybe I do have an idea there. And then your strain of SAPS resources, you're talking about the financial implications, but the rest of it you haven't. So I have struggled in reading this, and so far you haven't explained to us why or how these factors you list here would have been, except for financial strain and duplication of functions, you haven't said to us how it is that these were factors that you would have validly taken into account in the decision to disband the PKTT.
There is it's just that I'm trying to find in my own submission. There is a last sentence there that say other people.
Apologies, I might be able to assist you. What are you looking for in your statement?
73.8, I think it is, Minister. On page 27, I think that's what you're looking for.
Page 27.
Yeah, paragraph 73.8 of your statement. The very paragraph that we've been looking at. And then sub-para 73.8. I think that's what you're looking for.
Yes. There is then 73.8.
Yes.
7.3.8 says, and other names to be submitted to the commissioners
Yes.
for confidentiality.
Okay. Now,
Those
Yes.
have something to do with PKTT, but I couldn't write here for
Yes.
confidentiality.
I accept, and I know how we resolved it yesterday, your list,
Yes.
but you haven't told us what is it about those names. First, what is it about those names, that contributed, if they do, to your decision to disband the PKTT? You haven't said it. You handed up the list yesterday, and then it was handed back to you to say your counsel, maybe you should speak to your counsel to advise you how to handle that list. But as we sit now with your statement and you're sitting there, we don't, at least let me speak in the singular. I don't know what those 8 names have to do with your decision to disband the PKTT, if they do at all. That's 1. 2, because I don't know what the issues are about the 8, I'm not in a position to say whether you validly or correctly took them into account in your decision to disband the PKTT, if that's in fact what happened.
It is covered, they are covered, that category, in paragraph 71 in the main, where we say these reports raise concerns about human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures, and so on. They are covered there in that paragraph. I didn't write anything separate for them because this paragraph covers all the categories, including Ms. Becker and all of that in just one paragraph. But the details are not here.
So where, yeah, I guess I'm trying to see how 73.8 is of any use to us if we don't know what in fact it is about these individual complaints, those in 73.8.
Yes.
If the commission doesn't know what it is that they complain about to you and that you could have validly taken into account
Yes.
in your decision, until you tell us the nature, I think it doesn't help to say they fall under 70.1 or 70.2, 72 rather, 71 and 72, if we don't have details of it. And I want to remind you that you have just conceded, for example, to Ms. Sello, and to me you've accepted that 73 is typically employee relations matters, right, that have nothing to do with the minister ordinarily. And I have nothing right now, looking at your statement and having listened to you, there's nothing that tells us that those 8 people in that list, it's not exactly the same issues of employee relations. Because if it is employee relations issues, then they must be irrelevant to your decision to disband the PKTT. We must look somewhere else for an explanation.
It is for that reason, commissioners, that I thought I would be appeal favorably to the commission to listen to those people. Then I submitted the names, 8 names, so that the commission can know and determine whether my assessment was actually correct as to be part of what would have influenced me to write the directive. Now, the commission advised me to revert to my lawyers for advice, which I accepted. Now, we haven't processed that so that I know what my lawyers are advising me to do, so that you can know, as the commission, what is it that is the... I couldn't write that, because if I wrote that, that would mean that I would be breaching confidentiality that these people contacted me and made reports based on confidentiality arising from their security. So that is the issue that I have. That's the explanation that I can give.
Maybe then lastly about that, can we then agree that until that list and the detail of the issues that they have raised with you and the dates when they raised it, yes, until all of that is properly placed before the commission, we don't have any relevant evidence about complaints of SAPS members on which you relied to make the decision to disband the PKTT. I'm not sure if I'm articulate enough that you understood what I'm saying.
You're articulate, I've understood. I will take advice. I will then test again whether the commission does accept that, and I'll proceed on those bases as advised.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Minister, if you are able to answer, the 8 that you have, the list, yes, that you have, when would those people have raised those issues? When did they raise those issues with you?
They exactly fall in the category of 71, where I say during the latter part or half of 2024. That is after we got appointed, shortly after.
So all of them is before your decision?
Yes.
Before the 29th of December?
Yes. They called, others went up to an extent of requesting private meetings or confidential meetings. And I did hold such meetings with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, in your disbandment letter, do you mention these complaints and these human rights violations? Do you say in your disbandment letter, I've decided that the PKTT should be disestablished because I have received complaints, some of which include allegations of human rights abuses?
No, in the letter, I didn't include details. I think on all 3 directives that I issued, except maybe in a very high level kind of thing. But when I wrote this, I did not particularly indicate any detail. It was just high level. And I was relying that...
Even at a high level, surely you can say, I have serious concerns about human rights violations being perpetrated by the PKTT. I no longer think this group should exist because of that reason.
Yes, I could, but I didn't. Because if I could go further, when I received all of this, I think in January or just before the end of the year, somewhere there, I had a discussion with the Special Advisor Advocate Pikuli to say, look, there are matters here of a security nature, very sensitive. In order to deal with them, no, I said I'm not in a position to go to the National Commissioner to report these matters or to any other official. They have been raised with me on a confidential basis based on security. I think that we may need to consider a ministerial inquiry. That's how I put it, when we were discussing with Advocate Pikoli in confidence. We went up to the extent of coining some names of such people. That is the gravity, the extent of gravity of those complaints in that category of 8 people. But we got overtaken by events. We didn't get to that particular stage. But it was such that these are not matters that you can just call an official and say, sit here, repeat what you told me. They are not that simple. In the first place, a person comes to you in confidence and then say to you, look, I'm afraid, I have fears for my life, but I trust you, I'm going to share with you 1, 2, 3. Then you start. At the end, you go back to what they would have said. You believe it, that, yes, I don't think it would have been advisable for you to do otherwise. You keep this thing.
Minister, I think you have answered me,
okay,
because otherwise we will take the whole day. We won't get to the end of what we want to get to.
Sorry, Mr.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can I just check this? Minister, those 8 people that come to you confidentially, they give you their complaints.
Yes.
What did you do with those complaints? And I'm not asking you to, I note that you say you spoke to Mr. Pikoli.
Yes.
Other than that, about these 8 and their allegations, those allegations in particular or complaints, what did you do about them?
As I say, well, I know of one case, possibly, of one of them who wrote to the National Commissioner as well. But I don't know whether, I didn't inquire whether National Commissioner responded or not responded. But what did I do?
Yes.
I discussed with Advocate Pikoli. We resolved that a possible option is an inquiry, because if these things are true, they are quite grave matters, not just of HR, but there are issues there of security, and there are alleged murders in them as well.
Okay. You said to Advocate Pikoli, if these matters are true, right, they are serious. That means you did not verify them. You thought about a ministerial investigation, but you did not verify them, the truthfulness of those allegations or complaints.
I didn't, beyond what they told me and beyond what they then subsequently deposed in their affidavits.
Now, you did not verify them, and yet you took those complaints into account as if they affect in making the decision to disband the PKTT. I have a difficulty with that you didn't, you have this organization or this task team which has been endorsed by your predecessors, which has done work. You said in the morning to Ms. Sillo, you don't disagree where the National Commissioner says they have done beautiful work, great work. I think you read an excerpt on your statement. You said you don't disagree. You get complaints from 8 people. Maybe they are serious. We don't know. I'm prepared to accept you saying they are of grave seriousness, the allegations. But you don't verify them, and yet you rely on them to make a decision to disband the team. I see a problem there about how you got to that decision, that this is a factor I'm going to take into account.
Commissioner, I had no reason, even without verification, to doubt that. But I accept that there would need to be a platform that verifies, but they were serious enough. They were serious enough. and I'm honest with the Commission, serious enough, detailed enough, with anecdotes to convince me that indeed they are serious and they need to be processed in a particular way.
I'm prepared to accept on your word that it is serious allegations that were made. I'm prepared to accept that. What I'm unable to accept or to understand is that even before you verify the truthfulness of those very serious allegations, and that in fact they implicate the task team as a team, not individuals in the team, even before you've done that verification for yourself, you take them into account towards your decision to dissolve the team. I do have a difficulty with that.
Well, I would accept that as Commissioner, you may have a difficulty, but from where I sit, listening to these people showing me anecdotes and taking me through that and making references to incidents in some cases that they were able to verify, like whatever case number where they apply. I took, they caused me to really feel that it would be irresponsible of me not to take them serious. And I do admit here that they did influence me, rightly or wrongly, as the Commissioner says, to accept them, that I would be able to take that risk. In some of my statements to the lawyers, I did write that, and that it was a risky exercise. There are, just outside the actual instances where you receive a verbal report from somebody, but it is strong enough for you to proceed in a particular way. And it was on those bases that I took them seriously, their numbers, their names, not necessarily writing everything in terms of notes, and searched for a particular platform. I can simply say, or go on to say, I couldn't engage National Commissioner on these matters for a reason. That it was, I considered it quite beyond that in terms of how it would affect him and people under him to do that. So I preferred not to go on at all with them. I just wanted to make sure that they are with me. I don't take any chance about them, because National Commissioner is a human being. He could find himself relating it to another official who might have been affected by what they are saying, at least in terms of allegations. And then the whole thing gets contaminated in that particular way.
All right. I have a difficulty, a separate difficulty with that last part, but let me ask out of your paragraph 71, the civil society actors that you refer to as your sources of complaints, is that a reference to Miss Mary DeHaas?
Mary DeHaas.
Okay, that's the civil society actors you refer to. We've established this SAPS members, and then Parliament. You said from Parliament.
Yes.
What is that? What are you referring to?
Well, just to exhaust that list, and Mashale and Ms. Becker, who publicized a lot of,
yes,
made a lot of allegations. Then continue to what you are looking for. To say, let me check.
You don't discuss any members of Parliament
yes.
or anything coming out of Parliament.
There is a member of Parliament who wrote to us in the ministry, and his matter was then processed in a particular way. I was referring to that, a member of Parliament.
Adams, I think we've heard the name Adams.
Yes.
Here. Is that where you say Parliament, you actually mean
National
a
Assembly.
member of Parliament?
A member of Parliament.
Not Parliament itself.
No.
Because the way you've said it here, you say, I received a series of complaints from Parliament.
It's a typo. It
So
meant
it should have been
member.
a member of Parliament.
Yes.
And that would be
Accept.
Mr. Adams.
Accepted.
Okay, so you took that into account as well.
Accepted.
What he got to say.
Yes.
Okay, and then members of the public, you've mentioned Ms. Mashale and I think Ms.
Ms.
Berger.
Berger.
That's what you're referring to.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Having then addressed the complaints from people you listed, paragraph 73, all of whom are members of the service, let's now turn to what I think you term as members of civil society. I'm looking in particular from paragraph 74, after your listing of the various police members. You start with Ms. Mary De Haas, and then at paragraph 74, overleaf from paragraph 77. You then deal with Ms. Patricia Mashale.
Correct.
Without engaging necessarily with the content of Ms. Mashale's complaint, because I see that you rely on what she published on Facebook but basically on Facebook. I think it's Ms. De Haas who also relies on press releases. Did you have opportunity, just on that, to engage with Ms. Mashale about the contents of her Facebook postings on these issues?
Both Ms. De Haas, in fact, all three of them, Ms. De Haas, Mashale, Berger, I didn't meet any one of them. I took what I was reading. In some cases, like in the case of De Haas, she wrote to me.
Apologies, Minister. Can we confine ourselves to De Haas now? I want to split them. I want to first deal with Ms. Mashale, and thereafter we'll go to De Haas. So
yes, I picked
currently
up.
My question relates to whether you because you have quoted her postings on Facebook.
Yes.
And I want to know if you engaged with her on.
No.
Did you otherwise test the veracity of the claims she makes in those Facebook postings?
Not necessarily, except at one point when she made claims about people somewhere in Mpumalanga, there being camps and so on. When we went to investigate, indeed we found the camps. But we didn't tell her that we were going there to verify or to do whatever. I'm just saying that we did receive that allegation about existence of camps in Mpumalanga, and subsequent to that, SAPS made and other security units found that there were in fact camps there.
So it is on the basis of that, then you decided that the claims she makes in Facebook about SAPS no longer require verification, and you accept them at face value. Is that your position?
When we are using the word accept, what I did was to read.
Yes.
And having read, because I didn't speak to her, to say, well, in fact, I did speak to the National Commission about Mashal. And it did confirm that, yes, they are also, or he is also receiving a number of whatever she writes, sometimes directly to him, or he would find just allegations in one way or the other. So I got to know that what I may be receiving, he has also been receiving, and we had a description of her in the light conversation. So, and that's how they are here.
Yes, and I have no difficulty in accepting that General Masemola would potentially have received the same messages. They are not directed to him. They were published by Ms. Mashale on Facebook. I have no difficulty in accepting that he would, one way or the other, have received them, whether directly or indirectly. I am not aware of General Masemola having taken drastic steps insofar as the organization of SAPS is concerned, in respect, as on the basis of those Facebook allegations. But you have, because you, Minister, you cite those Facebook claims that she makes, which you don't verify, which you state you had a conversation with General Masemola about, only to establish that they have come to General Masemola's attention. You do not indicate that you direct, if you can, or you could, or request General Masemola to investigate those claims. You do none of that. So the truthfulness or otherwise of those claims remain unknown. But they are sufficiently weighty for you to base a decision to disestablish the PKTT in December 2024. Is that a fair summation?
That would be a summation, but I think you are using quite lighter words than whatever is written, whether Facebook or elsewhere, would affect the image of SAPS, warranting your attention to do something about them. And therefore, you rely on what you see to say to what extent and so on. And in this particular case, I had a conversation with General Masemola and he confirmed that there is something like this. I am indicating here what has come to our environment, which came back as I wrote the letter that, at some point I came across something like this and something like that, and then I then indicated that, not measuring my reliability or whatever extent of influence in me writing the directive.
I understand your answer to mean that the claims advanced by Ms. Mashale in large part affect the image of SAPS. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that serious enough and therefore you accepted those allegations and acted in the manner you subsequently did?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at paragraph 77 of your statement, page 28, you state at the last line of that paragraph, I learned that Ms. Mashale is a former police officer. Based on the time you have spent with the police service, I hope you can help me here. I understand that the people who work within SAPS are either employed in terms of the SAPS Act, and those would be the police officers, and anyone else who is not is employed in terms of the Public Service Act. And there's a distinction between the two bodies of people that work for SAPS. Is that a correct understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Now I see here you call Ms. Mashale a former police officer. I would like to refer you to Exhibit Bundle 2 of 2. 2 of 2. Annexure CJC 55.12. And 55.12 starts at page 351. And if you have located that annexure, please turn to page 364.
I have it.
Perhaps you might be familiar with that document. It is titled SAP 96. And I think when we were considering, I don't remember its general, the implementation letter, you recall, where the head of HR was talking about the necessity to complete documents and updating the PERSAL system. You recall that conversation we had? I understood that there to have been a reference to SAP 96. If you don't recall, I'll understand. But,
Yeah, I
okay.
won't be sure. Yeah.
Then 364 is SAP 96, as we understand it. Every single employee within SAPS has got this document, and it must be maintained at all times at SAPS. It records every detail about the employee. And one of the most important details is, I'm going to count lines to try and direct you. Line 10 and the first part of this document. The extreme left reads Appointment Act, and against that it reads PSA 1994. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is the Public Service Act.
Yes.
The next line reads job description, and against that it states admin clerk. Do you see that?
I see that.
And we are informed that based on those two only from her SAP 96, she cannot be classified as a police officer. How did you determine that she was one, or she was ever one?
Well, I would say that that was merely colloquial.
Apologies, I missed that. You say that was a mere?
I would say that was the use of the word in a colloquial sense.
Oh, okay, I get you. I accept that. Thank you. Now, turning.
Which one is the use of the word colloquial? That she's a police officer or that she's an admin clerk? Minister, you say the use of the word was colloquial. My question is, which use? Because you've referred to her as a police officer, and the form refers to her as an admin officer. Admin clerk.
Yes.
So there are two different descriptions of her, and you say one of them is colloquial. So I'm asking, which one is colloquial of the two?
I'm saying this word, police officer, was used in that context.
Okay, all right, I understand. Thank you.
Are you aware of? You do know that Ms. Mashali. Yes, you do, because you call her a former. So that implies that she's no longer with the SAPS.
Yes.
Are you aware of the circumstances under which her employment with the SAPS ceased?
Am I aware?
Yes, are you aware of the circumstances in which her...
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And
I'm
what
aware.
are those?
I'm aware.
Could you briefly summarize what those were to your understanding?
She was dismissed, as indicated there, from SAPS.
Okay. I would like to draw your attention to page 356 of the same file. It's still the same annexure, CJC 55.12.
Watch page?
356.
356. Yes.
Page 356 is a letter dated the 11th of February 2022, signed by Brigadier District Commissioner Harip M.E. Makubo, and it is addressed to the Provincial Commissioner of Free State, which, as I understand from SAP 96, that is where Ms. Mashali was based. Do you see that?
Yes.
This document informs, and others attached to it. It's not necessary to go through all of them, but I think this one at 356 sufficiently summarizes the issues. That an expeditious hearing had been convened against Ms. Mashali, to which she was invited for a hearing on the 26th of January 2022. I'm reading first paragraph. And second paragraph reads, during the expeditious hearing, the employee and her representative decided to walk out without presenting their side of the story after being given an opportunity to do so. And the third, the hearing was therefore accordingly indefinitely postponed for 10 days as provided for in Regulation 9(7). However, since then till to date, that's the date of the letter, the employee has not reconvened or made any contact with the delegated official to indicate her intention to revive the sitting of the hearing. And 4 concludes, it is hereby therefore officially recorded that the employee failed to reconvene the hearing, and by operation of law, she is dismissed from the service. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of those circumstances?
Yes.
Do you have any comment as to the propriety of her conduct in that regard?
Not only a comment. When I received a series of, or when I came across a series of things that she writes about the subs, I asked because she was writing more on crime intelligence at some point, and I asked the IGI just to do a check about her and all of that. That's how I got to know some of the things about her.
And now I wanted to find out, now that you've learned some things about her, when did you learn them?
When did I?
When did you learn those, whatever it is,
it was
about
during
her?
that period that is indicated after we got appointed.
Okay.
Yes.
And even then, that did not create a concern for you and demanded of you to subject her allegations in Facebook of the magnitude that they are to some serious interrogation. That was still not enough for you.
I would plead with commissioners that your voice be raised a little bit.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, I've lost use of this. I think there must be a problem of the battery or something.
No, I think we should stand down.
So I'm doing with my hearing aids.
No, no, Minister. We will stand down and we will seek to resolve the problem.
We'll come back as soon as we've been advised to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mchunu, I'll try that question again. Is it better now? It's good. Okay, I'm happy. Thank you. You had indicated that after you were appointed, you had caused for lack of a better term, I'll call it investigations into this lady Mashale, and you received whatever reports you did. And if I understood you correctly, they were not particularly favorable. Now, this is before the disbandment. So my question was, which is where we broke, having received such reports about her from an investigation initiated by you, when you are then finished with the allegations she makes only on Facebook against an entity you are politically responsible for, why do you take her allegations at face value and not interrogate them? Or cause at least for the issues raised therein to be properly investigated before you act upon them?
What happened after I received the report, it was with advice, and I did exactly that I should avoid speaking to her, and I had not spoken to her when I received the advice, and I kept it that way. I've never spoken to her. What I do is when I see something that she would have written, I just read and leave it like that. So I'm not relying on this. I'm just indicating it as something in the environment, not necessarily to say, yes, why did you rely on this? That's why I said reliance is quite heavy loaded for what actually is represented here. Here, I'm just throwing things that came into, simply because the report also said, in some cases, yes, she would say something that is reliable, but in most of the cases, no. So I don't put any weight to the extent that it would have been taken to influence me into disband. And most of the time she writes about crime intelligence more than NPKTT.
So you place these issues before the Commission under a specific heading, human rights concerns emanating from the public, and under that heading you include Ms. Mashale's Facebook claims. You state at your paragraph 71, these being reports from civil society actors, whistleblowers, SAPS members, Parliament, you clarified the issue of Parliament with Commissioner Baloyi, and members of the public. You say these raised concerns about human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures affecting various temporary and ad hoc task teams, including but not limited to the NPKTT. They formed part of the broader pattern of structural issues with SAPS that required ministerial attention. So based on what I read, my understanding is Ms. Mashale's Facebook postings, notwithstanding what you subsequently learned of her based on your investigations, they required and received your attention as the minister, the ministerial attention. Is that so?
You would recall that Commissioner Baloyi asked me some questions in relation to categories, and I said the names of people.
Yes, at paragraph 73.
The list.
Yes.
Are people in SAPS, and we engaged with them openly and all of that. And she asked the question, specific, are these people part of those who complained about PKTT? And I said no. Now, those that complained about PKTT, who would be associated with that statement that you've just made, are those that are in the envelope. She's out of them. She has nothing to do with those.
Okay.
I was merely at a high level indicating what came into the environment, but there's no decision, because all the decisions that we took in relation to complaints brought to us were from people who are indicated here.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yes.
And we did follow them.
So then, we must accept that when you speak of human rights concerns emanating from the public, that doesn't extend to the claims made by Ms. Mashale in her Facebook postings, which postings you have shared with the Commission. She doesn't fall in that category of those who advance concerns regarding human rights abuse.
She calls herself a whistleblower.
Okay. I'll put it differently. What value do you ask the Commission to attach to Ms. Mashale's Facebook posts, considering that you have confirmed that you did not test the veracity of the claims she advances? So what value are you asking the Commission to place on that?
I'm not asking the Commission to put or not to put any value of whatever weight. I'm merely saying this is one of the things that came into my environment during that particular period.
Yes.
But I had a qualification for it based on the advice that I got from IGI, who didn't say she is absolutely untrustworthy or whatever. He just advised that, well, most of the time this is the case. Some of the things she says are true, some of them are not true, and all of that. And I avoided talking to her directly and so on. This is just environmental, not the commissioners. If there were to be a privilege of advice as you request, I would say that this is an environmental issue. And when I discussed with National Commissioner, we described it as an environmental issue.
And it can be environmental in the manner I guess we all understand. It's a sub-environmental issue. I shouldn't think trees and streams when you say environmental. Just, I don't want us to talk past one another.
Okay.
Okay. Except the challenges here, Minister, the caution you applied to her material following the IGI investigation, you overlooked in your statement to disclose to the commissioners to say, so that they know that they're being given this information, but there's a caution that don't rely on that because the author of those claims is, I won't say questionable, I don't know what the report was. But you didn't attach any
Correct.
caution, at least for the benefit of the commissioners. Why didn't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was oversight.
Okay.
My apology.
Then, as I said, in your statement, you start with Ms. Mary De Haas. Sorry.
May I? You want to? Okay. Minister, still about Ms. Mashale. I am concerned that you now disavow your reliance on her as one of the factors or people you took into account in your decision to disband the PKTT. And here's why I have that concern. In paragraph 71, which we looked at, you list her. You said she's a member of the public. I don't have a difficulty with that. Who made complaints about the NPKTT. But then when you go to 77, paragraph 77, the heading is Patricia Mashale. You say there, on or about 18 September, I was appointed. My attention was brought to posts on social media by a whistleblower. I don't have a difficulty with you refer to her as a whistleblower, Ms. Mashale. And then here's what you say. You say, Ms. Mashale made serious allegations against General Masemula, Lieutenant General Kumalo, and the NPKTT. So you say she's made allegations about the NPKTT. You've given us a list of posts, of Facebook posts that were made for her. I have read them more than once. Nowhere do they refer to the PKTT, her posts. Not a single one of them. They refer to General Kumalo, they refer to other people, they refer to crime intelligence. Nowhere is there a reference of the PKTT. So it is not correct that you say she made allegations about the PKTT, and I think you do need to correct that.
Point taken,
Yes.
Commissioner.
So there were no allegations from her about the PKTT.
Correct.
Yes. So you couldn't have correctly or validly taken her posts into account in your decision to disband the PKTT.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you. And you do confirm, just for completeness, you do confirm, we won't go into the posts. I know they're in a bundle here, and there were quite a number of them that I looked at. But just the summary of her posts from paragraph 78 of your statement up to 86. None of, in fact, 86 is your conclusion. Up to 85, none of those annexures make a reference to the PKTT. You confirm that? So from what you've done is from
85.
Yeah, up to 85. You've got annexure. At 85, it's now SM13. None of those annexures make any reference whatsoever to the PKTT.
Yes, that's why, Commissioner, I said any complaint about PKTT comes from the envelope, not from the list, neither is it from
Ms. Mashale.
these other categories here,
Okay.
including Mr. Haas.
Okay. So when you say at 86.4, concerns that certain task team structures were susceptible, remember, maybe let me start at 86 at the top. The top of 86, it says, that sentence says, the disclosures made by Mashale, Ms. Mashale, expose the following structural issues, and then you list them. And then in 86.4, you say it exposes concerns that certain task team structures were susceptible to manipulation or abuse. Ms. Mashale doesn't speak of any task teams that are being abused or manipulated, but more specifically the NPKTT.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's then turn to Ms. De Haas's allegations that you cite under that heading. You deal with Ms. De Haas from paragraph 74, and you state at page 27 of your statement, I also noted complaints from Ms. Mary De Haas, an academic and long-standing observer of policing oversight issues in KwaZulu-Natal. These complaints are attached here to and marked SM8. SM8 is your annexure, and it will be in file 2 of your statement, yes, file 2. SM8 starts at, have you
Yes,
located it?
I have it.
It starts at page 265. You see that?
Yes.
So let's then look at your SM8. On my reading, it is actually made up of multiple documents, and I would like that we won't deal with all of them, but I note from SM8 that at 274, Ms. Dihas, on the 31st of October 2024, wrote a letter specifically to you, the Honorable Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, and this appears to have been dispatched per email. Are you at 274?
Yes.
Just for the record, you confirm, well, I take it you confirm receiving this document because you are the one providing it to the Commission.
Yes.
Thank you. And this letter is quite a lengthy one, but I just want to highlight some aspects. And it starts under item 1. This letter and its 3 appendices is to request that, for reasons I set out fully below, you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personnel and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political task team. You see that?
Yes.
I continue. In this regard, I request you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of the SAPS legislation. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Kumalo, who heads CIS, to this task team, which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Why was he allowed to occupy both positions, for neither of which he has qualifications at the same time? I'll pause there for a moment. Did you respond to Ms. Dihas's letter?
Possibly we did by acknowledging correspondence as we normally do, but I didn't substantively respond.
Okay. And is it fair to assume that in that letter, one of the first things you raised with Ms. Dihas is that she errs when she considers the political killings task team to be irregularly constituted, because you know differently? Did you bring that to her attention?
As I say, I didn't respond to her substantively.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps let's start here. Do you recall what issues you could potentially have raised in your response? You can't, off the top of your head.
I didn't respond substantively to her.
Okay, how did you respond then? I get it's not substantively. I'm trying to
yes.
understand.
It would just be acknowledgement or of receipt of what she wrote, but not substantively.
Also, in your response to her, you didn't engage with the content of her letter?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, I felt that it was sufficient to acknowledge that I received the letter, but without necessarily substantive follow-up on the matters.
So then it has got to be that you took the content of her communication, this letter, seriously. It required no further engagement with Ms. Dihas on, no verification, because we know from your statement that those are some of the PKTT issues and challenges that you had in mind when you decided to disband. So you took on board what Ms. Dihas told you. Regarding the PKTT in this instance, she goes broader, of course, in that letter against various senior personnel within SAPS. But let's confine ourselves to PKTT. You accepted her allegations as she advances against PKTT, and they informed your decision to disband, amongst others.
No, not to that extent.
Okay, to which?
I just read what she was saying, and we acknowledged receipt, not to say that it would have played any role to whatever extent when I wrote the letter.
So this letter too does not reflect the human rights abuse concerns that you enumerate under that heading in your statement.
I indicate that in my statement, insofar as she indicated those things to me as part of what I received, not to say it would have been the only factor that I saw this and then it influenced me. It is just something that I acknowledged, but it is, I must say that I am aware, other than from her, of what I indicate here, and part of it is in the allegations made by the 8 people. So it was merely to indicate, but I know that there are other people outside this. In fact, it could be more than 2 in the 8 who had specific cases that could be interpreted as of human rights abuse.
I'm a little confused, Minister. Did you take this letter into account when you made your decision on 31st December 2024?
Not necessarily the letter, but I took what I had picked up in the process into consideration. I had that, but without necessarily attaching a weight that could be interpreted as having influenced you to write the allegation. There are structural issues, there are budget issues and other issues that were more weighty than this. This I threw in as part of the environment.
So the similarity between the language used in this letter and your disbandment letter, purely coincidental?
Purely coincidental. I didn't memorize anything.
You didn't have it with you when you wrote your disbandment letter?
No. In fact, most of the letters, and I suppose this is one of the letters, the way we do it in the office, PAs would present a letter. There's a letter here, Minister. It comes from so-and-so and so-and-so. Summarize the content. The complaint is about 1, 2, 3. Write acknowledgement and file the letter. And I didn't have it at all.
Thank you, Commissioner. You say, before your engagement with Commissioner Khumalo, your response to my question was that this was not the only factor, correct? The contents of this letter.
Yes.
Is it correct to say that it was one of the factors?
It would be correct to say it was one of the factors, in a sense that I'm putting it, because the factors, when you do something, you don't weight them the same.
Yes.
But even if they are all factors.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, that is important to know because she raises a number of issues. So I'll just perhaps go through a few to see which played a role in this decision. But before I do so, I would like invite your comment to her paragraph 1.2. And that, remember, she said, in this regard, I request you to, we dealt with the first sub-point at 1.1, now I'm at 1.2, still at page 274. And she says, prioritize the establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate the dockets taken by the task team, including but not exclusively the 3 matters I provide details of in the annexure. Since there is a great deal of other information about grossly irregular conduct of this task team, the investigative mandate of such a body must be wider than these 3 cases. Then she says there is a great deal more information about the suspicious and criminal actions of this task team. I don't have to go beyond that. My first question to you is, did you understand what judicial oversight body Ms. De Haas was calling for?
Not to the extent that I engaged her on it,
Yeah.
just on reading what she was saying.
But just from the reading here, were you able to appreciate what she's talking about or what she's asking of you to do?
I think I understood. Judicial, where you appoint a judge to investigate.
You wouldn't have if it's a judicial inquiry, I speak under correction perhaps, but I've always understood that to be the preserve of the president. Is that what she had in mind, or?
Exactly, because that any judicial inquiry is appointed by the
Yes.
president. I just saw that and understood it in that particular context.
So her request to you that you establish one, it's doesn't make sense. She doesn't understand how the law works and how the systems work, right? Would it be fair to say so?
It would be fair.
Yeah, okay.
It would be fair.
I think the most important part of that subparagraph is the claims she makes. And she says there's a great deal of information about the grossly irregular conduct of this task team. The investigative mandate of such a body must be wider than the 3 cases. So she specifically says there is a lot of other information regarding the grossly irregular conduct of the PKTT. Do you see where I am? Because this is the PKTT she's talking about here. And for avoidance of doubt that it is the PKTT, her subject line in the letter reads as follows. A call for the immediate disbandment of the SAPS political killings team under the command of General Kumalo and the urgent establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate task team operations and cases and related matters. So we know this is the task PKTT she's talking about. And she alleges that it is guilty of a great deal of grossly irregular conduct. Did that concern you?
Well, on eyesight, as you read, you do get concerns.
Yes.
But you read and the extent of allegations, wide nature, and the way she writes, just too many things all at the same time. You get the impression that she's all over.
Yes.
And you end up with that kind of a taste in your mind.
Yes. And it is quite a long letter, and she covers various topics.
Yes.
And I think I appreciate your challenge, but matters such as what I have read would surely strike you once there are allegations of gross irregularities by an officially established task team of SAPS. Is a matter that really would be of concern. I would expect it to be to you. Would it?
I'm saying, insofar as you read, you come across.
Yes.
It sounds like that.
Yes.
But you go on and read, you finish. You have that kind of a mixed feeling up until possibly you get to an incident that there could be a concrete reference that could be there or referenced. Oh. And then you would be able to raise your level. But it's not like you want not to read what she has written. You want to read. She's quite, especially those of us who come from KZN, we recognized her as a person of substance
Yes.
and sound mind for quite a long time, and very helpful during the dark days of the apartheid era and struggle for liberation era. So from that background, you don't cut off and say, I no longer, but
Yes.
you know, but your extent of attention to detail follows the pattern of writing, if I could describe it as such.
If then I can just test my understanding, sorry, to use your words, she's all over. So you say you start reading as you go on. It's half a book. Are you suggesting that whilst it may have struck you being on the first page,
Yes.
that there are allegations of gross irregular conduct by PKTT members,
Yes.
as you read on, by the time you reach the end of the document, you question yourself seriously about the validity of the claims advanced? Is that...
You do have those questions raised, especially despite the fact that she also wrote to Parliament.
Yes.
And raised more or less similar issues, to the portfolio committee.
Yes.
But you do have that, but you are not saying you don't recognize.
Indeed.
You haven't read anything. You don't leave with that impression that I've read nothing. You say there is something that she's saying, but you leave it at that.
So then, based on that explanation you gave, we shouldn't expect you to have acted on that claim and investigate this grossly irregular conduct. Because as you say, she goes on and on and on until you basically question yourself whether there is substance to her allegations.
Yeah, because unless they refer to specifics.
Yes.
If she says there's more information, there's more information, you can hardly, unless you really are dedicated to check what those things are.
Okay. I'll skip 275. She deals with other issues there under 2 and 3. I'll go to 4. And at 276, she starts with General Khumalo. She says the background of General Khumalo is of relevance. It is rather late in the day for us to engage with the detail of what. In relation to this issue regarding General Khumalo, she states, in 2018, former disgraced SAPS National Commissioner Cele, who himself is implicated in at least 2 serious criminal cases which have been opened, has been appointed Minister of Police, had been appointed Minister of Police. He's believed to have arranged a placement for Khumalo, whom he probably knew from the 1970s in the KZN, in the political killings team. Then she speaks of Khumalo being the head of PKTT, makes quite a couple of many allegations. But the important thing is at the bottom of 276, she concludes that at the end of 2022, Khumalo was appointed by Cele to head SAPS crime intelligence, having no training or experience in that field either. So he currently occupies both positions. Recent media reports refer to serious allegations against him by other CIS general, or by another CIS general, in brackets, who is alleging that attempts to dismiss him are malicious. In matters relating to Khumalo, I have made reports to Parliament from 2021. Are you aware, or did you engage Parliament at any level and in any form about these matters that Ms. De Haas had brought to the attention of Parliament regarding General Khumalo? Did you make inquiries or try to find out?
No.
Oh. This is General Khumalo, head of crime intelligence. That's a very senior post. You were not inclined to even inquire?
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
Why not?
I wouldn't say I was not inclined, but I didn't.
Okay. I find it quite odd, because if we go back to your paragraph 73, where you list all these HR issues by various lieutenant generals and major generals, you engage with the issues and you even appoint the deputy minister to resolve the issue. Now, these are lower ranking officials within SAPS, and here you are confronted with allegations against a senior member, no less than the head of crime intelligence, SAPS. And we are told that Parliament has been made aware of these issues, but you don't engage with those ones. You don't.
Not really. I didn't engage Parliament.
Then at 6, at 277, she's got cases there she refers to. Says, you'll note that in the 3 cases detailed in the annexures, there are other common themes, all linked in one way or another to political interference by former Police Minister TIGERE. And based on what she had said above, the political interference would be interference within the SAPS environment. Did you understand it the same?
Yes.
Now, if you have a former minister interfering politically in that environment, was it not incumbent upon you to do something? And if the question is, what do you do? I would say the first would be to engage the president. You didn't think to have a discussion with the president, more so as the 3 of you, the president, yourself, and as I understand, Minister TIGERE, are from the same political party. So even if you don't do it through the official channels of the executive, that you can do it within the political sphere, within the same political party. That you have concerns that the former minister is interfering in SAPS affairs. You didn't do that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, it goes on in that vein, but seeing as I think your response will be you did not act upon any of our allegations, you didn't make further inquiries. But these claims advanced by her are some of the issues you took into consideration in disbanding the team. That is why you placed them before the commission. Is that a fair conclusion?
Less of particular claims, more of what you see as it is, that she wrote, and I'm saying to the commission, she wrote.
Yes.
And this is what she wrote.
Now, you didn't investigate any of her claims in circumstances where you have the absolute resources to do so. What, Minister, are you asking the commission to do with the contents of that letter and those claims? I dare say the commission has got far less resources than your office would have to investigate these claims. What are you asking the commission to do?
Well, I'm asking the commission to see what I saw,
okay,
and then the commission will decide.
But you would like the commission, having seen what you saw, to then understand that what you didn't take these issues into consideration in disbanding the task team.
That I didn't take.
That you didn't, or you did take them into consideration. Where do we land?
Not in the sense of all these matters that are indicated here, but in the sense of her having raised some issues.
Yes.
I said, one of the people who wrote to me is this one, this is what she wrote. But without necessarily picking up a specific issue and saying whatever I would have said in writing. In writing the directives, I was just focused on the issues that I raised.
Yes. I hear your answer. I'm somewhat struggling to understand it, but the fault is mine. I've had a long day, so I don't lay that at your doorstep. As long as the commissioners understand, that's the most important. Thank you. Thank you.
So can I just understand that last part, Minister, what you've said there? In the context of this conversation that you exchanged, that you've been having with Ms. Silo, are you saying you did take into account the issues raised by Ms. Dihas as contained in the documents that you have placed before us in your decision? Is it part of what you took into account, or you did not?
I didn't, in the sense of issues, picking up this issue that she's raising, that issue, and then say these issues are two or three of the issues, and I'm now accepting them as part of factors. But in the context of her writing about various issues as a violence monitor, I just said, what did Mary say, or what is she saying? She's saying what she's saying here, what she said in the portfolio committee, and I'm making it available to the commission, and nothing beyond.
Okay, so if we listing the factors that you took into account,
yes.
If we create a table of the factors you took into account, should we exclude the Mary Dihas submissions to you? We should say, no, the minister did not take anything that Mary Dihas said to him in his decision to disband the PKTT. I'm asking the question in that way
yes.
to try and understand what you did
yes.
with these submissions from Ms. Dihas.
Exactly that, because I didn't go through them as I sat down to write, to say I'm picking up this, if I remembered at all. I don't recall recalling what is contained here. It was merely to say, people who ever said something to me made allegations of whatever nature, of whatever extent, validity. These are the ones who I read about or I came across. So I would say, by and large, the Commission will apply their mind. I applied my mind, not to get into detail, not to pick up anything, because, as I say, not to go to the President about them, not to go to Parliament about them. So the Commission will make up their mind.
We're not making up our mind, to use your language, in a vacuum. We get the documents, yes. We read them, we make up our minds about them. We're not doing that.
Okay.
We look at your decision. Remember, the terms of reference require us to also look at whether any member of the executive abetted, aided, is complicit in the infiltration. Something that I know it's not the exact wording, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
There's that term of reference. So when we look at Dihas's documents that you have placed before us and what you say in the statement about her, we look at it for the purpose of determining if it influenced your decision in any way, because that's our only interest, is did Ms. Dihas have anything to do with the decision of the minister? That's why Commissioner Kumalo asks you, is it a coincidence that your letter looks like hers? It's because we are looking at, you've given us this document from Ms. Dihas. Do you give them to us because you say, yeah, look at that, those 100 pages, that's part of what I took into account? That's one possibility why you place them before us. Or we say, well, we've listened to the minister. He's told us that Mary Dihas is completely irrelevant to his decision to disband the PKTT? I'm trying to get that kind of clarity for myself. Is she completely irrelevant?
Specifically, she is not relevant on these matters, but human rights issues are relevant.
Yeah. Minister, let's take it slow. My question, Ms. Diha's writes to you with a whole lot of demands and telling you what must happen. And then she gives you, either she gives you or you got hold of these documents. And we're interested in the period before you made your decision, not what she went and said in Parliament.
Yes.
We are interested to see what role did she play in your decision making, right? And so I ask the question with that context or that background. Is she, what she gave to you, her letter to you, and anything else that she has said, whether directly to you or publicly, before the 29th of December, before you made the decision, was any of it relevant in your making the decision to disband the PKTT?
No.
No. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. If we can turn then to, we're still staying with SM8, but now we're at page 265. And here I am just highlighting one or two things, because as with the claims of Ms. Dihas, they relate to criminal and irregular conduct by member of SAPS, except she raises them insofar as they relate to the PKTT, okay? So now we turn to this document at 265. This is an official complaint registration form for the Portfolio Committee on Police in Parliament. You brought it to the Commission and I raise it with you because if you turn to page 267, there is a specific question there that appears in the form. It appears like a pro forma question. Where have you taken your complaint before approaching Parliament? And the response Ms. Dehas fills in is, it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day as it was sent to Parliament. You see where I'm reading? The second box at page 267, just above the box is a question, where have you taken your complaint before approaching Parliament? And her response is typed in the box below that, and the first line is, it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day as it was sent to Parliament. You see that?
Well, yes, I see that
Okay.
middle box.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to read it.
I say why I am bringing this to your attention is it would appear that these issues that are set out in this document to Parliament, as Ms. Dehas claims, were also brought to your attention.
Yes.
Is she correct in that regard?
To say,
Says it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day it was sent to Parliament.
probably,
Okay.
although
Because,
I don't have both dates. Yeah.
This would look like a retyped version because at the original that is signed by Ms. Dehas starts at page 268, and I think it's dated it's signed by her 4 November 2024. So it would appear that somebody, it's not the most legible, so it appears like somebody rewrote it, or because this version is unsigned, but it is exactly the same. So we assume this is the one that you received, probably on or after the 4th of November 2024.
Yes.
Okay. Now, once again, she repeats her call for the disbandment of the irregularly constituted political task team headed by General Kumalo, and calls for an urgent need for an oversight body and audit of task team funding. Now, one of the reasons, I think, or as part of the reasons, you advance for the disbandment of the PKTT was a cost issue. You raised in your statement. Am I just in summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, this document at page 265 states, under the statement of complaint, there is a box split in two. The upper portion is a smaller box than the bottom one. Do you see that?
Yes, I hope what.
Okay, I want to draw attention to the bigger box now, the second one, where she starts with the words, please see attached letter. Do you see where I'm reading?
Where she says what?
Please see attached letter and 3 annexures for full details.
Minister.
265.
265.
Yes, there's the heading, Minister, statement of complaint.
Official
Do you see
complaint.
That? The statement of complaint. There's a heading like that. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, in the middle.
Roughly halfway.
Yes, I see that.
Then there's the smaller box with 3 lines. You see that?
I see that.
Then
I call
the
for.
next
Oh,
one.
I see.
Please see attached.
Please see, yes, I see that now.
I'm indebted, Chair. Thank you. It says, please see attached letter and 3 annexures for full details. I need to add that since sending an advance copy to the committee secretary and to the Minister of Police on Friday, 1 November, allegations made by other police members about excessive expenditure by members of this team have apparently been confirmed by a report I received over the weekend that the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, General Mkhwanazi, approved funds for accommodation at the luxury Umhlanga Rocks Hotel Oyster Box and upmarket bed and breakfast establishments in the same Umhlanga Rocks area, and that as a consequence there is insufficient money for petrol for some police vehicles. I'll stop there. Now this talks to money issues, and the last I checked on Oyster Box, exceptionally irregular use of money, of funds, SAPS funds, particularly when she says she has a report of this kind of expenditure by General Mkhwanazi with the result that there is insufficient money for petrol for some police vehicles. That would definitely affect the proper functioning of the police if this is correct. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
And that would be a matter that would be of some concern to you.
Yes, correct.
Having received this, because this claim is slightly different from the claim set out in the letter of the 10th of October, so it's a further claim. Did you investigate or cause for an investigation to be undertaken?
No.
May I ask why not?
In the same context that you would receive a lot of stuff about a lot of issues quite frequently, such that you deem it enough to read.
Okay.
If you come across such, but you don't necessarily, do an investigation. You
Okay.
see it as an allegation made by Mr. Haas, but you don't get it up to that level of investigation.
When we turn to page 266.
260.
266.
Okay.
Yes. Overleaf.
Yes.
Then beyond the midway of the page, there are 2 boxes. The second box, under the question, what do you want the Portfolio Committee on Police to do? Then she states under 1 and 2 what she was asking of the Portfolio Committee. I would like us to look at item 2 in her response, because where she starts the second sentence, third line, under item 2, that reads, there must be an audit of funds allocated to this team for, quite apart from its gross abuses of suspects and others, the fact that it has achieved virtually nothing in terms of solving well-known politically linked cases in the 6 years it has operated confirms that it is a complete waste of taxpayers' money and raises serious questions about its real agenda being politically driven. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Two questions here. She speaks of gross abuse of suspects and others by this team. Is that your understanding, since becoming the minister, that this team is guilty of gross abuse of suspects and others?
I'm aware that she made that.
No, are you aware of the claim that she makes?
Yes.
Okay, now, do you know the PKTT to be involved in gross abuses of suspects and others, you, Minister, personally?
No, I don't have.
When you receive this document, and I will assume that it's a serious matter, if it were ever to be held to be true, once again, you did not seek to inquire into the correctness of the claim or to even, investigate, at least with General Masemola, about the issue, this particular issue raised. You didn't do that.
No.
Why not?
It's in the same context that
okay.
I raised before. You read, you keep, but you don't necessarily follow up.
This particular point is relevant because in the course of your testimony yesterday, you referenced the case of Mr. Mchunu, you recall?
Yes.
And you commented that which happened in 2018, and actually which was the trigger for the president's eventual decision to establish an IMC. You recall that?
Yes.
And you allege that nothing had been done in that case since then. You still stand by that statement?
Not that nothing has been done.
Okay.
What I specifically said is that I'm not aware of anybody who has been convicted.
Oh.
However, I'm aware of 4 people who have been charged for conspiracy to murder.
Okay.
And 1 person charged for murder.
Okay.
Those are the people that I'm aware of.
And those would be, to your understanding, the hitman, the supervisor, coordinator, stroke middleman, and the ward councillor who was a part of the plot for that murder. Are you aware those were the people who were arrested?
Yes, I know that there were 7 people who
Yes.
were arrested originally. 2 are out, and then 5 are remaining.
Okay.
And they are as I described them.
Okay. And are you aware that after their arrest, the matter was set down for trial for the 26th of March 2024, and that the accused were initially denied bail, but were subsequently granted bail of 10,000 each by the High Court? Are you aware of those facts?
Yes, how I am aware of is I'm aware through family, just
Yes.
updating me from a distance. Yeah.
Now, if you are aware of all those facts and you appreciate that they have appeared in court, they have been charged, the matter has been set down for trial. In fact, they appeared for trial at 26 March 2024. Is it appropriate to blame the PKTT regarding the delay in conclusion of the trials and possible convictions?
I'm not blaming them.
Oh, I misunderstood you yesterday.
Yes.
I do apologize.
Okay.
I think just one last issue, and this as an issue you raise at your reason number 3 for your decision to disband the PKTT. And you state, third, SAP's budgetary and organizational obligations, including National Treasury instruction, and you list them.
Sorry, Ms. Lo, are you done with the you're not going to speak to the Ms. Berger complaint? You're done with that topic, that theme?
You can proceed.
Okay, maybe before you go to the budget then. Minister, earlier we confirmed, or you confirmed, that where you said Parliament in paragraph 71, you meant Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Okay. What was the complaint that Mr. Adams raised with you?
He was complaining about him opening a case, first in the Western Cape and second in Gauteng, and there being no follow-up. And it's a matter we took to the National Commissioner, who responded, and we then conveyed the response as such. I got to understand that there was another complaint to the Chief of Staff, who then took that complaint to IDAC.
Okay. And that complaint, we've heard about it in the commission, but
Yes.
it has also played out publicly. I just want to confirm
Yes.
that it's the complaint against General Kumalo, and I think other people as well, to do with the appointment of somebody to the SAPS.
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Yes, that's my understanding. So then, that kind of complaint, how could you have taken it into account, or how could it be a factor in your decision to disband as one of the matters that occupied you in your disbandment decision, because it on the face of it, it has nothing to do with the PKTT?
Well, I do indicate in the first paragraph, as I did, that there are matters that came as complaints, like the ones that are from the people that I listed, which had nothing to do with. So my listing of that doesn't mean that all those categories of people who made complaints necessarily became a factor.
Okay, so Mr. Adams, his complaint to you is completely irrelevant to your decision to disband the PKTT.
It is something else.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to the extent that we understood it as part of the concerns that you took into account, we are wrong. We shouldn't. That's not what you were conveying.
Not on the yes.
Okay, and the fourth here, because you do discuss in your statement, just so that after you have left the witness stand, we must not say we didn't hear how you explain this. If you go to your statement, and I think I'm trying to find where it starts. I'm told it's at page 32 of your statement.
Yes, I'm on it.
It starts at paragraph 87. You make mention there of a News 24 article about 2 attorneys who were arrested, and then you say the report says it's by the national, the NKPTT. Firstly, to note, this was before your appointment as a minister, this arrest.
Yes.
Okay, that was in March
May.
2024,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, you refer to the News 24 and you refer to a Daily Maverick report in May 2024, which reported on this. Is this one of the things you took into account?
It's one of the things that I read.
Yeah, you didn't take that into account in your decision. It didn't inform your decision.
Look, it's one of the things I read and I became aware, but I didn't say I'm going to put it as a factor, because I didn't speak to Ms. Bradley. I merely looked at it and said, in the category of some complaints about human rights, there's this that has been flagged, this that has been flagged.
Okay, so we should accept that it's not a factor that you took into account.
Yes.
Okay.
I indicate somewhere as well that there is a claim or an indication that she has applied to come to the commission herself, and therefore I leave it at that.
Okay, all right. Now, I'm just confirming that because it appears under your heading about human rights abuses by the NKPTT, as you refer to it, and I just wanted to be sure that is this one of those cases of abuse that you did not verify but you took into account, but you say you did not take into account.
Yes.
You didn't inform your decision. Thank you, Ms. Lim.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I had asked us to go to page 57 of your statement, Minister.
Page?
57. And there I just want to, paragraph 170, you deal with the third reason, and you highlight SAP's budgetary and organizational obligations.
Yes.
And as we've come to learn, General Dimpane is responsible for that side of things for SAPS, correct?
Yes.
Is that your understanding as well? And General Dimpane, I am sure you are well aware, made a statement to the ad hoc committee
Yes.
and appeared before the ad hoc committee. She, however, has not appeared before this commission yet.
Yes.
You have a file, Exhibit 1 of 2. Yes, 1 of 2. Annexure CJC 54.5. And that would start at page 163. Yes.
Which bundle, please?
Exhibit file 1, page 163. No, I don't think we've ever called up this particular file, so it's most likely still to be in your box.
And you said page?
Page 163.
I have the bundle.
Here's there. As you will note, Minister, from that document, it's the statement General Dimpane submitted to the ad hoc committee. She has since formally communicated with this commission to our secretary on the 4th of December 2025 that she submits the same statement to this commission, and it should be treated as a statement for the commission. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on this one, I would like us to start at page 178. We are dealing with the cost issue. And if you're at 178, at her paragraph 15, she speaks of these various deployments, interventions, task teams, and operations, and states that these have been coordinated and managed by SAPS over multiple financial years. You don't quibble with that claim, do you?
I'm aware of that.
Yes. And if you go over leaf, she then sets out a table. She has titled it Table B, and she records expenditures per task team over the period, their respective periods of existence. And you will note that, because now we're having a conversation about funding and budget, the most expensive is the illicit mining, only Kara funding, at 1.1 billion over a 3-year period, 2023-24. Based on what you have testified to thus far, and the budgetary constraints and the concerns you have, would it be fair to assume that you have expressed your concerns regarding the expenditure pattern of that particular task team, or not?
Illicit mining.
Yeah, illicit mining, the first on the table, yes.
Yeah, at some point we did discuss expenditure with National Commissioner, but it was in the context when we needed in December, January, that we didn't have money to do that.
Yeah, and I note that in the financial year 25-26, and that normally starts on the 1st of April of any year, yes.
1 April.
By the 30th of September, 294 million had been expended towards that task team, contrasting that with the political task team, which stands at 16 million. So I need to understand, if you are able to help me, why you would have such serious cost concerns when it comes to the PKTT, to a point that you order that it must be disestablished, when its expenditure in the first 6 months is 16 million, but a later established task team has already expended 294 million in the same period of 6 months, and that whatever concern you may have on that is not enough for you to act upon it. Why would that be?
Well, contexts are different. In the first place, they indicate that the source of money is Kara, not the actual budget allocated by Treasury to us.
But it's still public funds, if I understand this, or is it private funds?
Kara,
from public.
It comes from public,
yes,
from money that gets collected and so on.
Yes.
Now, but I'm merely making a difference that it comes from Kara, not from the budget. But two, as I did indicate, that we would have loved that 16 million that you're referring to is expenditure associated with murder and robbery,
yes,
in whatever sub-unit, instead of a standalone team like PKTT. Not necessarily from the point of view that they are wasting it. I haven't done that kind of exercise. But from the point of view of saying, once you have a team, once you mainstream them into murder and robbery, you don't have the responsibility of scrapping from other programs to fund them.
Yes.
leaving gaps where that money comes from, whether it is whether it's from detectives or it's from operations.
Okay.
You keep the money for what it is designed for in terms of programming. But here, this is money that comes from Kara. I do see that it's quite a huge expenditure, but I'm saying that's the difference.
Yes.
That's how it arises.
Would you accept that in life we generally apply the principle of value for money? So however an expensive an item or exercise may be deemed to be from a subjective perspective, affordability or whether or not the expenditure should be incurred is always considered in the context of the value derived from that expenditure. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are.
Are you suggesting, therefore, that that 16 million expended on the PKTT to date did not derive any value and therefore ought to have been diverted to the murder and robbery squad?
Not at all.
Okay.
It is in the context. It is in the context of an exercise that has been done over time called establishment of specialized units. That is streamlining how subs should work.
Yes.
And then among those, you have murder and robbery. But at the same time, you have PKTT. It arises only in that particular context to say you would have this amount budgeted for in terms of the appropriate program and spent accordingly. Specialized unit, murder and robbery, serious and so on. And you don't have any other expenditure outside that. If you have, you are increasing and building capacity internally in a sustainable way rather than spending on an ad hoc committee, in other words, on an ad hoc team, on a temporal team.
Yes.
That is the context in which
Okay.
we differentiate.
But then in that context as well, it would have benefited, I would think, your thinking to engage with General Dimpane, who's head of finance in SAPS, and have engagements with her about these budgetary issues and budgetary constraints, and how, in her view, she would consider would be an appropriate use of SAPS budget. You know, you'd have benefited significantly from such an engagement before you take the decision. Would you agree?
We did engage.
Yes.
She did brief us about finances generally. She did tell us that there's been a reduction in increase in nominal terms, but reduction in real terms.
Yes.
And it did arise when we were talking about priorities of the ministry, that there's no money to do this, there's no money to do that, including building of police stations and so. So it did in various manners,
yes,
in a variety of meetings. So I know that we have a budget that doesn't meet the obligations of SAPS.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did that engagement extend to specifically the budget for the PKTT? To your recollection, it didn't?
No, we didn't deal with the budget for each unit. Remember, there are other units. We didn't deal with
I was more interested in the PKTT only. No, you didn't. And you are correct, because General Dimpane, at her paragraph 20 of the statement, page 181, that annexure that is open before you, does confirm that, and she states, I have never spoken to the minister about the PKTT budget. All discussions concerning the allocation of funds to PKTT are solely between me and the National Commissioner. So she would be correct in that regard.
She would be correct, although I would consider statement, quite the end part of it, quite interesting to say public expenditure in the department is a matter between the two of them. But I'm not debating that. I'm just citing something interesting. There's something that I lost.
Minister,
I wanted to say
just a moment.
Yes.
To be fair to her, that's not what she's saying. All she's saying there is that all discussions concerning the allocation of funds to PKTT are solely between me and the National Commissioner. She's not suggesting that if you have concerns, you cannot raise them.
Yes. Just lost something. It's the matter of expenditure of PKTT. It comes in the sense that you have an alternative structure that you should be using for the same purpose that PKTT is using. That is what the Commission needs to note when we discuss this. On illicit mining, for instance, as an example, you don't have an alternative. You just have to do what you have to do. If there were an alternative, you simply would have done that. That is why at some point, I think this year, we held a meeting called Optimization of the Budget of SAPS. It was an effort, a detailed and effort to encourage SAPS management, CFO in particular, to lead that effort of optimizing the budget. So where you have alternatives, both of them costly, you see whether you shouldn't integrate them so that you get the better out of all of them.
But Minister, your task team, or the new task team, Taxi Violence of 2024, undermines that consideration, because you do have an alternative. You do have a murder and robbery division in the Eastern Cape. They were not effective. What you did not do, you did not put in resources to murder and robbery to enhance their ability to do this. You in fact formed a new team, and they took funds that were not budgeted for. So the financial concern you raise about PKTT is equally valid for your Eastern Cape taxi violence task team that you created in December.
Yes, it is for that reason that even though we say task teams can or may be established as and when the need arises, but don't adopt that as the way in which SAPS need to work, need to do their job. Don't factor it in and allow it like that, because it's wasteful. That in that example, that what is an example of what is not desirable.
But you created a task team anyway, so it's really to test it seems you're not consistent in your reasoning about your budgetary concerns, about the structural implications of having a task team. There is inconsistency in it, because the one you disband in December, among the reasons you give to us here is we need to use our resources better, our budget better. And no one can argue with that, against that. That, yeah, every day, even in our personal lives, we need to use our budgets better. No one can argue with that. But it is the inconsistency in your justification for disbanding the PKTT, as applies to the PKTT, but the same considerations don't seem to apply to a task team that you form in the same month. And I'm speaking both budgetary concerns that you have raised and the organizational structure, operating outside of the organizational structure. Please make me understand why it is justifiable those reasons you give in respect of the PKTT when you disbanded in December, and the same considerations don't apply, because they don't. Otherwise, you would not have set up that task. If you had considered them consistently, you wouldn't have set up that task team, because murder and robbery in the Eastern Cape can do this. And there's a budget for murder and robbery to deal with that kind of stuff. You would have found other ways of enhancing their capability. But no, you created a structure outside of the normal organizational structure. You got money drawn from other sources that should be used for other purposes that were budgeted for. You pull it out for a specific task team. Please make me understand why this inconsistent treatment of task teams that both deal with murder.
It's not inconsistency. It's not. I have endeavored to explain that PKTT is a sitting task team, if I could use that word to qualify, 7 years in office. What alternative do you have? Specialized unit. Which one? Murder and robbery. There isn't an instance in KZN where murder and robbery would have been found to be weak and dysfunctional, where you would then have intervened. That one in the Eastern Cape is an intervention.
No, Minister, you can't say that, because much earlier in our discussion, you admitted that you never received a report about the capabilities of murder and robbery in KZN. So we settled that, or at least I thought we settled that when you made the decision, and because on the basis that murder and robbery should deal with those
yes,
political cases.
I remember,
yes. You said I didn't have a report, and Ms. Silo, in fact, referred you to an affidavit of General Motsepe, where she says, well, the capabilities had not yet been established.
We didn't end up like that, Commissioner. I ended up my statement by saying, I rely on the submission. I relied at that time when I wrote this directive on the reports, the Marai report, which had signatures up to Deputy National Commissioner approving implementation, not establishment. Whatever it was based on, it was them who made an assessment and agreed and signed and submitted to National Commissioner. Now, I sit here and I get that I rely on them and I say it means all is well. These are senior officials. I have nothing to doubt. In the case of Eastern Cape, when this problem erupts, it struck us as a situation requiring intervention in the form of a team led by General Zulu. When she gets there, she then discovers, when she now wants to intervene and empower these people, and she discovers what she discovered that we went through. And then she writes that report to say, this is what, they are not a 7-year sitting intervention. They are not an IMC built or established. They are based on what has just erupted. They are sent there. They say 3 months, they deal with that particular problem. They ask for another 3 months, they deal with that particular problem. I agreed with you, Commissioner, that the principles are the same, but the situation, the actual situation that we are arguing about are not the same. Not at all. But in the Eastern Cape, I agree with you. We have the alternative. What's the alternative? It is the specialized unit that would stop even an intervention, short as it would be, even if it's extended. But it's one of those things that you would regard as a weakness in the department that require addressing rather than as a practice that must recur and be accepted as a norm in terms of how subs should function, because it's wasteful. Now, when General Motsipe say that, she is at the same time saying we are not performing well as head of this particular. In other words, I'm not performing well. That's why I still have this and this. And higher up to me, that I now know that quite a number of officers have not been able to establish this as intended long ago as 2019. So there are those differences. On the side of specialized units, we want to build permanency, if there is English like that. We want to build sustainability, and ideally that would function without the need for interventions of whatever nature.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Silla?
Thank you, Commissioner. And staying with General Dimpane's statement, please turn to page 182. And I'm just going to read part of paragraph 25, and then I'm going to invite you to comment. And at 25, General Dimpane states as follows: I've heard it stated that as the CFO, I also advocated for the disbandment or deactivation of the team before the minister made his decision to disband the team. Do you see where I'm reading, Minister?
I see that.
Overleaf then. However, these comments have been taken out of context. I drew attention to the fact that the team had been in existence for 5 years, and given the ongoing need, as well as to ensure proper planning, budgeting, accountability, and proper resource allocation, it might be necessary to prepare a work study to establish a permanent structure. I stated that as the component head, OD must be, and it's a quotation there, open quotes, tasked to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN, close quote. Rather than advocating the disbandment of PKTT, I advocated that a study be conducted to determine whether it should be made a permanent structure, and I'll stop there. Now, this is General Dimpane who penned in that note, in the information note, explaining what her words, what she meant with her comments, and pointing out that you took her words out of context, as if she was advocating for the establishment of the task team. So do you agree? What's your comment to what she stated in her affidavit?
It's not stated what exactly I said. It's just a commentary that Minister made his decision to disband the team. I also advocated for the disbandment. I don't know whether she's taking me verbatim on this matter, I doubt. But to the effect that she wrote like this, let's suppose that it is correct what she says on page 183. We agree with her. How she interprets that and so on, for whatever purpose, she was making a sound statement about expenditure, and I would say I would say it was in broad reference to that, not to say particularly, specifically. She wrote somewhere that PKTT must be disbanded. She was talking from a particular perspective. I agree with her. It's not a big issue.
So perhaps then just to clarify, the position is, because I think that comment you made before the ad hoc committee,
Yes.
and with reference to notes General Dimpani, had made regarding the budgeting for PKTT in the period, I think it was up to March 2024.
Yes.
And so you accept that whatever she wrote in the comments there cannot be construed as support for the disbandment of the PKTT, whatever wording she used. That's not how you understood it, and that's not how you think a reader should understand her words. Is that your position?
Let me first say that I don't have what I have. She doesn't refer to what I said exactly.
No,
Let me pass that.
Apologies, Minister. I was asking a different question. You did make that point. My next question now is whether your position is that you did not understand any of her notes on that document to suggest that she supports the disbandment of the PKTT. That's all.
No, I wouldn't say she supports, because I suppose that she was never requested to support or not to support. What she was given was to consider the budget or consider the request as was put. And then she made certain comments.
Yes.
Whatever comments she made. Then I make reference to those comments that she made. Not necessarily to say she supports or she doesn't support. Okay. Just taking those comments as they were.
Yes.
To say these are the comments that and I consider them to be sound, those comments, but not from endorsement as an endorsement
yes.
of, because we were not talking about her and what she would have written or not written. We were talking about the state of finances
yes.
and what has come in the environment. That was the reference.
Commissioner Kumalo would like to.
Minister, when did you first learn of Lieutenant General Dimpani's comment?
General Dimpani's comments were quite early. They came in 2024. I think it was at in about March. Later in the year, I became aware of this.
So this document, you became aware of it before you made your decision on 31 December 2020?
Yes, it was before the 31st.
Thank you for that response, Minister. Commissioner Baloi?
Are you leaving this
Yes,
topic? All right. Maybe one last thing to do with the budget concerns. You, in your paragraph 31, and you spoke to this yesterday, you say no further extensions were sought. This is extension for the PKTT's mandate. As a result, the PKTT continued operating without the required assessment and renewal for more than 2 years. And then you say, I'm advised that this rendered the expenditure on the PKTT irregular under the PFMA. You see where I'm reading, Minister?
Yes.
And then you repeat it slightly differently in paragraph 170. And this time you repeat it as one of your reasons. You say temporary, you see 170?
Yes.
Okay. You say third, SAP's budgetary and organizational obligations, including those treasury instructions and guidelines, require that operational functions be located within approved, properly formed, funded cost centers. temporary teams outside the approved structure cannot be sustained, and their continuation exposes subs to irregular expenditure. The PKTT had not been formally extended since July 2022, rendered continued expenditure irregular under the PFMA. You say that. You started
Yes.
off saying you were advised.
Yes.
Now, General Dimbane says you have never discussed, or she's never discussed with you, the expenditure of the PKTT,
Yes.
the budget. She says that.
Yes.
Who would have advised you that expenditure of the PKTT is irregular under the PFMA?
I was advised by my lawyers. I did indicate that yesterday.
Okay.
I simply put a situation as I understood it, and the discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to be careful not to get into any conversations that you have had with your lawyers.
Okay.
You mean your present lawyers?
Yes.
But you see, you cite it as a reason for disbanding. So this is something you must have had by the 29th. That you've had conversations with your present lawyers, I shouldn't get into it. I'm not allowed to get into
That's
it.
fine.
I'm discussing it as a third reason for your decision because it appears under the heading reasons for my directive, and you say third. It's the expenditure is irregular. So hence my question to you, that as at the 29th of December, who would have told you this if the CFO tells Parliament that she's not discussed matters of the PKTT budget with you? Who else in subs, as at the 29th of December, told you it's irregular expenditure?
No, before the 29th, I wasn't focused on irregular or regular from the point of view of subs or of PKTT, but I was aware that by the 29th, 30th and 31st, that for quite a number of years, subs incurs irregular expenditure, whether it comes from PKTT expenditure or from any. But what I was aware of, that before I wrote that PKTT is a temporal team. It derives its budget, I was aware of that, from national. Now, where national? From various programs. And I was aware that Treasury is discouraging that and encouraging us to discourage it in our departments to do that kind of allocation because it constitutes irregular, in some cases unauthorized. I was aware of that. But whether it is to the extent that I wrote it here, I wrote it when I joined that sentence. That no, it's when we were talking that this is the reason.
Okay.
This is the additional thing that I could add, but I was aware of irregularity.
So you didn't find out for the first time with your new law, with your current legal representatives. It wasn't the first time you realized this expenditure is irregular.
No.
It wasn't.
No.
Okay. Then why do you say in your statement, I am advised, and I want to complete it with from what you are saying now, I'm advised by my lawyers that the expenditure is irregular, if in fact you knew that on the 29th of December?
Well, I could have coined it differently.
No, Minister, it's not coining. No, Minister, let me, maybe I'm being unfair to you. I'll put to you what I want to suggest, that you either knew already at that time, and so you didn't need your lawyers, your current legal representatives to tell you that. And I don't know why you would
Yes.
add it in the statement. Or alternatively, it had nothing, the decision, you had no knowledge, it wasn't a factor, the regularity or irregularity of that expenditure. It wasn't a factor at 29 December. It's something that you constructed after you've sent out the letter to say, oh, by the way, one of the problems, now I know on the 1st or 2nd, 3rd of January, actually one of the problems is that, or one of the justifications is that on this alternative, which is my proposal of what I think is happening here, is that it's a later fabrication. After you've made the decision, you then decided to tag this on as another reason why you disbanded the PKTT. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, there's no way I was not aware, because we had discussions even at Cabinet up to a level where we were instructed, if I could use that word, that we should optimize our budgets, we should avoid irregular expenditures, we should spend money, encourage our officials to spend money for what they are allocated for. And long before, I think I even knew that there would be allegations that would be made. We held a meeting to optimize. So I was quite aware earlier. That's why I'm saying that doesn't affect the fact that I was fully aware.
Is there, maybe finally, is there anywhere before the 29th of December that you saw General Dimpani express concern that this expenditure of the PKTT is irregular? Is there any way that you see where
No.
she recorded that?
I have never seen anything from
we
her.
haven't. Yes, we haven't
but
either.
What I've seen is just irregular expenditure in subs, recurring over years, but not to say from PKTT.
All right. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Minister.
Let me just follow up on that.
Let us adjourn and resume at 17:15.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mchunu, I would like, unless the commissioners have any questions, I would like to move off this topic now. Commissioner Khumalo.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon.
In paragraph 31 of your statement, you say no further extensions were granted after 2022. And then you say that's one of the reasons why you believe that expenditure on the PKTT is irregular. Please turn to SM7 on page 258. 258. It's your annexures bundle.
Page
205, yeah.
258.
On page 258.
258. This is not this one. I thought it was that one. Some 7. But there's no 258. Yeah, sure. So,
Do you have it, Minister?
yes, I have it. Thank you.
It is that information note that has Lieutenant General Dimpane's notes on page 260. Can you just go to 260 and confirm that the notes you are relying on, bottom of the page?
Yes.
Yes. Now let's go back to 258.
Yes.
Paragraph 5.
Yes.
Do you see that it says the decision has been taken to extend the period of the PKTT and the appointment of Lieutenant General S.D. Khumalo as the project manager for the financial year 2024-2025? Do you see that?
Yes.
So why do you still insist that there was no extension?
I'm saying there is extension. What is not here is extensions in the manner that they were done in prior years before 2022, 21-22, where there would be a report, extensive report, and then followed by a request for funding. There would be 2 documents.
But why does it have to be like that? Why is this not good enough for the purposes of granting the extension?
In terms of government projects throughout, projects are the project leader goes back, make a report and motivation, and then attach funding request based on the substance, which I don't find here.
So why do you say it was not done in this case? Why do you assume that the project leader has not made the request for extension and the request for the money that we see in that document?
I didn't see it.
But just because you did not see it does not mean it doesn't exist.
Commissioner can help if it exists.
No, have you asked for it?
Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Well, I didn't succeed in getting it, just like the minutes of
Yes,
2022.
but then you cannot make an assumption that there was no request for an extension and no extension was granted, because that's what you say in your statement. You say the reason you believe that the expenditure is irregular is because the term of the task team was not extended.
Yes.
No, but the document clearly says that a decision has been taken to extend the period of the task team.
And then I'm saying there isn't a report in the manner that there had been reports prior to 2021, 2022. I've not been able to find it.
Maybe if you had asked for a briefing, you would have got that report, Minister. Let's move on then. As Minister of Police, you would have received the annual report for the SAPS, correct?
Correct.
In 2024.
Correct.
And the one that I have seen is dated 28 August 2024, and it is presented to you by the accounting officer, General Masemola, and it is addressed to you. Are you familiar with the annual report for SAPS?
I know I'm familiar with them, but I don't have a recollection of what you're saying now.
Maybe let me assist you because it's a public document.
Yes.
It is dated 28 August 2024, and it's 400 pages long.
Okay.
And after page 302, it contains the annual financial statements for SAPS for the year ending 31 March 2024.
Okay.
And there's a report of the Auditor General which forms part of that annual report presented to you.
Yes.
In the context of the question, in the light of the question asked by Commissioner Baloyi about whether you became aware of irregular expenditure related to the PKTT, in that annual report that was presented to you, was the PKTT expenditure flagged as irregular expenditure?
No, I don't think so, because I don't think they go to those details to say this particular task team has overspent or spent irregularly. They just deal with the books of the department and say there's irregular expenditure. And I think they do it in all departments, unless they were asked specifically to audit PKTT, which I don't think is the case.
So
in that report,
it was not flagged as an irregular expense.
What would have been flagged is just irregular expenditure, not in relation to PKTT.
So there's no reference to PKTT and irregular expenditure.
My recollection of what I've seen, it goes like that.
Yes. Now, if anybody had said to you that expenditure by the PKTT is irregular, would you not have to go to the auditors and the CFO and verify with them whether that is so?
Not necessarily, because when I assumed office, I started working not to come to the commission. I was just working. So this just comes because of problems. So when you work, even when you collect documents, as I said, I made efforts to intensify my understanding. It was not because one day you will come to the commission and so on. So I didn't see the reason to go to CFO at that time, because there was no specific problem that had arisen.
And finally, Minister, just to confirm, the irregular expenditure issue was not one of the reasons you took into account when you drafted the letter on 31st December 2024?
It basically was allocation, the way we allocate money for various reasons to various programs. That was what was uppermost, as opposed to getting worried about money that is spent by the task force or TRT or whatever. To a point where one of the things we discussed a little bit more was personnel expenditure vis-a-vis other expenditures after personnel expenditure. And we rated it very high and said something needs to be done, because one day we won't be able to buy cars and so on if personnel expenditure climbs to beyond 81%, if I'm not mistaken, as it was. So that's our discussion.
Thank you.
Minister, that document, I'm doing a follow-up on my follow-up. It's your document. I just want us to confirm that, in fact, it is as defective, because it's the basis on which you say the expenditure is irregular in terms of the PFMA. And you list in your paragraph 112 of the statement, you indicate what are the defects or the shortcomings. You compare for previous periods. You say the former requests, that's for the past,
Yes.
are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure as reflected. And then to demonstrate that statement, you refer to SM17 as past, right? You say SM17 is the previous requests. And then you say you compare it with SM18. You say SM18 is different. It's the one that lacks detail. And how you say it in paragraph 112, you say, on the other hand, the latter requests for financial approval without a concurrent request for extension submitted post-2022 are simply requests for financial authority without the required in-depth analysis justifying the requested finances. Now, if you look at the document you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo, it's exactly SM18. It's exactly the same document is SM18. And that's for the period 2024-2025. In paragraph 1, it sets the background to the formation of this task team, which you say the old ones, the pre-2022 ones had. But it tells us what is the background. The escalation of political killings resulted in this. And then paragraph 2, it tells us about their approach, which is part of your complaint, because you say the older ones, for the past periods, they told us what the operational approach is. But this request for 2024-25 tells us that it's a multidisciplinary team consisting, and it lists everybody in the team. And then in paragraph 3, it tells the strategy. It says this is the strategy implemented, analysis-led and prosecution-driven organized crime investigation approach. So it explains. So it seems to me that answers your operational approach. So it's not lacking in that regard. And then 4, you say the old ones contain information about the composition relating to the task team in question. If you flip over, let me see. Yes, this one doesn't say who composes the team, but it tells us. It doesn't give who composes the team, but so you've got a point there, so far as I can see. Oh, actually, yes, I missed that. It tells us at paragraph 8 that this team will be composed of 180 SAPS members per month for 12 months. It tells who composes the team. And then the last point that you mentioned about the old ones, which was contained in the old ones, is estimated expenditure is reflected in those requests. So you've listed what you say is different and good about the old ones. And then you go on to say the new ones, the 22 onwards, it doesn't have that kind of information. You see, in fact, maybe to be fair to you, let me tell exactly what it is you say so that you can explain if I'm reading it wrong. You say, on the other hand, the later requests are simply requests for financial authority without the required in-depth analysis justifying the requested finances. What do you say is missing from this 2024-2025 request, which was present in the previous ones and is not here, and therefore it renders this irregular? And irregular as defined in the Public Finance Management Act, because that's what you've relied on. You've said it offends the Public Finance Management Act. Yes.
Yes. The first part, so that I don't know whether I indicate here, is the fact that the money to PKTT comes from a it doesn't come from, it comes from a program, not necessarily allocated for PKTT. It's a program then from which you take money, like operational center and so on. That is the first worry. The second one is that one that you are talking about, which would have been details as you outline. I don't have currently those the documents that you are reading from, especially the second one.
Sorry, Minister, what are we looking for?
Beyond 2022. I don't have that.
The one that the authorization 2024 to 2025.
Yes.
Okay, that would, it's what you were looking at with Commissioner Khumalo. It's your SM7.
SM7.
SM7?
Yes.
At page 258.
No, I see that. Well, I see what you're talking about now.
Yes.
What perhaps I say in the paragraph, I think in my statement I'm talking about the extent of detail, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you say it lacks the required depth analysis justifying the requested finances. That's how you put it in the statement.
Yes. There would be things that I found, although I don't list them necessarily.
Yes.
There would be some issues. I think it was the extent of detail of the paragraphs more than what is there and not here.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Ms. Silla, it's back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, I suggested we move to a final point. No, not a final point, really. But before I do so, I guess I'm going to have to plead for a level of brevity. And I say so because I have made a commitment to the commissioners and to your legal team that I'm going to take only 6 minutes. So I request, to the extent that it is possible, you assist me if you are able to, for me to keep my promise. The issue I just want to touch on is what's on your fifth reason at page 58 of your statement.
I have it.
And there you say the directive, now you're talking about that letter of the 31st of December, accorded with your constitutional authority in terms of section 206 sub 1 and 207 sub 2. Before we get there, please refer to SM20, that is the disbandment letter, in particular at page 476.
I have the letter. Yes, I have the letter.
You've set out three directives in this letter. I want to deal with the first, the filling of posts in the intelligence division. And your directive in that regard is as follows: all processes to fill vacant posts in the division should be halted immediately. This applies to all posts in provinces including those of provincial heads of intelligence that are currently vacant. It also applies to all posts currently vacant at head office. This should be the position until substantive discussions between the Minister and the National Commissioner take place sometime early this year. My question in regard to that particular directive is, does this not speak to matters of capacitating, recruitment, personnel deployment within SAPS? This particular point, does it not speak to those issues? Whether crime intelligence or any other division. But we are now in the arena of recruitment into the service and capacitating the service. Would you agree with me?
But we're not dealing with it. It's just a directive to say hold, and then we have a discussion.
Yes, but I say that directive relates to those issues, recruitment issues and capacitating the service.
Yes.
In that regard, do you, as a minister, not consider that to constitute an overreach? Is that not interference in the affairs of SAPS, and in particular, the power of the National Commissioner to determine issues of capacitation of the service?
No, I wasn't necessarily dealing with capacitating. I was raising a global issue. And maybe let me elaborate. The issue here was, one, the concern that I had on the core mandates of crime intelligence. And we wanted to discuss these matters before we adopt the new strategic plan with the National Commissioner, so that we say, as you start processes of recruitment yourself and all of that, please, let's be sensitive to positioning or correct positioning of crime intelligence with regard to core business. And we had those discussions via the strategic plan. And we completed that. And I don't consider that as interference, especially in a situation where you wanted to share concerns of a broader nature in line with your powers to direct, your powers to engage the National Commissioner on issues of concern. So it wasn't to say let's recruit this way, let's establish panels this way. It was a global issue which we discussed thoroughly, and I spelled out what my concerns were, because I felt that we were straying a little bit out of core mandates, so that when they recruit and they start going on, we are sensitized on those matters.
Thank you, Minister. I understand that you, as a Minister of Police, you would have concerns, and even with perhaps the functioning of the Crime Intelligence Division. My difficulty is where, notwithstanding any concerns you may have, you direct that you freeze all posts in that division. That is the part I consider to be interference, regardless of any concerns you may have had, and you were well within your power to raise your concerns with the National Commissioner. Why must you freeze the post? Did you consider the impact on the functioning of SAPS on that score alone? Let alone my argument that you didn't even have the power to issue such a directive. Do you maintain you did?
No, on time, we are on the 31st, and I'm contemplating that we'll have discussions at the beginning of the year on something that we broadly needed to correct a discussion with crime intelligence, which I considered within my authority. The reason for this, in part, when you go to account in the Standing Committee on Crime Intelligence, you get asked specific questions on crime intelligence, and you find it difficult to engage on matters and account when you don't know anything. You are just sitting there, even when you have a feeling that there's something that is not good. I don't consider that as interference.
So the solution to that problem you've articulated is to freeze all posts in crime intelligence.
It
the
is
fact that you don't understand how crime intelligence works, the solution to that problem is to freeze posts.
The solution is to have a meeting with the National Commission.
Indeed.
So that when they start recruiting at the beginning of the year, you have passed that kind of meeting. You are one in terms of how things should go forward.
So is it your invocation of sections 2061 and 2072 of the Constitution? Am I reading your 172 correctly, that in so directing that all posts in crime intelligence be frozen, you contend that you derive the power to do so from those two sections of the Constitution? Am I reading your section correctly?
Correct.
And if the commissioners were to find that neither section grants you such powers, will you accept that in the absence of legal authority, then you interfered with the powers of the National Commissioner? Would you be willing to, would you accept that? And I say in the event that the Commission were to find that neither 2061 nor 2072 grant you such a power?
You would naturally have made a determination as
Yes.
a commission, and I said I would cooperate with the commission.
The reading of either section, particularly 2072, doesn't, at least for me, lead to a conclusion that that section grants you that power. I'll see if I can project it on the screen, and perhaps you may help me to read it to find out what in section 207 gives you the power to interfere with the recruitment and capacitating of the service. Are you able to assist me? Because I've read and reread it, and I must maintain I struggle. So perhaps I may potentially be misreading the section.
2072.
Yes.
That I read says the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
Yes.
When I presented that section yesterday, I did say the content, that section doesn't prescribe the content except when it comes to interests of provinces. Now, when you see something in policing that is sitting badly or shaping badly, you use that directive 207, the one that you were
207 sub 2, yes.
Yes, subsection 2. You use that to correct what you believe is not correct using that particular section, because there is nothing that says you mustn't engage the National Commissioner to correct something which he will then operationalize. There's nothing that says so. So I was acting in the belief that that section can be interpreted to that effect. And I got advice from special advisor that it's a matter that we can engage National Commissioner. We were not saying, National Commissioner, we are going to sit in the panel, we are going to write a message, we are not going to write adverts on operationalizing empowerment or capacitating of. It was a broad issue of saying, are you operating within your mandates as crime intelligence, so that when you employ staff and so on, you comply with those mandates as we discussed them, which we did.
So from your answer, I draw two conclusions. Firstly, that it was a question as to whether or not crime intelligence is operating within its mandate. Is that what I should understand from that letter?
Yes, especially core mandates, which is collection, analyzing or analysis, and then distribution of information to relevant end users.
Then I struggle with linking recruitment to a failure to comply with core mandate. What does recruitment have to do with that particular concern?
It would say, when you make assessments as you recruit people, you are conscious and sensitive to your core mandates, that indeed we have to, whatever recruitment we do, it must be in relation. That it talks to a number of things, okay, without going to detail.
Assuming you are correct, what about the exercise of the core mandate of crime intelligence did you have concern about?
One of them was to say, we have identified, when we engaged with crime intelligence, we said one of the areas of concern is that Ministry has identified a number of priorities flowing from the national priorities, and we listed them. Part of what we listed was our concern and prioritization of murder, firearms, drugs, and so on. And we said, we don't have a feel that crime intelligence is assisting police at a level that it is required to deal with these particular problems, especially in relation to particular areas in the country, in the 4 provinces that I called high murder rates.
Yes, you
So we wanted to get intelligence at a high level, to be seen to be active, so that we are able to be precise in dealing with high murder zones in different provinces. They should be active and assist us. And indeed, at some point, I held a meeting with National Commissioner to say, the Western Cape is a high murder zone, the Cape Flats. Can you send intelligence so that you are able to assist your deployments, and then they go there and so on. Later, when I met, incidentally, Lieutenant Kumalo, he said no, they had not discussed the matter with the National Commissioner. There was some time, 2 or 3 weeks later. There was the discoordination that I was concerned about.
Okay. I note your answer. Did I understand you earlier, as part of the first answer you gave, that insofar as recruitment and capacitating of the service, and by way of example, Crime Intelligence Division, that you as the minister have got concurrent responsibility and power as the National Commissioner? Did I understand you correctly?
No,
you don't have the same powers as the
you
Commissioner has in that respect.
No, I don't think you understand me correctly.
Okay.
I'm saying we were playing oversight. Maybe I should use that word. We were playing oversight on the matter, not exercising power together concurrently.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
lastly, are you able to shed light on what is the current status? Are those all posts in crime intelligence still frozen, or has the situation changed? And if so, when and how did it change?
When we went to at some point, we went to the Joint Standing Committee on Crime Intelligence. I wouldn't remember what time it was, what month it was.
Accept that.
Sometime earlier. We had a discussion as we were leaving with National Commissioner to say, National Commissioner said, we take it that we can now start filling up posts, and I said, I take it that you can go ahead because we had had several meetings, indeed, and dealing with this matter that I was concerned with National Commissioner and with Head of Crime Intelligence.
Okay. I have a last question for you. Before you issued this directive,
This particular one.
this very particular, your SM20, your letter of the 31st of October, did you confer with the President December 2024? Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have opportunity to confer with the President, in particular, about Directive 3 regarding the disestablishment of the PKTT? Did you bring to the President's attention your thinking and your intention in that, insofar as PKTT is or the continued existence of PKTT is concerned?
Not before.
No,
but
not
it was
before.
only after.
Oh, how long after the 31st of December did you have that engagement?
I think it must have been the 23rd, if not the 13th, one of the two dates of January.
Of January.
Yes.
I'm going to tread very carefully here, because I don't think it is my place to inquire about your conversations with your President, but are you able to share with the Commission what reasons you advanced to the President for your decisions, and what the President's response thereto was? Are you in a position to? And like I say, I ask that question very guardedly.
You want me to answer?
Yes, please. I'm inviting you to.
When we had the meeting, whether the 13th or the 23rd, I wasn't going there to make a presentation. So we held a brief discussion. It was just to give a short briefing to the President of what has happened and to brief him that there is this particular development that has happened, and that I had wished that I had had an opportunity to consult, to discuss with him this particular decision before. I'm only coming now, and we had. Then I did indicate what it is all about, but it was not in the form of a presentation and like I'm doing now. It was just to indicate in particular that decision, and then cite a few things, and we left it off like that.
And did the President respond in any manner to what you informed him of? And if so, what did he say in his response, or what was his response?
Well, the President noted what
Okay.
I just said, and I left.
Just simply noted. Chair and Commissioners, okay, at my part. Thank you. All right.
Minister, so I should have asked earlier when Mr. Law was discussing with you the reasons that you have given at page 56, and maybe let's start at 168, and I just want to get clarity about what you're saying there.
56 of my statement.
Of your statement,
Okay.
yes, of your statement. Paragraph 168, you give the second reason for your decision. You say the Marai report of 22 November 2024, you've discussed that with Ms. Sillo, so I'm not asking that we discuss it. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're conveying there. You say the report confirmed governance problems that had arisen for the proliferation of temporary task teams in SAPS. And then you list, you've got those sub-paragraphs from 1 up to 5. What you list there as the problems that are in the report, you are not saying it's unique to the PKTT. You're talking about task teams generally.
That is what the report was talking
Yes.
about.
So
yes.
it wasn't specific to the PKTT
Yes.
so much. All right. And then the next one, and it's also in similar vein of wanting to clarify, 171, paragraph 171 in the next page. You've got your fourth reason there. You give as your fourth reason the internal disputes between HRM and crime intelligence regarding the model for the murder and robbery unit. Is this which you're describing here specific to the PKTT, or was it a general problem about crime intelligence and HRM? I think it's human resource management.
I take it that it may have arisen as a particular problem between the two units, but I don't think it would have been confined only.
Yeah.
Because I know that at some point we discussed some issues between HRM and DPCI.
Yes.
So it would be elsewhere as well.
Okay, so it wasn't, in fact, you do say towards the end of that paragraph, still at 171, in the last two lines, there's a sentence that starts, the National Commissioner's briefing demonstrated alignment within SAP's leadership on the path forward and confirmed that interim structures, including the NPKT, were to be migrated. So it looks like you were talking about a problem generally.
Definitely.
Not NPKTT necessarily.
It would be.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister.
But not exclusive.
Yes, no, that's what I meant, that you are not saying it's exclusive to the PKTT. Thank you.
For the last time, Minister, do you still have page 258 of SM7?
258.
Are you there?
258, yes.
Just look at bullet point 1 on page 259. 258 is where the note starts. So on 259, bullet 1.
Bullet 1.
Yes. When you took your decision on 31 December 2024, were you aware that the mandate of the PKTT had been extended to deal with cases involving the killings of traditional leaders?
When I wrote
Yes.
the
disbandment letter?
yes, we were aware.
Were you aware?
Yes.
Now, how did you think they were going to fulfill that mandate if they were already disbanded?
How did I?
How did you think or expect that they would fulfill that mandate if you wanted them disbanded?
It would be through murder and robbery.
But murder and robbery already existed when the mandate was extended to include the killings of traditional leaders.
That is exactly the concern that was identified in the Marai report, and it is part of the list that you are reading, possible double parking on matters, because there's no reason why murder and robbery wouldn't deal with matters associated with traditional leadership. There's no reason.
So if National Commissioner and his subordinates determine that it should be the PKTT that deals with the killings of traditional leaders, you say you can overrule them? and decide that it must be dealt with by murder and robbery?
You know why and through what? You will go to Mpumalanga, there's no PKTT there. And if traditional leaders have a problem, you wouldn't say murder and robbery must not deal with it. They would deal with it, which is what we would want to see in the country. Murder and robbery dealing with all murders in a sustainable way. And this is what we were driving things towards, to make sure that whatever skill that gets developed is maintained, it's sustained, it is honed and sharpened all the time, as opposed to having a team and on a temporal basis.
I don't think you are correct when you say if you go to Mpumalanga, there's no PKTT, because if you go to file 2 of 2, your exhibits bundle on page 253, that briefing to the last IMC meeting and the briefing note that Minister Kele at the time prepared, he says, the work of the task team extends beyond KZN borders. Its work has also been exemplary in the investigation and ultimate breakthrough of murders in the Fort Hare, in the Eastern Cape, where 8 people have been arrested and are before the courts. Next paragraph, the task team is also assisting in investigations in the Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces. And as we know, in December 2024, 10 of those members were then sent to Gauteng to assist the GCIS ops. So they were operating in 5 provinces, not the KZN. Were you aware of that?
Well, I wasn't aware of Mpumalanga. I was just making an example.
No, I thought you said they are not in Mpumalanga. That's why I was correcting you.
I was making an example that if Amakosi die there and there's no PKTT, you would expect that murder and robbery would deal with those matters in the context that we're discussing.
I've just shown you that they assisted in those provinces. So what do you say now?
Now, I want to say I acknowledge what you're saying, that they went there to assist. It could be any number, but I'm insisting that the ideal position is not to do that. The ideal situation is for capacity to be built in Mpumalanga, capacity to be built in Limpopo, and so on. And they deal with the matters as per structure that we have.
And the reason they came to assist in Gauteng was precisely because the resources in Gauteng did not have the same capacity that PKTT had. That's why some of the PKTT members were seconded to the teams in Gauteng to assist in the investigation of certain matters.
Now, we seem to be talking a little bit parallel. This is not to say when there is an issue or there was an issue that they identified you couldn't take PKTT to go and assist, just like you take TRT or you take national intervention. This is not to say so. If those happened, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It may mean that it was a project in and out or for the time being. I'm not sure whether the examples you're making in relation to Limpopo and Mpumalanga means that there is PKTT in the form that it is in KZN. I suspect that you are talking about taking members in KZN to go and assist or reinforce, which you could have done even with any other combative unit. So that existence is not the same as you are talking.
And lastly, Minister,
you are making.
Sorry to interrupt you. Are you finished? I interrupted you. Are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, sorry about that. Lastly, is there anything in the Murray report that says once you've established the murder and robbery unit, you cannot establish task teams, or the task teams that already exist cannot continue to exist?
The whole concept of establishing specialized units right from the beginning was to build capacity. In other words, was to bring capability within SAPS. And in writing, it is indicated in a number of instances that once you have murder and robbery, even in the documents, the 22nd January, that was preliminary report, National Commissioner indicates exactly that it would be absorbed. It would be absorbed. So it is in the concept, and it has been the understanding over time that you won't have them parallel. But even when you have those specialized units, if a problem that is seen to be above any existing capacity of specialized units, you would necessarily deploy combative units that you pick up from anywhere.
So a task team can operate side by side with the murder and robbery unit?
In the form that we were talking about in the Eastern Cape, reinforcing, not really sitting there for a period like you are relying on a temporal structure as SAPS for an extended period. They would go there, reinforce, and then come back. That is the understanding. That's the operational understanding from where I sit, that we wish to get to that level of working. Have something that is stable and consistently being built as a capacity. But then you can, from time to time, when the need arises.
Thank you.
Minister, if I could just follow up on that. I understand your answer to the question whether the Murray report says task teams can't exist. I understand you to, in summary, to say, no, the Murray report doesn't say task teams can't exist. Am I understanding it correctly?
It says so.
Okay. Well, it's a very long report, so I'm not going to challenge you to point us to where it says that. I'll read it for myself and see that. But if you could just look at your SM5, it is the Murray report of 2024, which is signed on the 18th of March 2024. But we now know that, in fact, there is an extension of the term on the 1st of April 24. But I want you to go to 201 SM5. So what you've got there, you have a long list of recommendations from section head, from Brigadier Murray. Oh, it's not Murray. Colonel. Yes. You've got a long list of recommendations starting at page 200. And then when you turn to page 201, where it concerns task teams, you see at paragraph 8.9, he says, no task team be established without written and approved documentation from the provincial commissioner indicating the start date and estimated end date, as well as dates for impact analysis on a quarterly basis to measure the feasibility of continuation of such teams. So in his recommendations, it sounds like he does contemplate that task teams will be created. And then when you go to 8.10, and that's the important one for me, he says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by the Organizational Development and Strategic Management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So from that 8.10, and having read this report, I didn't come upon any part in his recommendations that says a task team, names a task team that must be dissolved. But I find 8.10 where he says there must be an analysis of the current teams to ensure the feasibility of their continuing existence. You must have seen that 8.10
Yeah, I
by the
did.
time you made your decision.
Well, not specifically.
You knew by the time you made your decision that you knew then, because you've seen the report or you've heard about the report presented to you, you must have known that in this report, Murray says that there must be an impact analysis of current teams.
Provincial task teams.
No, that paragraph that I've just read, of provincial.
Yes.
Okay, but he doesn't say anything about the national teams.
Yes.
He doesn't say they must be dissolved. This is not, what I'm establishing with you is this is not a report that we will read and find Murray anywhere saying current national task teams must be dissolved. He says we must do integration. We must have murder and robbery, under which political killings will fall. We know he says that. But nowhere in this report does it say it must be dissolved. Or any task team for that matter. Nowhere in this report does Murray say task teams that are existing, national task teams that are existing must be dissolved. He doesn't say that.
Now, I don't know what Commissioner is.
You and I have read the report.
Yes.
You have been briefed on the report. I
Yes.
accept if you say you haven't read it. But having read it, because I had to sit here today,
Yes.
that's the only reason I read it. I did not come upon a recommendation from Mr. Murray that current task teams or any one of the current task teams should be dissolved. I didn't come upon that.
Yes.
You agree there's nothing like that?
I agree.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. That was my final thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sillo.
I don't know if Chair will allow me just one question arising from the questions by the commissioners, and it's a very short question. It centers around the very 8.10 paragraph, Minister, that Commissioner Baloyi referred you to at page 201. And I understood you to say you interpreted that paragraph to speak to provincial task teams. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Can I offer another perhaps potential interpretation, which is how I understand it, and invite you to comment?
Yes.
It reads, current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So, would I be correct to talk to say the teams operate in provinces, and based on following on what Commissioner Kumalo highlighted, that the PKTT was extended to Eastern Cape for the Fort Hare cases, to Mpumalanga, to Limpopo, and to Gauteng. Would you not accept a possible interpretation that what 8.10 seeks to communicate is that an impact analysis by that stated entity in the province be conducted on the feasibility of that existing team? So is the impact the withdrawal of the team would have on the province? You wouldn't accept that as a potential interpretation?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
I'm referred as well to the Murray report. It's the same report. This time at paragraph 6451. And your 6451 would be at page 191 of the same file. Thank you. And 6.4.5 5.1 reads, first makes a comment and then draws a list of task teams. The task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. So that's the first comment made. Then it lists the task teams found operating in provinces and lists a whole number of them. And I think it was Commissioner Kumalo who had this conversation with you as regards that list and pointed out that PKTT is not one of them.
No, it's not one of yes.
These task teams. So,
sorry, Advocate, it's the other way around. PKTT is one of the task
PKTT
teams.
is Political Matters Team, is one of them.
Bullet 5 from the bottom.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. For the sixth task team from the bottom of that list.
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
It is there. So, and we know that Political Matters Team, of which PKTT is one, operates beyond KZN as we speak. It's in the Eastern Cape, it's in Limpopo, it's in Mpumalanga. So therefore, I would say what paragraph 8.10 requires, that impact analysis, is the impact the withdrawal of that team from all the areas it operates in would have on the specific province. Although we know that it was first established in KZN. What would your comment to that be?
I think the explanatory paragraph to all of the bullets that come. No, firstly, up front, I don't agree with that interpretation. It says the task teams, he is tasked to do an assessment and at implementation. I think it is an implementation letter, this one.
Are you looking for 8.10?
No, I'm looking for the heading because we just get to 191 without knowing what is the heading of the whole document.
Okay.
Whether it is the implementation. So it's evaluation of the implementation of approved work study.
Yes.
Which was approved in 2019. It's now what year?
This is 2024.
2024.
Yes.
Then he makes these comments in that context that I'm asked to evaluate and how far we are with the implementation as agreed. And so part of what he says is that the task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. It refers to all of those that they are in silos all over and they are not monitored, and that is not a desirable situation. The desirable situation is the implementation of the work study as adopted. Now it's being evaluated, and they still find that there's still this situation obtaining. In other words, what is there is what is not desirable, not what is desirable. It's a finding.
Just to make sure I understand, are you suggesting that the list of all the task teams there are task teams that Colonel Murray found are not monitored? They run rampant over the years without determining, they don't account for the gap left. And you say that's the list of task teams that fit that bill.
Exactly. If you read the third bullet from above, to clarify the point, it says, essential infrastructure task teams. Once again, essential infrastructure forms part of the mandate of organized crime in terms of the newly and desired specialized task teams. He says, and have similarities with other focus areas of ferocious and non-ferocious metals, extortion teams, detectives assisting with investigation of these crimes should be within organized. So at that time, they were saying these teams that are not brought under the specialized teams and they are on their own and they are men. And this is what they are referring to, that it's not a desirable situation, all that list. And that paragraph, that bullet, clearly indicates that you may even have them double packed. You have essential infrastructure, which is actually called. There's another task team called ferocious and non-ferrous metals extortion teams. So you have all these teams. Now they want to put them together under murder and robbery or under organized crime and so on. This is what was happening there, to report that we haven't made, we have to make progress towards bringing them under specialized teams. This is what my understanding of this when I read and now.
Can I just take issue with your understanding, and I'll explain why. It cannot be that the task teams listed there are task teams that fit the bill that precedes their listing or the description, which is task teams not monitored, running rampant for years, no accountability. It can be because one of the task teams that we know are operating is the illicit mining task team, the most expensive, that has cost the nation thus far 1.1 billion. And it was in existence at the time this Murray report was issued. And on your reasoning, that task team would fall under the last bullet point, which is illegal mining task teams. So are you suggesting that the currently illicit mining task team is not monitored, is running rampant, has been doing so for years, and is not accountable? Is that your suggestion?
This report says so at that time and wants to bring it in specialized units as they were conceived in 2019. That would be my understanding.
And in the following year, it was financed, the same task team that you so described, for 738 million. And this year, it has been budgeted for 294 million. Total of 1.1 billion. Surely, Minister, then we've got bigger problems than we accept. If we can have such task teams that cost the state that amount of money, and nobody calls them out.
To illustrate my point, on my side of correctness, without undermining your side, look at first, second, third, fourth, first, second, third, and fourth bullet from below.
From below.
Where you talk about knockout team concentrating on illicit mining. You see that?
I see that, yes.
Then you see at the end, the last bullet, illegal mining task teams.
Yes, I see that.
So this is what is found, according to the report, which is not desirable. They want to put it together in a way that depicts the concept of specialized task teams in 2019. This is one example, because clearly there in those bullets, you are talking about different teams but doing the same thing, which illustrates an undesirable situation.
Thank you, Minister. I won't take it any further. Chair?
Can I, Minister? Minister?
Yes.
I thought what Ms. Silla was seeking to demonstrate to you was that paragraph 8.10 that you and I discussed earlier, in fact, applies 8.10. You'll find it at 201. We looked at earlier.
201, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It says current task teams be subjected to impact analysis in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. I thought what Ms. Sillo was seeking to demonstrate to you is that the task teams referred to
This side.
in paragraph 8.10, the current task teams referred to are the task teams in 6.4.5.1 at page 191, the ones that you've just described now.
Yes.
Those are the task teams she was referring to.
Yes.
She was trying to show you that. And they are all national task teams, as far as we have understood.
No.
Uh-huh.
They are provincial in 810. It's written.
No, the political matters team is not provincial, Minister. It's a national team. You've told us that. You call it the political killings task team. Narcotics task team. You've got that. You've got the anti-gang task team. You can correct us or me if they are provincial, because you know better than I do. But you've got the cash in transit and ATM bombing task teams. So you've got national teams. At least we know the political killings task team is a national task team.
Which may not necessarily be the same as political matters team.
Do you know of another team that deals with political killings? Do you know? Because we have only heard in this commission about the PKTT.
Which is a national.
Yes. Do you know that there's another team, which is the political killings team? Political matters team, that's the word used here.
I know them in the form that they were now redesigned as subunits, which we said in terms of the specialized teams, you have serious and violent crimes. And then as a component, below that there's a section called murder and robbery. Below that there are subunits. One of those subunits is called political matters team.
Okay.
It is at provincial level.
Yes.
It is at a national level in one form or the other, but it's a subunit.
Okay.
So I suppose that when they established them or called for their establishment, now in 2024, Marai goes there
Yes.
to establish the extent of implementation of all of them.
Yes.
So he finds that they are there in one form or the other, but they are seeking improvement. That would be my reading of what is happening here.
So are you saying that Marai, where he discusses where he discusses task teams, he does not speak about the political killings task team? Is that what you're saying, the national one? If you say from this explanation you've just... Yes, so you're saying in this list, maybe let's take a step back. The list says task team that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left. And then full stop. Then it says task team found operating in provinces.
Yes.
As follows. They operate in provinces, not established. He speaks about task teams operating in provinces.
Yes, we are wondering.
Now we know from you and everyone else that has testified before us that the political killings task team operates in provinces. We know that. It operates in KZN. You've just agreed with Ms. Sillo that it operates, or you've accepted when she says Mpumalanga, and she says Limpopo, and she says Gauteng. That is a team operating in provinces. No?
Not in this context, Commissioner. The one
But Minister, if you say not in, allow me to interrupt you.
Okay.
if you say not in this context, then you must then say or accept that Mr. Murray didn't say anything about the PKTT, because his list, according to you, I was prepared to accept that he does say something about the PKTT. He's included it. He's just called it Political Matters Team, but he's speaking about that team too. I was prepared to accept that. But now you're saying where he discusses task teams that are running rampant, because somehow you read that first paragraph to be, he's saying all these listed teams are running rampant and are not monitored. If you say that on that construction, then this list doesn't include the PKTT, and the PKTT is not accused of running rampant and unmonitored, because according to you, it's not in this list.
No, Murray was not sent to assess the PKTT. So the PKTT is not part of the list.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
No, thank you, Minister.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've concluded. That was the testimony of Minister Mchunu at this stage of the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silo. Mr. Mugaitobi, may I invite you to come over, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I know there are pressures of time, but I wonder if I can have 15 minutes to consult.
Not from my side anymore.
Oh, not anymore. Could I have 30 minutes then?
Yes. Yes. What you originally asked for, you may have.
Thank you, Judge. So if we may... Indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready for the final stretch? It looks like it. Council? All right, it looks like we're ready to resume. Thank you.
Mr. Ngugaitobi, is it still the promised 45 minutes?
Yes, I've said maximum 45 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if, if that view is shared across the table. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to consult. Hopefully the consultation will make things more crisp and clearer. Minister, could I just start with I think something that many people would be concerned with legitimately, which is really this, that you were in this department for 6 months, and many people will say that's too short to study a complex organization like SAPS and to take such radical decisions. How do you defend yourself against that accusation?
Well, firstly, it is to say that I wasn't minister for the first time. I wasn't minister in a big department. For the first time, I was from water, and I dealt with quite a number of complex issues there, including merging water boards and other matters, huge amounts of money, resuscitating the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which was quite a complex project. So, although I was 6 months, or 5 months to be precise, I quickly acclimatized myself and familiarized myself, and as testimony to that, we took all the period, as I indicated in my statement, from the time we got appointed up to the end of the year, just orientation, although we then included discussions and decisions in the process. But it was quite an intensive kind of orientation.
Yes. And your statement says that you were particularly concerned about the rate of murders in South Africa. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did you think South Africa should fight against murder in particular?
What I thought at the end, or in the course of time, we should do, in the main, we should work on specialized units, not only because they had been conceptualized before I came and so on, but in my own assessment, I felt that you need specialized units who would then be able to focus on specialized fields, especially in the detection or in the detectives area. And when you do so, in other words, it amounted to saying the work that had been done up to then needs to be intensified, it needs to be strengthened. And when you do so, make sure that you build from home. In other words, you build this capacity in each province, especially in the light of priority number 3, which is building capacity of the state. It wouldn't mean going back to the days of Brixton, which was concentration of talent and every other thing, resources, only in Johannesburg. So when there's murder elsewhere, you then take people, they fly, they drive, and so on. Build it from home. Build it in each and every province. The concept that we've been discussing, that is in our statement, is key in doing this in South Africa. Of course, you will then say visible policing, ensuring prevention, and then investigation. Both are mandates of SAPS, core mandates of SAPS. You would be effective when you do it through specialized units. That, of course, you will build over time with focus and not break and build and break and break and then rely on task teams and all of that. Build these units. And to me, that's what I stand for. That is what I got convinced, and I stand by that even now, including then this new division that we spoke about, which will then enhance the combative capacity of SAPS.
Yes. Now, this vision of building specialized permanent units instead of temporary task team, was that just your own view, or was this shared within the SAPS?
I found it in SAPS, having been shared, having been workshopped, having been implemented at different levels, both at national and provincial level, and there are documents to that effect. We've been discussing them. But when I saw the extent of matters and got worried about them, first I said, when we release stats in South Africa, I will say, even though there may be a decrease, but I would insist that it is at a high level. Because it was a high level. If you have 27,000 people getting murdered in South Africa every year, and the other year there are 26,000, that's still high, even if it's decreased, but it's high. It's decreasing at a high level. And therefore, that's the first thing.
It's decreasing at a low level. It can be decreasing at a high level.
It's decreasing still at a high level.
All right.
And I could see that.
Yes. I mean, it's not decreasing fast enough.
Yes.
But can you just move on? You've also said this idea was also embedded within this SAPS. Is it correct that that view would be found, this idea of moving towards permanent specialized unit instead of ad hoc task teams, would be found in the following documents: the 2019 work study, dated the 26th of June 2019, the implementation letter, dated 14 November 2019, the Murray report, dated 6 March 2014, and the organizational structure of the SAPS of 2025 to 2029. Those four documents embed this idea of moving towards specialized units instead of temporary ad hoc task teams. Is that correct?
Except that the Murray report is 2024, not 2014.
No, 2024, 6 March 2024.
Yes.
Did I say 2014?
Yes.
I apologize.
It's quite embedded
Yes.
in all those documents and in conversations. And I did say I had a conversation by chance with former Commissioner Stolle. Yes. And according to him, he was emphatic on specialized units and including cold case units. And he said, PKTT does cold cases in any case, by and large. Yes. That was the conversation that we have. So it is embedded in documents, in workshops, in resolutions, in implementation efforts.
Yes. It's also shared by top management.
It's shared by top management, and we embraced it even when we reviewed the structure after we came. The structure that will be up to 2029.
Yes. Now let's introduce another concept. Can it coexist with a task team?
It basically, if all these specialized units are as effective as they should be, and there's no reason why we should not be able to do so if we are seriously implementing. The lack of implementation here and there is just lapses, human lapses in the department, not because there's something impossible. Now, having said so, I want to say that we believe in them, and in terms of coexisting, it's only when there is an overwhelming kind of development somewhere that the existing capacity there where this thing happens, that you would need a task team so that you reinforce in one way or the other what is there beyond the capacity of specialized teams and so on. But ordinarily, once you've put an effort 2 years or so, you will be running with full capacity.
Thank you. Now, the other criticism is this. I'm not saying the commissioners are critical, don't misunderstand me, but I'm saying the criticism that has arisen from various quarters is the following. You did not give enough time for your idea, which is a good idea, to percolate within the organization, and you did not speak to enough people so that they can understand and adjust themselves. So even if you've got a good idea, which is I want a permanent structure, which is a specialized unit, and I want to dissolve a temporary structure. The way to do that also matters. You have to follow a certain process, give people time, give people notice. Can you just explain how you react to that criticism? They say that you announced it on the 31st, you expected it to be implemented there and then.
The letter of directives.
Yes.
Yes. I would say first, that letter, in terms of its spirit, it embraces whatever would be dictated to by reasonable time required for the implementation of the letter, in line with the administrative meaning of immediately. And even in terms of the letter, the drafting itself, it included a preliminary report at some other date, and then a UNESCO at some other date. That was indicative enough from where I sit that it would be a matter that I would be open to engagement and in terms of reasonability of time required as we engage in implementing the directive.
All right, I'll come back to that issue of being open to change. But just prior to the letter being issued on the 31st, your statement says there were 3 meetings. Meeting on the 1st of November, meeting on the 21st of November, meeting on the 22nd of November. As I understand, none of those meetings resolved on a dissolution per se.
No, none of them, none of them resolved or discussed dissolution and agreed on it. But what they did, they discussed tilting towards that in terms of review. I made a statement there, and the National Commissioner made a statement indicating the temporal nature of PKTT in no ambiguous terms. He was clear, and we were clear, and we were synergizing that.
Yes, thank you. Now, we'll come back then to the statement you made about being open to persuasion. When I study your letter of the 31st of December, I don't get there the language that even though I'm giving this directive, I'm still open to altering my mind. How do you explain that?
I explain that by saying that practical experience indicates that whenever an executive authority gives a directive in a meeting or in any other situation, there would be a response from officials. They would always express themselves in terms of feasibility, including time framing. They will always indicate what they would want to see as feasible, and they would you would comply because you know you are not the one who is implementing. So while there was nothing expressed in the letter to that effect of openness, but practice does point to that being the culture in government to do so. But then there were also those indications of meetings that I've alluded to, that they showed that there we would be engaging as it would be.
All right. So your point is that although you issued that letter in apparently peremptory terms, you were always open to persuasion if good reason was put forward.
Definitely.
Now,
Correct.
let's move on then. From the 31st of December 2024, what happened next in January 2025, which is...
Well, there are a number of things that happened. I would start from the
3rd of January.
of January.
What happened then?
The National Commissioner did instruct Litoko, Brigadier or Colonel Litoko, to write letters to Deputy National Commissioners to make them aware of the letter, the letter of the directive, and to inform them, which I took as operationalizing, as it were, the directive. And it later did become clear that that instruction was to say the Office of the National Commissioner must begin the process of operationalizing the directives. That's the third. Parallel to that...
If he didn't want to, let us assume the National Commissioner's view was, this is outside of your power as the minister, you did not consult, the task team is a good thing. What should he have done?
Firstly, I would say that there is a guide called a guide to all DGs, including the National Commissioner, in terms of what to do when you receive an unlawful instruction. There is that guide, it exists, they are all familiar with. So he could have used that and made reference to that. But in practice, using that or even outside that, just from him as a person, he clearly would have responded to the very directive that I wrote to say, I received your directive of 31st December. I am responding. I feel this way and that way and that way. That didn't happen. Instead, as I put it, the third was operationalizing the directive.
Thank you. And then after the third?
On the third as well,
yes.
Apart from what was happening in the Office of the National Commissioner and his Deputy National Commissioners, I was in touch with Chief of Staff, my Chief of Staff.
Who is the Chief of Staff?
Chief of Staff is Cedric Kabinde.
Thank you.
Now, he informed me on the 3rd, he informed me on the 4th and on the 5th that, firstly, on the 3rd, that he was interacting. He was in a conversation with General Mkhwanazi, the PC, that is Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. And he made me aware in the course of time, because he phoned me more than once to say, I'm receiving calls from the Provincial Commissioner. And he said, Utuktel, he's angry with the letter.
Who's angry now?
He's a Provincial Commissioner, Mkhwanazi. He said he's angry, picking it up from their conversation. And I said, why is he angry? He says about PKTT disbandment, as per your letter. Your letter apparently leaked, and he picked it up and he phoned me, and we had a conversation more than once. But he was emphasizing the anger to him and saying, I think in one of the calls, I said to him, but why is he angry? Because I wrote the letter to the National Commissioner, not to the Provincial Commissioner. And he said, well, it doesn't pick it up or understand. To a point where, because of his emphasis on the anger of the Provincial Commissioner, I ended up saying, look, those statements coming out as they do, if it's true, you must consider recording the Provincial Commissioner for posterity. And he later informed me that, he has taken a decision that should another call come, he would record that, which he started doing, I think, on the 4th or on the 5th. Now, one of the things that he told me to illustrate the anger, he said, the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, as they were talking, said to him, if Minister doesn't withdraw this letter, there's going to be a fight back. Now, We did discuss what possibly could that mean. Well, he said, well, that illustrates the anger. That's how we concluded that he was so angry that he made that. And then later on, I think the 4th or the 5th, he also informed me that PC said, if the minister doesn't, because all the time he was phoning a certain cabinet to say, have you spoken to the minister? Have you spoken to the minister? Have you met him? And he said, he also said, if the minister is clean, then he should proceed with the letter dating back from his days as premier, because we're going to investigate him if he doesn't withdraw this letter. That is, those are things that came from a certain cabinet.
Are you clean?
I'm clean.
Now, in January, we are now on the 5th of January. Anything else that happened in January 2025?
In January 2025, there are two things that happened.
Yes.
I think around the 20th, I met the National Commissioner and we had a chat verbally. We spoke a little about the leak of the letter of directives. And he said he's concerned about the leak and what then is in social media about it, our affairs leaking in the manner that it did. I shared the concern. And he said, well, look, in future, he believes that we must avoid letters of this nature, and I agreed with him. But it was based on the leak, not on the content and substance of the letter.
Yes. You said there were two things. We were talking now about the 20th of January.
Yes, the second was that I wouldn't be receiving the preliminary report. It was around that 20th. But the report is almost ready and all of that. He made a firm undertaking that in just a few days, which then happened, and the report was, in fact, he wanted to bring it on the 20th. And we were in Cape Town, and he was informed accordingly, and then he brought it on the 22nd.
Yes. But on both of those occasions, 20th of January, 22nd of January, he is still in total agreement with the decision. Especially
on the 22nd, because there it was not a letter, it was not a letter, it was a report, a preliminary report with a number of things, background of PKTT, objective, progress, achievements. There were quite a number, and indicating that there would need to be meetings with relevant stakeholders. It was quite an elaborate report.
All right, but he is still in agreement?
It was in agreement. There was nowhere where it was objecting in partially or in full. It was in agreement.
You told the chairperson of this commission that you spoke to the president on the 23rd of January 2025.
Yes, correct.
Yes, to brief him about the dissolution.
Correct.
And he too did not countermand you, and he is your boss. He could have said, I want it back.
The date was either the 13th or the 23rd, and it's correct that I briefed the president, and it was not a presentation in a document. It was just a briefing that there's since been this development, and I would have loved that I would and should have briefed him before I took the resolution, but I just in passing indicated that, well, the task team was, although it was his initiative, but it was pitched at ministerial level, not a presidential task team, as it were. But I was saying that just in passing I was mitigating the fact that I had already done this, even though I had wanted to do it beforehand.
Yes, but the point is that you were transparent to him. If he wanted the task team, he could have told you, no, I don't agree with your decision.
Correct.
Especially because the task team came about in the first place upon his initiative.
Correct.
Yes. Now then, we move from the 23rd of January. You briefed Parliament on the 5th of March, together with the SAPS leadership.
Correct.
Yes. And even in that meeting in Parliament, all of the leaders of the SAPS agreed with your decision. Is that correct?
It is correct. The presentation was actually practically led by them. They made the presentation.
Yes. And no one among the members of Parliament objected to the dissolution?
In fact, if anything, they agreed with it.
Yes. And then there was subsequently a meeting after the 5th of March, which was on the 6th of March when you returned from Parliament.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Between who and who?
That meeting was in Cape Town in the provincial headquarters of SAPS. On my side, it was myself, deputy ministers and staff. And then on the side of the National Commissioner, it was him and deputy minister and deputy national commissioners. I remember that there was Deputy National Commissioner Musikiti, Deputy National Commissioner Sbia, Acting Deputy National Commissioner Ngua. Yes. There could be one or two. Oh, there was Lieutenant Kumalo, General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, and Lieutenant General Sentumula.
Yes. And even in that meeting, no one in the SAPS objected?
No one objected.
Yes. Then there was a report on the 27th of March, 2025.
Correct.
And that was a progress report by General Masemula.
Correct.
Yes. And even that report was still consistent with the dissolution.
It was still consistent with the dissolution. A little hitch there was that whereas on the 6th of March we had agreed that no additional cases would be added on PKTT, there was now an additional case. We then said, well, that matter we have to discuss with the National Commissioner, and there was no cancellation of the decision that had been taken on the 6th. There was no reversal. It was merely to note what had happened, and they continued.
Yes. But I mean, throughout this period, I mean, we've referred now to 7 meetings, including a meeting with the President and a President with Parliament, a meeting with Parliament. It was always open for anyone who didn't like what you had done to say you must change course, and you would have changed course.
I definitely would have changed course.
Yes. Now, when is the first time then that there is an explicit public denunciation of the decision?
From the National Commissioner?
From anyone?
Well, as I indicated, firstly, that it was firstly from General Mchunu.
That's not explicit because they are having a conversation and you're being told by your Chief of Staff.
Not directly, yes. The first one is the 6th of July, where I got it very clear that there is a view contrary to...
What happened on the 6th of July?
We saw a press briefing by Provincial Commissioner General Mchunu making statements around the dissolution and other related aspects.
Yes. Now, the statement that he made, General Mchunu, in that meeting, I've looked at it, well, Ms. Lengane looked at it and told me what it says. But it says that you and Mr. Mokgotsi are receiving financial assistance from Mr. Matlala, who is an alleged criminal. Makes that explicit statement.
Correct.
I mean, is that true or false?
It's false.
Yes.
It's false. There is no money that I have ever received from Brown Mokgotsi, or he has received
together with from Matlala, not from Mokgotsi.
Or from Matlala.
Yes. What General Mchunu said is that you and Mr. Mokgotsi are receiving money from Mr. Matlala, who is an alleged criminal.
Oh, it's false.
Yes.
It's false.
Yes.
I'm not part of that. If Mr. Mokgotsi has ever received any money from Mr. Matlala, that would mean that it was him and him alone receiving whatever he would have received. Myself, I've never asked for any money from Mr. Matlala. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him on the phone. I've never asked for anything from him. I've never received anything from him.
Yes. And what he then sought to do, General Mkhwana, he sought to locate the dissolution of the PKTT in this context of a minister receiving money from a criminal, or an alleged criminal.
I believe that, yes, I'm aware of that.
Yes.
It's a narrative which I would say was choreographed somewhere, but it never found its way to reality. And there's no evidence that that is the case. Because I say, even if somehow they located to the incidents of the 6th where there was a raid in Matlala's home and all of that, I knew nothing about the raid, the intended raid. I never got any briefing that there was going to be a raid in Matlala's home and offices and so on. I never received any presentation or report after such a raid. And therefore, to link these two things and the dissolution and me and a person that I'd never met and the happenings in his home or whatever was totally false.
Yes. Now, not only did he say that in that press conference, even before this commission, at paragraph 187 of his statement, this is what General Mkhwana says. He says, Minister Mchunu, through his associate with Brown Mokhotsi and as corroborated by his chief of staff, Mr. Nkabinde, maintained associations that have confirmed links with the underworld. So he says, you have links with the underworld. And he did that to justify the criticism he had of the dissolution.
That statement is entirely false. One, I'm no associate to Brown Mokhotsi.
Forget about Brown Mokhotsi. Let's just talk about the links with the underworld. That is really the critical statement.
I have no links, and I have never had any link with the so-called underworld in whatever manner.
Yes. And the link that he draws between the dissolution of the task team and this connection, alleged connection with the underworld,
is false.
Yes. Now,
it is false.
Thank you very much. Now, you've explained what you are trying to achieve, and you've explained that it was widely accepted within the SAPS. There was the question of the comparison with the task team in the Eastern Cape responsible for combating taxi violence. And I was left not sure of if I fully understood your answer. Maybe you could just, for the last time, explain to the commissioners, what do you say about this comparison? Is it a fair comparison, an unfair comparison?
I would say it's a comparison that is fair at the level of principles. In other words, SAPS accepting the existence and the use of task teams, but it is qualified in terms of the work study and in terms of our vision and in terms of what has been adopted and so on, that generally, as a general rule, you will have specialized task team. But then there would be exceptions to that when the need arises, either because of a situation that is beyond such capacity in that particular area, and then you would have a task team. Or in the case of Eastern Cape, but which transpired later, that even the specialized team or the specialized units that we had there in the form of murder and robbery was not as effective as it would. But that was found or established later. But the principle was, the actual initiative was to say, we are seeing taxi violence and related violence growing and growing. Seemingly, the capacity that we have in the Eastern Cape is below what it would take to deal with what we're seeing. Hence, sending a number of people under Major General Zulu after the discussion with National Commissioner. So the difference is that a situation arose in the Eastern Cape around taxi violence. You then say Major General Zulu must go there within this time frame with this budget at hand, and that is what they do. Then they find that they have to extend time. They extend time. They deal with this particular problem. The difference with between that and MPK, that is National Killings, Political Killings Task Team, is that whereas it is a task team, but its length of period, which I'm saying is no longer in keeping with what it was established for in 2018, if you look at figures and if you look at incidents. And even if you look at the 22nd January report of the National Commissioner, even though it comes after I had issued the letter but it confirms, because National Commissioner does say it has fulfilled the mandate for which it was established for. And it even says beyond any doubt, which means that even though I issued the directive, subsequently it was confirmed. Now, you are then saying you have PKTT coexisting with the specialized unit in whatever capacity, but it was not envisaged that you would have a coexistence of a national team coexisting with that particular capacity. That is not what was envisaged, which is now happening. Hence, and in any case, PKTT was never envisaged as a permanent. It was always, yes. Yes.
Unless you still want to add something?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just want to come to the topic of the powers, and it's an issue that the chairperson raised. That basically, as I understand the question that was asked, is it doesn't matter how a structure like the PKTT comes into existence. The power to dissolve it rests exclusively with the National Commissioner. Now, the reason I ask you this is because I'm not asking you to give a legal answer, but to give a practical answer in terms of, at the time you took the decision, what precautionary measures did you take to make sure that it was legally sound?
I had a consultation with Advocate Vusi Pikoli, who happens to be my special advisor.
Yes.
And he responded, and he has since made his response or opinion available to the legal team.
Yes, it's been filed, as I understand, it's been filed with the Commission. But you don't have to go through it. But the only answer is, as a responsible minister, you took precautionary measures to ensure that your decision was legally sound.
I did.
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, there are a couple of small points that I just want to take you through them to make sure that you can clarify. There was a reference to the work study, and it seemed that there was a bit of confusion about page 200 and 201. So if you go to that work study, I think it's the Murray report. Yes, it's the Murray report. And particularly, if you turn over the page to 201, the references in paragraph 8.1 and 8.10. The first reference at page 201, have you got it, Minister?
I'm trying to get.
So just go to 201. Yeah, it should be in the bundle of your annexures.
Page 201.
201, yes.
Yes, I think this is the one. Is it this one? Because this one is 7. I think it is this one. Or in this bundle.
Yeah, in your it's one of the bundles to your statement.
Yeah. This one. 201, yes.
Yes, if you go to paragraph 8.9,
Yes.
there was some confusion here about what this paragraph is about, and you seem to have a particular view that was not shared by the evidence leader. It says no task teams be established without written and approved documentation from the provincial commissioner indicating the start date and estimated end date, as well as dates for impact analysis on a quarterly basis.
Yes, that's what the statement says.
On a quarterly basis to measure the feasibility of continuation for such teams. So what is being referred to here? I personally cannot work it out what this sentence is about.
What I have since established in terms of, in an effort to clarify this, is that this, as I indicated earlier, it applies to provincial, or it applies to teams that are operating in the province, which, unlike what we did when we were talking with Commissioner Baloyi, it was a question of existence and operating.
No, I think that's a different issue. That I'm going to come to that issue.
Okay.
Because you are talking about a different document. So this refers to a task team being established without an approval of the provincial commissioner. That's what I don't understand. Is this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. What is this talking about?
No, it's talking about what they were doing, because they had decided that, look, let us stop the proliferation of loose and teams, task teams that are not accountable, and so on. They then say, in order to control that, in order to minimize that,
Yes.
no task teams be established without written and approved documentation from the provincial commissioner.
Yes.
It means that at a provincial level, the provincial commissioner must know what task team is being established elsewhere. Say in a district, it can't be established without the provincial commissioner signing and so on, indicating the start and estimated date as all. So it points to provincial task teams because it talks to provincial commissioner and all of it.
But it's about new task teams that will be established in the future.
That they must not, if they get established at all, it can't be without.
Yes. And then 8.10 also was a subject of some confusion. It says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So what is this talking about? I mean, would this apply to the PKTT?
Now, that's what I was thinking that you were referring to earlier, and said earlier we got entangled in our conversation and got confused.
I understand, but is this about? Would this apply to the PKTT?
It would apply to the provinces to the province in the sense that it talks about current task teams.
Yes.
Now, among the teams that currently existed at the time of the analysis, the PKTT was one of those that were operational in the province. So it talks about current operating task teams. Just to
I think you're talking about a different paragraph, which is 6.4.1. Yeah, I think you're talking about 6.4.5.1. I'm still going to go to that at page 191.
Yes.
But what I'm asking about 8.9 and 8.10, they both refer to the provincial commissioner or the organizational development and strategic management in the province.
In the province.
Now, on the first blush, it creates the impression that this is talking about provincial task teams.
Yes, it does.
I understand, but is that correct? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
What it refers to is it talks to all task teams existing in the province.
But okay, that's fine. But if you then go to 6.4.5.1 at page 191, which was also the subject, I think, of lack of clarity. Have you got that, page 191?
Yes.
No, I mean, I appreciate that you didn't write this, and you were not even there at the time it was written. Where is Commissioner Marais at the moment? Is he still within the SAPS?
He's still within SAPS.
All right, well, maybe he can give an affidavit explaining what he was talking about. It says the task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in the provinces are as follows. So that's what you wanted to explain. Just explain that, because the reason you have to explain is because the answer you gave to Commissioner Baloyi is not consistent with the answer in your statement at paragraph 41.
Yes.
And it's possible that it's too late in the day, that it's caused by confusion. And that's why it's necessary, because Commissioner Baloyi asked a specific question, and then you gave an answer that differs from your statement.
Yes. The difference is operating in the province as follows. Operating. I think in that situation, what I missed was confusing existence and operating. So it says there, operating in the province, which would be inclusive of PKTT in this instance. And that is what, so that bullet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from bottom would include PKTT, because it's operating in the province.
Yes, I mean, the other confusion that came up from the answer you gave earlier was you sought to distinguish political matters team from the political killings task team, when your statement actually treats those two as the same thing.
Correct.
But which one is correct?
You mean murder and robbery? Or?
No. If you look there from the bottom,
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The phrasing there is political matters team. Okay?
Oh, yes.
So when you were asked by Commissioner Baloyi,
yes,
you said, no, political matters team is not the same thing as the political killings task team.
No,
but,
I should straighten that, because at that time, I thought it would refer to things in case of KZN, like 2011, like...
No, I don't need an explanation.
It's the same.
Yes. So the two answers you gave to Commissioner Baloyi are wrong answers. This paragraph 6.4.51 includes the PKTT. That's number one.
It does. Yes.
And then number two, the phrase political matters team is the same as the PKTT.
It is the same.
All right. Thank you.
It is the same. To correct that. Yes.
Then there's also a problem with some of the evidence you gave on human rights abuses. When it comes to the human rights topic, I wasn't sure what you mean. Let me explain why. The one time you said you took into account human rights abuses flowing from the statements of Mary de Haas and Ms. Mashele. Then on the other, you said you did not take them into account in that context. Now, I couldn't understand what do you mean, because on the one side, those statements are mutually in conflict with one another, and they do not appear to be reconcilable. Can you just explain, this confusion away? Because you're now going to leave the commissioners, and I don't want them to be left not knowing what you're saying. They may disagree, but they must at least know what you're saying.
We talked about this for quite some time. I did say, one, I became aware of whatever was either sent to me, in this case by Mary DeHaas. I confirmed that I did receive, even though I didn't respond substantively.
No, that's not where the problem is. The problem is whether you took them into account in your decision making. And it's not about the weight that you gave them.
Yes, I took them into, a straightforward answer is that I did take them into consideration, not minding the weight that we ended up speaking about.
Yes, because your statement says that you did take them into account.
Yes.
Yes. Now, there was also something said about about Ms. Mashele. I want to just take you to page 359. Because the point that was made was that she doesn't talk about the PKTT. So if I can take you to, starting at page 359. So if you recall the context to it, you were saying Ms. Mashele raised allegations of human rights violations by the PKTT on her Facebook post, which there was a debate, did you take them into account or not? But then the comment that came was that Ms. Mashele did not speak about violations of human rights by the PKTT, okay? Now, if you look at 359, the third paragraph, which starts with Khumalo. Can you read that?
Khumalo has been doing exactly what Richard Mdluli did. He captured crime intelligence by appointing friends and family in strategic positions. Two of his brothers are working at the political task team, victimizing and harassing hard-working members because of their brother in charge.
Because their brother are in charge?
Their brother are in charge.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, to victimize and to harass people, is that a violation of human rights?
It is.
If you then go to page 368, which is another statement by Ms. Mashele. Have you got that?
Yes, I've got it.
And it's dated the 14th of November, 2024.
Correct.
And what does it say?
It says, quote, how the political task team abused their powers and on instruction of Begicele arrested two forensic investigators who were investigating the corruption at Fort Hare University.
Yes, and then it continues.
Even the National Intervention Unit was part of the Hollywood-style arrest, and the forensic investigators still don't know why they were arrested.
Yes, and then the last paragraph.
The one that starts with the link.
This is the link, yes.
This is the link to a letter Professor Mary DeHaas wrote to Parliament and the Minister regarding the resources that were misused to affect the arrest, to effect the arrest.
Now, that reference in the first paragraph to the political task team and Fort Hare University, what reference is that about?
That paragraph is in relation to the activities of the political killings task team in Fort Hare in investigating the alleged criminality.
Yes. And then your statement then specifically refers to the human rights abuses at Fort Hare.
Yes.
In
correct.
relation to the task team.
Correct.
Yes. And specifically references, is it Professor Berger or Ms. Berger?
Ms. Berger.
Yes. Now, at the time you wrote, you were relying on media reports of what she was saying. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the time you issued the instruction.
Correct.
Yes. But she has subsequently filed a statement under oath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
which is annexed to your bundle as SM16.
Correct.
Yes. I mean, I don't want to make you to read this, but she actually makes a harrowing account of what happened to her in the hands of the PKTT at page 404, 405, 406.
Yes, I did make reference yesterday to that.
Yes. I mean, if you look at 405, what she says happened to her. She says, I was handcuffed and placed in a police jet with members of the PKTT, the National Intervention Unit, and my co-director, Conrad, who was foot shackled. We arrived in Bisho and observed several members of the police and PKTT taking videos and TikTok videos in front of the police jet while we waited, handcuffed and foot shackled on the runway for the fanfare to end. We drove in convoy to Mtanzane police station where Conrad would be kept on the basis that there was not enough space for both of us in East London, which is where I went instead. Paragraph 55. I went to the toilet to relieve myself, and the toilet would not flush. Members of the NIU and PKTT took turns to lift the toilet seat and ridicule me. I sobbed as I had no reason for being there, arrested, detained, and humiliated. And then it goes on and on. I don't want to read all of them. The allegations get worse and worse. But what do you say as the minister responsible for police when you hear allegations like this?
Well, as I said, I'm very concerned, and I would always be very concerned, because not only is it bad imaging South African police, but it actually is in contravention of a number of prescripts in terms of the conduct of police.
Yes. Then, in this section, the last category you mentioned is paragraph 73.8 of your statement. You don't need to go to it, but I just want to ask you, you said you wanted to talk to us so that we can advise you on how to handle those people who want to speak confidentially.
Yes.
Just give us a sense, because that was one of the questions that were asked by Commissioner Baloyi, to say, look, I don't know what you're talking about. And it's very difficult to make sense of it, because it's very cryptic and, just give us a sense of the broad nature of what these 8 people are saying.
The broad nature of what these people are alleging, they are pointing to activities, or let me say actions, of the National Political Killings Team that could be termed as unlawful in broad terms. Then they point to different...
but what do they say the task team is doing?
Well, it's various activities per person. And they could be construed. I wrote in one of the submissions when we were talking to our lawyers that they could be construed to some of the activities, to activities that defeat the ends of justice, and also criminal activities in nature. That is what I could briefly add on what you asked me to do.
No, that's fine, that's enough. But why do they not want to be known that they are making these allegations?
They, each one of them, when I met them, emphasized their personal safety and their fears on personal safety. Some of them actually got physically manhandled, as they allege in their statements at different points, by PKTT, as they allege. And therefore, they have first-hand experience of what happened to them. And some of them allege that they know how PKTTs, they know of certain practices within PKTT that could be construed in the manner that I construed earlier.
Yes, thank you. Now, I want to come, I think it was a question asked by Commissioner Khumalo. and which again I think left a little bit of confusion, certainly in my mind. I want to just draw the comparison between SM18 and SM17. Here I will depend on my junior because she has done this work. Yes. Now, I think the question that was asked is, what was lacking? Yes. So what was lacking in SM18 that you would find in SM17 for you to say SM18 was defective?
Yes, I'm now able to make a direct reference because Commissioner Baloyi was actually direct in finding synergy in both. But I did, and I remember, say that it's in terms of the extent of detail. If you look at page 428, just the purpose and background is quite elaborate, which, if you look at, this is, what is this? If you look at 17, yes, purpose 1, background, that it's all in one page. But if you go to, is it the next page? 128 and 129, and you read, what is this? 1 foot. If you compare, I'm saying post 2022, they were elaborate. Quite more, even though the purpose is found in both, background is found in both, but before 2021, 2022, they were quite elaborate. If you look at SM17, first page, second page, third page, and even the finances there, 2 pages and all of that.
Yes, I mean, and on the finances, it's not just the pages, it's also the qualitative assessment of the information.
Yes, to say what for is not
The
global.
breakdown of the costing.
It's not globalized.
Precisely.
I need some assistance for post 22. Post 22 assessments.
Go to page 455.
455, yes, that information note. If we look at the information note specifically on SM18, page 455, the request for financial, it's upfront. That is your starting point. Request for financial authority for 24-25. And of course, in our conversation with Commissioner Khumalo, we did not necessarily refer to this one, but it is there, and that is what I had picked up and I was referring to. Right from page 1, request for financial authority. There's no assessment, there's no report, even on page 2. It's further request for financial authority, 23-24. And it's all just one page. Is it one page? 150. Yes, 151, 152. So it's quite scanty. It just goes to finances, financial requests. This is what I wrote in the statement, and I was referring to as a difference, and saying that it's mix of illegitimacy in terms of allocating funds without a proper motivation, as it happened before 2021, 2022.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, there was a question towards the end by the evidence leader on the filling of post, that when you instructed a freeze in crime intelligence, you were exceeding your scope. Now, You may or may not have been mistaken in making that decision, but you are a politician. There are legal advisors inside. What steps did you take to make sure that you were acting within your authority?
I subjected, as I indicated, the whole of
Yes.
the draft letter of directives, and I sent the draft to Pikoli, who said he made comments.
Yes.
He made changes where he felt changes needed to be made, and as per the submission. And based on that, I did consult, and I got satisfied that I was within. But in my own view, sometimes the boundary between the two is narrow, but it was a directive. I believe that to be part of my directive, because it was broad. It was not operational.
Yes. You know, what I observed when that debate was taking place is that as a Minister of Police, you operate both under the Public Service Act and under the SAPS Act. And under the Public Service Act, it is your job to employ people.
Even though
Yes.
yes, it is. It is, even though I don't,
You mean you don't feel like you employ people? People just get employed?
yes.
All right, thank you. The last question is, Commissioner Baloyi helped us again by asking about the terms of reference. The term of reference that introduces you is item 4, which says that the Commission must investigate the role of any member of the National Executive responsible for the criminal justice system. That would be you.
Yes, correct.
Whether they were complicit, aided and abetted, or participated in the acts listed in paragraphs 1 to 3 above. Now, the acts in paragraph 1 to 3 above include whether criminal syndicates, including but not limited to drug cartels, have infiltrated or exerted undue influence over a number of government departments. So I want to ask you whether or not, as the member of the executive responsible for police, you were complicit in the infiltration of the SAPS by criminal syndicates.
Not at all.
Did you aid or abet the infiltration of criminal syndicates to the SAPS?
Not at all. Not at any point.
Did you participate in the infiltration of the SAPS by criminal syndicates?
Not at all.
Yes. There is something here that says, or did so by omission. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it means if there's something you should have done, but you didn't do, but you should have known that you should have done it. Can you think of anything of the sort? No such allegation has been made, but can you think on your own?
All I can recall are two things. At one point, National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Kumalo briefed me that they were at an advanced stage with the investigation of Lieutenant General Sibia, and also at an advanced stage in terms of investigating Major General Khan. It was quite a confidential briefing, very short to that point. And I said, if they are involved in activities, in unlawful activities, you have my support. I was unequivocal there. I said, you have my support. This was verbal, it was not on the phone. And if anything, if the minister becomes aware via a report like that, if you are complicit, I suppose, you would say not now, a delay, you would say, but please, you would say, I was unequivocal. And I said, you have my support, go ahead. Not because they were asking for a go ahead, they were just briefing me, but I reinforced them by saying, go ahead. And therefore I deny very emphatically that I could have been found at any level, even before I became Minister of Police, to be complicit on criminal activity at any stage.
There is another minister responsible for law and order, well, for police, that is referenced in your statement. The first one is at paragraph 194. Mr. Begitele's statement in Parliament that Mr. Matlala informed him of a meeting between Mr. Mokgotsi, Mr. Matlala, and me is a lie. What do you say about that?
I mean exactly what I said, because he said he held a meeting with Matlala at Beverly Hills. Yes. I'm not contesting that. And then he says, Mr. Matlala informed him that he had been in a meeting with me and together with Mokgotsi. Now, whether he told him that or didn't tell him that, the lie is in the information that suggests that I ever had a meeting with Mr. Matlala, whether with Mr. Mokgotsi or alone. Such an assertion is a lie. It never happened. And I know very well that it has never happened.
And then Mr. Begitele features again in a statement at paragraph 206, where you are now talking about cancelling a tender that was awarded to a company whose shareholder is Mr. Matlala. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Now, in paragraph 206...
Chair, I apologize, Mr. Ngukaidobi, please, I beg your forgiveness. I have bit my tongue for a long time, and on particularly this point that Mr. Ngukaidobi is quote-unquote re-examining the witness. None of that evidence has been laid before this commission. The issues that he has spent a significant time speaking to are matters that are to be dealt in the second leg of the inquiry. So I struggle to understand, Chair, how the issues that he's engaged with can possibly even fall under the category of re-examination. Any reader of the transcript will see that none of the testimony in regard to that has been laid. Thank you, Chair. I request the Commissioner's guidance. Thank you.
Mr. Ngukaidobi, I was given to understand that the evidence leaders and the minister's legal representatives had reached an agreement that what would be addressed at this stage would be the disbandment only. I do not quite see, unless you submit otherwise, how paragraph 206 relates to the disbandment.
Mr. Chairman, I will do what the Commission wishes, but it's impossible to separate disbandment from its reasons. The primary reason for the accusation that the disbandment was illegal was that it was motivated by an ulterior motive. It is grossly unfair that the minister is here. This is his first opportunity here, that he does not tell the Commission and the nation that he is innocent of corruption.
How long do you think
this is
you're
the last
going
question.
to be?
No, this is the 206 is the last question.
Just. Mr. Tembe, sorry.
Ndiyabona sekulate kakhulu.
Mr. Ngugayitobi, for two reasons, I will disallow the question. One,
Then I have no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I promise you don't need to give any reason.
Any reason. Thank you.
If
thank
the
you,
order
thank
is to
you.
disallow it, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps on that point is the right place to start.
With what?
The point, Mr.
Yes.
Ngugaitobi's last point, the re-examination issue.
Yes.
And just to highlight that, as the Chair pointed out, there was an agreement.
May I find out to what end you are addressing, seeing that I've already disallowed the question and Mr. Ngugaitobi did not even
No, I'm
want
starting
my
at-
reasons for it.
I'm starting at the question and I'm making my way back.
Yeah.
Because his reference to paragraph 208 was not the start of having strayed way beyond re-examination, but it was the end. And I would like to put my point across. The moment Mr. Ngugaitobi's re-examination went beyond the establishment and disestablishment of the PKTT, he went beyond the parameters of the agreement reached. The issues that he raised, there was references to Mr. Matlala, the relationship with Mr. Matlala, with Mr. Mokgotsi, with the contract, I take it as a 360 million subs contract. All those matters appear from page 64 of the minister's statement under the heading allegations of improper motives. And that is precisely where the deal that we struck because of time pressures, we drew the line. Under that heading, it's allegations, alleged association with Mr. Musi Ketmatlala, knowledge of the 6 December 2024 operation, knowledge or involvement in December 24 arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe, the 360 million subtender, improper relationship with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, Zamazama issues in Stillfront. It's a whole list of them, half of which Mr. Ngugaitobi has touched on in re-examination, but none of which will be found in the transcript, in the evidence when it was led by Mr. Mchunu. I had to put that on record. And like I said, Chair, I bit my tongue. I resisted. I did not want to disrupt Mr. Ngugaitobi's flow. And I must say, at some point, I was a tad desperate, hoping that the commissioners would come to my rescue. But so what has happened is a topsy-turvy process, permitting Minister Mchunu to be re-examined on evidence, firstly, that was not led. He's got those, his responses to those allegations in the statement. He has not been taken through them. He has not been confronted with any evidence that could be contradicting the position he assumes in his statement. None of that has happened. So now, on record and in public, he's had the opportunity to clear his name in circumstances where the evidence leaders have not fully articulated properly what the concerns about those issues are. It is exceptionally topsy-turvy, but it's all water under the bridge because it has happened. But I understood, and we prepared on the basis that at the second session of the inquiry, which will be in 2026, we pick up the engagement with Minister Mchunu precisely from the allegations of improper motives, and we engage with that. Chair, there is no resolution to my challenge, but it was necessary that I place it on record. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. Perhaps you should have raised it much earlier, and we too should have stopped Mr. Ngcukaitobi much earlier. So we are all at fault.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I take it that was by way of comment. I would like to engage with some of the issues that Mr. Ngcukaitobi dealt with the minister. Yes, in re-examination.
Re-examination after re-examination.
Well, he calls it a re-examination. I'm entitled to test.
The matters that you say ought not to have been raised.
No. The matters
those that properly fall
that
under
properly
re-examination.
Yes.
Does that happen ordinarily?
We call it a re-examination. If he were to have cross-examined a witness put forward by the evidence leaders or the commission, the evidence leaders would have been entitled to re-examine on those issues. It's just that in this process, we call it a re-examination in circumstances where I led the witness. I didn't cross-examine the witness, but yet we call it a re-examination. So it's a misnomer in truth. And I suggest that we should not be hung up on words and titles.
May we take an adjournment, please?
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Sillo,
Chair.
a regulation, not rule. Regulation 8(4)B does give you the entitlement after re-examination by the legal representative of a witness to put questions to the witness.
Thank you, Chair.
But it's very late in the day. How long do you think you'll be?
No.
How many issues are you going to address?
If I count them, they'll sound
one,
like me.
and then two. How long do you think you will be?
If I count them, they'll sound many, but they are very quick. It's a closer. It's a the point about whether or not there was any objection to his directive to shut down the PKTT. That is the only issue. The meetings held from January. There is the other issue is the Ms. Mashele and Ms. Berger issues, and it just with reference to a specific annexure that Mr. Ngugaidobi brought to the minister's attention, just to point out a minor issue there. Then beyond that, I've dealt with the issue about issues yet to be heard by this commission and on which evidence will be led. So I've disposed of that, and it will just be a comment, literally, on the the point regarding terms of reference. And in fact, I think that point on terms of reference would not exactly be directed to the minister, because if I understood Mr. Ngugaidobi correctly, it was not a question he posed to him, but a comment. I think he invited him to give a response. On second thoughts, if I may, Chair, it's late in the day, I'm exhausted. Maybe I'll do it the same way. I will also deal with the terms of reference in the same manner that Mr. Ngugaidobi did, and I will put forward my own proposition and invite him for a comment, and that will be it. I'm done.
Thank you. Please,
Thank you.
Please start.
Minister, if I may start with your disbandment letter, and that's your SM20, you remember? SM20 is in your file 2. And I want to refer you to page 477. .477. Oh, he pulled it out. Apologies, commissioners. I think the minister did not reinsert SM20. Commissioner Baloyi is. Minister Mchunu,
yes.
Commissioner Baloyi has just come to our rescue so graciously. Just to confirm, the document handed to you is the disestablishment letter that you issued on the 31st of December 2024, correct?
Correct.
I then would like to refer you to page 477 of that letter. 477 of that letter. Page 477.
Yes, correct.
Which is the second page. And to refer you to the last paragraph on that page before you sign. You anticipated, in terms of that paragraph, that a preliminary report will be submitted by the 20th of January 2025. Correct? And a final and closing report by the end of January.
Correct.
That final and closing report can only be filed once the disestablishment is complete, and you anticipated it to end by end of January 2025. Do you have a comment to that?
Not exactly. What it says is that you will give a preliminary report
Yes.
on the 20th or whatever, and then there will then be a meeting of UNESCO.
Apologies, Minister. That's not in the letter. I'm confining myself to what's in the letter.
Pardon?
I say I'm confining myself to what is in the letter.
My observation in this
The
regard.
witness needs his.
Yeah, I think, Jeremy?
Yeah, we run short of a petrol small.
Oh,
But I'm fine. I have this. It's just that you need to raise your voice a bit.
I will.
Yes. Okay.
I hope it doesn't come across as if I'm shouting at you.
Secretary, please locate Mr. Michaels. Oh.
Yeah, thank you. It looks clear. It sounds clear.
I should also